Chapter 405. Fake Holy Dragon, Fake Envoy of Justice, Fake Great Guardian of the Church of the Seven Gods. That's the mystic dragon. He can't represent the seven gods. The mother of dragons wants to destroy the city of knowledge. Theobald roared ferociously. She's not the ruler of the seven kingdoms. She has no right to judge us. She swore on the Great Wall that she wouldn't take the initiative to attack the forces supporting the Great Wall in the north. We were wrong. Regardless of whether the deviant ghosts are real or fake, we should join the Ghost Resistance United Front. The Mother of Dragons didn't even kill Stannis. She definitely wouldn't attack the City of Knowledge. Sigh. We shouldn't have provoked her, shouldn't have spread rumors saying that she violated the rights of a guest, shouldn't have. No, we can't be that cowardly. Do you think we'll disband the City of Knowledge just because the Mystic Dragon says so? We have the support of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. The old town of Hyder, Hiding Tyrell, the King's Landing, and the Iron Throne will all stand on the City of Knowledge's side. Yes, let the Ghost Resistance United Front go to hell with the deviant ghosts. We will join you, King Lewin's tripartite alliance, and fight the Mystic Dragon to the end. In a meeting room of the Steward's Pavilion, the professors all looked terrified as they expressed their opinions. The Holy Light Black spoke again. I am the Judgment Dragon. I will now announce the trial of the professors and scholars of the City of Knowledge. Grand Scholar Pycelle, Steward Theobald, Economics Professor Nolan, Vinegar Balin. My name is on it. How does the Mystic Dragon know me? Balin's shriveled face was filled with disbelief and fear. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he shouted, Perez Dan, fuck his mother. Not only did that fellow betray his ideals, he also betrayed us. Other than Pycelle, the names mentioned by the Mystic Dragon are all murderers. Shut up. It's fake. It's all fake. Theobald was furious and interrupted him. Perez Dan is fake. The Holy Dragon is fake. That is the Mystic Dragon. The Mystic Dragon's words are also fake. Dragons can't speak. Everyone knows that. The Mother of Dragons is a witch. She is secretly casting witchcraft to make us hallucinate. Sir Supervisor, look at the scholars and acolytes outside the window. They all heard it. Balin's face was contorted as he pointed to the window and said with a trembling voice, The glass is shaking. Gah! Dr. Theobald suddenly froze. His angry expression was like sour milk frozen on his face. The hall was silent. Only the Megalosaurus announced the final verdict. The named doctors and their assistants have only two choices. 1. Kill themselves and wash away their sins with blood. 2. Put on black clothes and become night watchers. Their sins will be erased. It's so cold in the north. I don't want to guard the Great Wall. Belin cried. The Mystic Dragon doesn't have the final say. Grand Secretary Pycelle definitely won't go to the Great Wall. The Iron Throne won't allow the Mother of Dragons to do whatever she wants. Professor Nolan's old face was as pale as a dead man's. He trembled as he comforted himself. She is not the queen of the Seven Kingdoms. She has no right to judge the Academy City. Let's ignore her and continue the meeting. Theobald sat down stiffly and forced himself to speak calmly. Roar! The holy light, Megalosaurus, seemed to have heard his shameless declaration. It roared with a thunderous voice. I am the great guardian of light of the seven gods, appointed by the Dragon Queen and the Chief Bishop. My judgment is the decree of the seven gods. Any believer of the seven gods and the seven kingdoms can monitor the actions of the sinners. If the sinner does not atone for his sins with his death within a week and does not voluntarily go to the Great Wall, he will be automatically judged as a night watcher who has fled. Any believer of the seven gods can go to the City of Knowledge to arrest the sinner and send him to be imprisoned in the great cathedral of Baylor. For every sinner arrested, the reward will be 1,000 gold royals and a blessing of the seven gods. 1,000 gold royals? Seven gods above. I am a believer of the seven gods. I know Belin, Theobald, I know. God bless me, I actually know all the sinners. I am rich. No, for the blessing of the seven gods, I will do my best to arrest every sinner. A resident near the City of Knowledge said excitedly, The seven gods, there are dozens of sinners. I want to serve the seven gods." The mercenary knight said dizzily, "Will it be illegal?" "That is a doctor." His companion said worriedly, "What are you afraid of?" "The holy megalosaurus represents the seven gods." The mercenary knight's eyes flashed. The church even arrested the queen and the queen, let alone a little doctor. "Brother, have you not seen the situation clearly? In today's Westeros, the chief bishop is the uncrowned king." "What?" "The identity of the great guardian of the seven gods of the mystic dragon is recognized by the great sparrow? How is this possible?" The Cinderbelin was shocked and angry. "Damn it, Dany Rise is in cahoots with the great sparrow." Theobald's expression changed, and he cursed. "We have neglected one thing. The great sparrow is bold, but he is not stupid. He knew that the act of forcing Cersei to parade and repent had offended the Iron Throne and Lannister. No, the great sparrow had imprisoned Queen Marjorie and would soon put her on public trial. Tyrell was also an enemy of the church. Dany Rise is a believer of the seven gods and even established the Church of the Seven Gods at Slave Bay. She and the Great Sparrow are natural allies. At least, when it does not involve the struggle between the royal power and the church, the Great Sparrow and the Mother of Dragons have the possibility of cooperating. Theobald was only half right. Even if he had offended Tyrell and Lannister at the same time, the Great Sparrow had never thought of cooperating with Dany. Overthrowing the weak Lannister and inviting the Dragon Queen, who was powerful enough to fight against the world, back to the King's Landing, then how could the Great Sparrow be the uncrowned king? However, Blackie's identity as the great guardian of the light was indeed recognized by the Great Sparrow. It all started on the day of Cersei's parade and repent. Seeing such a miserable scene, Dany was not happy. Instead, she was sure of one thing. The Iron Throne had depreciated. In fact, the Iron Throne had always been depreciating. When Targaryen had dragons, the people submitted, the vassals did not have a trace of disloyalty, and Targaryen was sanctified. At that time, the Iron Throne was worth the most if it was worth 10,000 gold royals. The Megalosaurus was extinct, Targaryen lost their divinity, and the Seven Dukes began to have the ambition to participate in the game of power. The Iron Throne's value had shrunk. By 80%, only 2,000 gold royals remained. The Black Fire rebelled, and Targaryen fell completely to the mortal world. This made all the Westeros understand one thing. Targaryen was human, no different from them. The Iron Throne was once again devalued by half, only 1,000 gold royals remained. When the Targaryen dynasty ended and Theon Baela became the new royal family, all the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms suddenly understood one thing. They could also sit on the Iron Throne. The Iron Throne's value had shrunk again, 500 gold royals. After all, Robert had won the Iron Throne by force, and at least he could convince people with force. But Lannister had used the exchange of interests and the game of power to turn a false king into a true king. Who in the world would be convinced? Or rather, we don't have dragons. We don't have Robert's peerless strength. But who doesn't know how to play the game of power? Thus, the rebellion of the Four Kings began, and 5 independent kings appeared in the Seven Kingdoms. The Iron Throne was devalued by 80%, only 100 gold royals remained. When Tywin died, Queen Marjorie was arrested, and Cersei was paraded through the streets. The Iron Throne was devalued by 90% again. Calculating, how much was the Iron Throne worth now? 10 gold royals. From 10,000 gold royals to 10 gold royals. What was worse, was that the Iron Throne's true value was shrinking, but the price to pay to obtain it was increasing crazily. When Aegon conquered the Seven Kingdoms, there was no Dragon Slayer or crossbow, so he could set fire to Heron Castle and Raging Fury. If you try to set fire to Red Castle now, you could guarantee that the Megalosaurus would be shot into a hornet's nest before you could even spit out a mouthful of dragon flames. Back then, people were simple and honest. When Aegon conquered the Seven Kingdoms, even the most cunning Lannister surrendered sincerely. He was very chivalrous. Now, if others dared to surrender, would you dare to accept? For example, if Waldfrey, Cersei, Old Rose, Littlefinger, and Sibyl, Rob's mother-in-law, surrendered and swore loyalty to you. Would you dare to accept them and give them your full trust? Aegon and his siblings had returned to the present, and if they still did things the same way, they would probably be eliminated in the first round. It was just that people's morals were not what they used to be. The way of the world was too difficult. If the Iron Throne was treated as a stock, its profits would be reduced by 1,000 times, but the risk would be increased dozens of times. Would you still buy it? Hurry up and throw it away. After seeing Cersei's miserable state, Dany finally made up her mind to give up the Iron Throne. If she took away Cersei's Iron Throne and became the next queen, how would the people who saw the Queen Regent, Mimi, and her crotch today imagine the queen on the Iron Throne? Would the people of King's Landing and the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms look at Dany with respect and admiration, or lewdness, or even secretly compare her with her predecessor? Comparing size, Perky and the Great Sparrow was too ruthless. He stuffed the identities of queen and king into the latrine and poured 100 buckets of dung over them. They were smelly and rotten. In today's Westeros, the queen and queen have become the professor and godfather of today's society. They have been played rotten. Of course, Dany was not Cersei. She had the ability to make the stock, Iron Throne, rise again and restore the sanctity of the royal authority. But to achieve this goal, she had to go against the Seven Dukes, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, the unruly people of King's Landing, and the growing church. If Dany had the time and energy, she would rather go against those weaklings like Quills and Volantis. If the future Night King is strong, Arya will not be able to sneak up on him like in Game of Thrones. She should also help cut off the Night King's limbs and send them to Arya for her to finish the job. With this thought in mind, Dany went to the Great Sparrow. Well, it was actually the Great Sparrow who went to Dragonstone Island first. After the news of the Dragon Queen taking over Dragonstone Island spread, the Great Sparrow immediately wrote a letter to Dragonstone Island. He had no choice. Dragonstone Island controlled the passage to Blackwater Bay. The Great Sparrow was frantically transporting food and weapons on the other side of the narrow sea. Dany personally replied to the letter and promised the Great Sparrow that Dragonstone Island and Tidehead Island would not only not block the merchant ships going to and from King's Landing, they would even provide free service to ships flying the heptagram flag. I am Layla Weishue, the Cardinal of the Seven Gods of Slaver Bay. Church friend, she said kindly to the Great Sparrow. Who knew what the Great Sparrow's reaction was when he saw that sentence? 2 days later, seeing that Dragonstone Island kept their promise, he sent another letter to Dany and asked her to talk about it again. But by then, Dany had already returned to Astapor and could not talk to the Great Sparrow face to face. He could only ask Barristan to write the letter and explain the Dragon Queen's plan. On the day of Cersei's parade, Dany did not plan to meet the Great Sparrow. But after Cersei's parade, she suddenly lost interest in the Iron Throne. The problem was that she did not need it, but she also did not want others to sit comfortably on it. She decided to dig a huge hole for the future king of the Seven Kingdoms. Not only would it be devalued to 10 gold royals, she would also devalue the Iron Throne to negative assets, like a treasure of crude oil. Dany would recognize the legitimacy of the Church's armed forces, recognize the Cardinal's authority over the king, recognize the Cardinal's right to judge the king and queen, recognize the Cardinal as the true king of the Seven Kingdoms. She decided that whatever the Great Sparrow wanted, she would agree to it. Even if the Great Sparrow did not want it, she would force it on him. In short, Dany wanted to empty the Iron Throne crazily and devalue it from 10 gold royals to negative 100,000 gold royals. She was the Cardinal anyway. Even if the future king of the Seven Kingdoms and the Dukes of the Seven Kingdoms had to lick the Great Sparrow's feet every time they saw him, Dany was not afraid. In the church, she and the Great Sparrow were church members of equal status. In the Westeros, well, she did not want to go to the Westeros. In the future, if any of her grandchildren made Grandma Dany unhappy, they would be punished to be a duke or king in the Westeros. Chapter 406. Bronn also saw Cersei's body, but he did not look for long as he did not have time. The Earl of Blackwater disguised himself and snuck into King's Landing to invite Master Blacksmith Tobu Mott on behalf of the Dragon Queen. When all the people of King's Landing went to watch Cersei and Mimi, Bronn quietly sent more than 20 blacksmiths into the cargo ship. Other than Master Tobu, who could reforge Valeglia's steel, all the more famous blacksmiths in Steel Street were kidnapped. That's right, kidnap. It was impossible not to kidnap. First of all, most of the world's famous blacksmiths had studied abroad in Kolar, and some are even originally from Kolar. Kolar had joined the United Nations that blockaded Slaver's Bay, and the Black Goat High Priest had long ago issued a decree. Kolar's blacksmiths were not allowed to serve the Dragon Queen. Secondly, the blacksmiths in this world had a higher social status and were all rich. For example, the blacksmiths kidnapped by Bronn all had properties in Steel Street. They had houses, shops, servants, apprentices, and the dignity of a boss. If Bronn had directly stated his intentions, almost no one would be willing to abandon their current properties and be trapped in Dragonstone Island to forge dragon crystal weapons for the Dragon Queen. At least Tobu Mott was not willing. If he dared to reveal the spells and techniques to the Dragon Queen, if the Kolars knew about it, they would not let him go. So Bronn could only kidnap. Before Cersei's parade ended, Bronn had already completed his kidnapping mission. The cargo ship carrying the blacksmiths quietly left King's Landing. But not long after entering Blackwater Bay, Blackie came again and gave the task of meeting with Big Sparrow to Bronn. Bronn lowered a small boat from the cargo ship and led 8 of his men to return to King's Landing. The meeting location was decided by Big Sparrow. Bronn and his men were only responsible for Blackie's safety, ensuring that there were no Dragon Slayers within half a kilometer of the meeting location. If the Great Sparrow didn't care about publicizing the relationship between the Church and the Dragon Queen, Blackie could directly land in the backyard of the Great Cathedral of Baelor. If the Great Sparrow wanted to keep it a secret, he could go to the Blackwater River or Blackwater Bay. Blackie dived into the water and only showed his head to talk to him. However, the Big Sparrow was not worried about angering the Iron Throne at all. He directly asked Big Black to go to the observatory of the Baelor Great Sage Hall. The 8 underlings stood separately on the top floors of several buildings near the observatory, making sure that the Church did not play any tricks. They were like the bodyguards in black who scattered around to check the sniping points when the big shots were negotiating in the movies. The crossbow was large and required a wide range of shooting angles. It was almost impossible to hide it. After that, Bronn covered the floor of the observatory with a 7-pointed star flag of the Church. Dahe, who had been hiding in the clouds, saw the signal and flew down. "May the holy light protect you, Your Excellency." The huge demonic shadow whizzing down made the Big Sparrow's pupils shrink, and she was shocked speechless. The Megalosaurus landed lightly behind the platform, folded its wings, left wing at the side of its body, and right wing across its chest. It lowered its head, bowed, spoke, gave its blessings. It could speak with perfect articulation. It could bow gracefully, and it had an open, holy, and inviolable temperament. The dark body of the Megalosaurus seemed to be glowing. No, there was a golden sun rising behind him. The Big Sparrow seemed to see the 7 gods descending to the world, and her whole person fell into a trance. "Your Excellency," the one-armed hero Lancel on the side quietly reminded the Archbishop. "Oh." The Big Sparrow rubbed her eyes and looked back. Damn, it was an illusion. Just after noon, the black dragon flew down from the angle of the light, as if the sun had been behind him. "Megalosaurus, can you speak?" The Big Sparrow knew that the 7 gods had not descended, but she still asked a stupid question. Danny and Blackie's Sea of Consciousness held back her laughter and announced solemnly through Blackie's mouth, "Your Excellency, I am the eldest son of the Dragon Mother. My name is Big Black. But I'm also a devout believer of the 7 gods. I believe in the holy light. I believe in justice, Holy Father. I believe in mercy, Holy Mother. I believe in freedom. I believe in courage, warrior. I believe in power, blacksmith. I believe in wisdom, old woman. I fear death and the unknown, stranger. Therefore, I am the holy light, the vanguard of justice, the holy Megalosaurus, the dragon of justice." Oh, oh. The big sparrow began to feel dizzy again. Lancel, Braun, and the others on the side seemed to have fallen into a dream, let alone her. After a while, the big sparrow understood some of the meaning in Blackie's words and asked, "What is the holy light?" "Your Excellency, look." Blackie pointed at the sun in the blue sky with his wings. "What do you see?" The big sparrow looked up at the sky in a daze, and just for a moment, she was sad and shed tears. The sun was so bright. He covered his eyes and said in a muffled voice, "The sun. There is a sun in the sky." "No, that is not the sun." Blackie's ferocious dragon face became particularly serious and solemn. "That is purity, warmth, holiness. That is the maiden, one of the seven gods." The foreign archbishop was a little unaccustomed to the Zenji of the Chinese style. He was confused for a while before he understood the meaning of Blackie's words. Seven gods above. This megalosaurus seems to be more like an archbishop than me. I'm enlightened. The big sparrow was amazed and said, "It is good to compare the maiden to the holy light. But will it make the believers misunderstand? After all, the Light King Lalo is known to the world." "Your Excellency, you know about the deviant ghosts, right?" the holy light black dragon asked. "Yes. Do you think the long night will not come?" The big sparrow looked hesitant and sighed. "After receiving the news, I prayed in front of the old woman for 3 days and 3 nights. I didn't eat or drink, hoping that the old woman would carry a golden lamp to illuminate my future." Danny was speechless about the way the seven gods prayed. After being hungry for 3 days and 3 nights, even a normal person would have auditory hallucinations. Then, they would think that they were communicating with the seven gods, getting enlightenment from the seven gods. "The deviant ghosts are real," the holy megalosaurus said with certainty. "The Light King Lalo has been planning this since 5,000 years ago. This long night is a big crisis for the Church of the Seven Gods. When the long night comes and the sun disappears, the believers will look forward to the sun, to the light and warmth, and the red god will satisfy all the prayers of the believers." The big sparrow's face changed dramatically. He really didn't think of this. If the long night was real, and the Church of the Seven Gods had neither prophesied nor arranged a savior, and they were so slow to react and do nothing, then, "Archbishop, you come from Hejian. Don't you know how fast the red god's faith is developing there? Every time there is one more person who believes in the red god, there will be one less devout believer of the seven gods. This is a loss of faith." "I know. I heard that Mersuros can resurrect the dead." The big sparrow's face looked terrible. "The resurrection of the dead is the biggest miracle in the world. No wonder the believers will change their faith. Hejian is just the beginning." The holy megalosaurus warned him loudly. "Stannis is the child of holy fire chosen by the seven gods, the holy son of Lalo. The red-robed woman Melisandre is a demigod, Lalo's servant. With such a big price, can't you see Lalo's ambition? He judged the seven gods as heretics, evil gods, and he wants to be the only god in the world. Damn Stannis, why didn't you kill that evil heathen with a mouthful of dragon flame?" The big sparrow said with a frown, "Because of the holy oath. I am the dragon of justice. My words and actions represent the mother of dragons and the seven gods. I can't do anything that goes against my oath." The holy megalosaurus said solemnly, "It's fine if you represent the mother of dragons, but you say you represent the seven gods. Did you ask for my permission?" The big sparrow was slightly unhappy. "Can the girl become the holy light change all this?" he asked. "My mother, the archbishop of the seven gods of Slaver Bay, decided to slightly change the position of the girl in the doctrine of the seven gods. I know that. She once told me that the girl not only symbolizes purity, but also represents freedom, the girl who holds the torch of freedom." The big sparrow nodded. "This is in line with the doctrine of the seven gods against slavery in the Seven Gods Bible. It's also good for the Church of the Seven Gods to develop believers in the free city. I personally agree with this. Now, the great dragon queen has also decided to change the meaning of purity. Purity is not only the purity of the body, but more importantly, the purity of the spirit and the soul. Just like light, warm and pure, it's called holy light. The holy light is the light of hope in the long night. The holy light can dispel the cold. Believers can get strength and salvation in the holy light. The red god has a prayer of the long night is full of danger. The girls of the seven gods should also have a prayer of may the holy light protect you. The megalosaurus of the holy light spoke with assurance, and the look on the big sparrow's face became more and more shocked. What a good girl is the holy light. The doctrine of the Westeros also needs to be changed. Starting tomorrow, I will update the girls of the Seven Kingdoms to the girls of Slaver Bay. The big sparrow made a decision. After saying that, he even solemnly bowed to Dahe as a fellow member of the church and said, "May the holy light protect you. May the holy light deceive you." Big Black replied and continued. In order to cope with the coming long night, the Church of the Seven Gods has to be reformed. How to change? The big sparrow listened attentively. He felt that he had found another fellow Taoist. Like Layla, Vesuvius, the megalosaurus way of thinking about the doctrine of the Church of the Seven Gods resonated with him. A like-minded member of the church. There were only him, the Dragon Queen, and the megalosaurus in the world. So lonely. The church must launch a department dedicated to dealing with the crisis of the long night. The Church of the Light of the Seven Gods. Split the church? The big sparrow frowned. No, the Church of the Seven Gods only emphasizes that there are seven gods in the church. Of course, we all know that the seven gods are one. Look at the king of Light Lalo. The word light refers to the red god's clergy. Looking at the big sparrow's thoughtful face, the holy megalosaurus said patiently, "Try adding the word light in front of the seven gods." The Church of the Seven Gods of Light? The big sparrow murmured. Remove the word seven. The seven gods are one with seven faces. They're the seven forms of one god. There's no need to forcibly split into seven gods. Danny was not talking nonsense. Ordinary people thought that the seven gods represented the seven gods. In fact, in the doctrine of the Church of the Seven Gods, gods had no gender. The seven gods were the only god. A person had seven forms and seven morals. The Church of the Light, the big sparrow murmured. It seemed to be much more superior than the Church of the Seven Gods. It also sounded very strong, domineering, and arrogant, like a big boss. Chapter 407. Won't this cause conflict between the Seven Gods Church and the Light King? Both sides seemed to be fighting for the divine position of light. Bronn frowned and said uncertainly, "Is it a divine position? I don't know anything about gods." "Is the red god the only god of light?" The one-armed hero Lancel retorted. Big Sparrow's expression kept changing. He wanted to say proudly, "Fuck you, Light King. The Seven Gods Church doesn't care about you." But deep down, he knew that the Seven Gods Church was different from the Red God Church. In the Seven Gods Church, if you didn't live alone in the cathedral and fast for more than 3 days, you wouldn't be able to sense the seven gods. But Soros, a Red God follower, ate and drank every day, got drunk, and liked to participate in group fights. Such a person in the Seven Gods Church would never be able to communicate with the Seven Gods Church. But Monk Wine and Meat, who drank, ate, and killed people, was favored by Lalo and revived the dead many times. The seven gods, reviving the dead. God knows how much Big Sparrow envied such a divine skill. Even though he communicated with the seven gods many times, he never got a divine skill. The seven gods were real. Every time he fasted and prayed, he would be enlightened. He never doubted this. But the seven gods seemed to be too far away from the real world and couldn't transmit power to their followers. This was a big problem. Thinking of this, Big Sparrow sighed deeply and said, "The Church of Light is good, but this is too important. I must pray to the seven gods. Wait 3 days. No, this time I will pray in seclusion for 7 days and 7 nights. 7 days and 7 nights? Will I see you again next time? Queen Cersei still needs you. Queen Marjorie still needs you. The king on the Iron Throne? Now, and in the future, they all need you. Don't rush to see St. Bailey. Danny was very worried. Your Excellency, you must take care of yourself. Holy Megalosaurus said sincerely. The burden of protecting the church and stopping the Light King from dyeing the Westeros red is all on you. You are the son of the Seven Gods Church, the child of prophecy, the savior. How did I become the child of prophecy? The big sparrow looked blankly at the sincere black dragon and asked, I wasn't born in the land of smoke and salt. I also, Your Excellency, you are talking about the prophecy of the ES God. You are the child of the seven gods, the child of the prophecy of the Church of the Seven Gods, not the child of the prophecy of the Red God. The divine Megalosaurus Blackie said seriously. Prophecy of the Seven Gods? The big sparrow opened his mouth wide and asked in a daze. Of course, if the red deity can make a prophecy, why can't the seven deities? The seven gods of light enlighten me. I saw the future in time, the future of the prophesied child of the seven gods. The divine Megalosaurus announced loudly. After the long summer, the stars will weep blood and the cold darkness will envelop the world. The sacred son of light was born in Hajien, and he walked barefoot across the seven kingdoms. He wields the sacred sword of light, which was forged from devout faith, fearless courage, and steel-like willpower. He will dispel the darkness and end the long night. Your Excellency, you see, the sacred son of light in the prophecy is you. The divine Megalosaurus roared excitedly. The big sparrow said with a straight face, I was not born in Hajien. My hometown is west of Nukwin, a village near the Trident River. Damn it, the information is wrong. Danny cursed in her heart, but she immediately thought of a remedy. Your Excellency, you are too narrow-minded. The divine Megalosaurus seemed to be complaining. Lalo also said, land of smoke and salt, but he did not directly specify where it was. His Majesty of the Seven Gods is the same. The so-called Hajien does not refer to the Hajien kingdom of the Seven Kingdoms. Hajien by the river. You see, weren't you born by the Trident River? At this time, even foreigners who had not experienced the Book of Elixir and the Yellow River Cyclops slowly understood the trick of the divine Megalosaurus. The big sparrow was convinced that if he said that although his hometown was by the river, his birthplace was in the Dorne Desert, the wise divine Megalosaurus could also round it up. It was not because the big sparrow was stupid that he did not realize it before. In fact, there have been many prophecies in this world. Some hid the prophecies, some misinterpreted the prophecies, some wanted to break the prophecies, but no one had ever faked a prophecy. Not to mention the prophecy of Savior. It was crazy. A light flashed in the big sparrow's eyes, and he asked, Why is it not your mother? Danny Leasy? Is she going to be Yasor Yahai? They were all archbishops, and they were all children of prophecy. It seemed to be very promising. No, Lalo's divine servant confirmed that the Savior in Yasser's prophecy must be a believer of the Red God, the child of holy fire. Mother swore that she would rather die than change her faith to the King of Light. The Holy Dragon of Light said sonorously, Hey, Layla, Danny Leasy, a member of the church, indeed has the style of Saint Baylor. No, she is the reincarnation of Saint Baylor. The big sparrow's dark and thin cheeks turned red, and he was so excited that he was a little incoherent. The one-armed hero Lancel and a few armored children of war also looked reverent and nodded in admiration. Bronn turned his head away to avoid letting everyone see his twisted cheeks. Mother said that maintaining the Church of the Seven Gods and Slave Bay has already exhausted her both mentally and physically. She has no qualifications, no ability, no energy, and no time to contribute more strength to the Westeros. She is deeply ashamed and sad about this. Oh, Archbishop, Mother also knows that the child of prophecy is a heavy burden. But other than you, no one can do it. You have to work hard for the seven gods, for the church, for the people of the seven kingdoms. The big sparrow nodded in satisfaction. This was an honest Megalosaurus with wisdom. The simple truth contained rich wisdom. Dragon Queen, don't be sad. She is struggling to maintain the seven gods church under the red god's halo. It is already very difficult. He comforted gently. "And you agree? Agree to fulfill the heavy responsibility of the Holy Son of Light?" Holy Dragon asked. "For the seven gods, for the church, for the people of the seven kingdoms, I am willing to do my best until my death." The big sparrow sighed. However, the Holy Son of Light needs a sharp sword, not only faith, courage, and willpower. Then he changed the topic and asked meaningfully, "What does Dragon Queen think about the church's armed forces?" "Good," the holy Megalosaurus said loudly. "Good?" The big sparrow was stunned. "Your ancestor tried every means to abolish the church's armed forces, and you say it's good?" "Very good. The church can't be without its own armed forces." The holy Megalosaurus said firmly, "Faith and willpower are useful, but the night is long, and the world is dangerous. Without a steel sword, how can we protect the church?" Mother said that Archbishop only develops the church's armed forces in King's Landing. It is still too conservative. You should let the power of the Constellation Warriors and the children of war blossom everywhere in the seven kingdoms. All the idle men at home should join the gathering of the poor, and all the noble children, except for the eldest son, should join the children of war. The holy dragon of light raised its wings high and said fanatically, "You should build the Church of Light's heaven on earth in the King's Landing, in the seven kingdoms." Thump, thump, thump. The big sparrow was forced to take 3 steps back by the fanaticism of the holy dragon. This dragon is a fanatic of the seven gods. The big sparrow was shocked. Then, what does Dragon Queen think about the church's trial of the royal family? He swallowed and asked again. I strongly support. All the sinners in the seven kingdoms, no matter their identity, should be judged." The holy Megalosaurus said without hesitation. "The church is short of money. Other than the donations from the banks and the nobles, there is no regular income. I plan to take a part of the business tax and land tax to fund the operation of the church." The big sparrow probed. "No problem, I support it. My mother will definitely support it too." The holy Megalosaurus immediately said, "The seven gods, they even gave up their financial and political power. This is a true believer of the seven gods." After Sir Kevin became the regent, he gave the church a position as the Minister of State and invited me to participate in the Imperial Conference. Brother Big Black, what do you think? The big sparrow was excited and his tone became much more intimate. He even began to talk to the black dragon as a peer. "No," the Megalosaurus objected loudly. "No." The big sparrow was shocked. "You can't go to the Red Castle. Lannister can't be trusted. If you go, you might be killed. Also, why does the church only have 1 seat? There are at least 4 seats. 1 for the monk, 1 for the nun, 1 for the Star Warriors, and 1 for the Child of War." Sigh. The big sparrow stomped his feet and sighed. Why did the Dragon Queen make a sacred oath to end the long night as the king? She should immediately ascend to the Iron Throne and work with me to build the Westeros into a kingdom of God on earth. It's okay. Even if she's far away in Slaver's Bay, Mother will make a public statement to support the church's actions in King's Landing. Don't worry and do it boldly. Do it with all your might. I'm even willing to accept your baptism and officially join the Church of the Seven Gods." The holy Megalosaurus said. "What baptism?" The big sparrow was shocked. "Yes, although I'm devoted to the seven gods, Mother didn't baptize me because I was young. Why don't you baptize me and let me become a Megalosaurus monk?" Megalosaurus monk, the seven gods. The big sparrow, Lancel, Braun, and the children of war's eyes bulged. Their jaws almost fell off. "Why no? I've been a believer of the seven gods since I was born. I can even recite the 7 Stars Bible." But, the big sparrow was in trance. He felt that it wasn't normal for a Megalosaurus to become a monk, but the holy dragon was right. He was intelligent, could speak, and was a believer of the seven gods since he was young. He could even recite the 7 Stars Bible. "If you let me baptize you, the church register will naturally fall to the great Cathedral of Baylor. Are you going to stay in the King's Landing Church forever?" He was hopeful and worried. "No, I'm Mother's eldest son after all. I have to stay in Slaver's Bay to help her. Since we're all part of the Church of the Seven Gods, why don't you give me a double church register? I'll stay in Slaver's Bay most of the time. If the King's Landing Church needs a megalosaurus to support them, I'll come over and do some work. Double church register, support them? The Holy Dragon's thinking was too avant-garde. The old sparrow was old and couldn't accept it. What's so hard to understand? The Church of the Seven Gods in Slaver's Bay has the position of the light left emissary, specially prepared for me. Archbishop, you can also get a light left emissary or a light grand guardian. In the future, when you want to judge the Queen, Queen Mother, King, Regent, and Duke, you can let me read their crimes. With my voice, most of the people in King's Landing can hear me. My voice is like thunder, majestic and inviolable. Moreover, with a megalosaurus as the face of the church, the good men and women will revere the church more and become more devout believers. The big sparrow couldn't find a reason to refuse. The light left emissary was willing to work for free. What else did he want? Moreover, what the megalosaurus said made sense. With him as the light grand guardian, the Church of the Seven Gods would become 10 times more powerful. Chapter 408. Mager Tower. Afternoon. Queen Mother Cersei had washed away all the filth on her body. Along with feces, rotten fruits, and other filth, she had also washed away her previous cowardice and tears. Only endless humiliation and deep hatred were imprinted in her heart. They could not be washed away with clean water. Only blood could wash them clean. Lannister, you must pay your debts. At this time, the Empress Dowager had changed into a soft green wool dress and was sitting at the table enjoying a sumptuous lunch. Broccoli sprinkled with walnuts, lemon cake, roasted sparrow stuffed with fruit, sirloin stewed with barley soup, roasted pork ribs wrapped in garlic and herbs. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Cersei chewed hard on the crispy sparrow head, trying hard to imagine it as a large sparrow. She had specially asked the chef to make the roasted sparrow dish. On the plate of the roasted sparrow, there was a 7-pointed star engraved with onion bars. She looked coldly at her head of intelligence and chief scholar and announced, "Lannister will never forget hatred. From today onwards, I am the Avenger." At this moment, Cersei had lost some of her charm and foolishness. She had settled down 70% of her anger and 30% of her hostility. Cobborn, who was beside her, could not help but be very careful. He smiled kindly, like a little girl admiring an old grandfather. "Your Majesty, you will definitely drink the sweet fountain of vengeance." Cersei was expressionless. "Before vengeance, I have to complete the trial of martial arts. Where are my white knights?" The Queen and the Queen Mother both had a king as her husband. For the king's reputation, during the trial of martial arts, other knights could not be invited to fight for them. Yes, white knights could represent the king. That was why after her brother Loras Tyrell was severely injured, Queen Marjorie would rather be judged by the church than to clear her name through a trial of martial arts. Other than the Knight of Flowers, Loras, the other 6 white knights were not only old and weak, but their strength was also worrying. To make matters worse, they were all Lannister's men. Knowing that her mother-in-law Cersei had reported her to the church for stealing men, Marjorie still dared to use her men to fight for her in the trial of martial arts. The problem was that Cersei could trust the white knights other than Loras, but she did not dare to let them fight for her. Jaime was missing a hand and was nowhere to be seen, so he passed. Palos was a coward who had betrayed Tommen. Meryn Land was loyal and brave enough, but his swordsmanship was worrisome. He had been beaten like a dog by the Knight of Flowers during the tournament. Osmond Cat Blake, Cersei's lover, was locked up in the dungeon. Balon and Sherwan went to Dorne to welcome Princess Myrcella. Ser Alex, Messiah's bodyguard in Dorne. Cersei should have despaired of the 7 white knights, but Princess Araine of Dorne came to her aid. She seduced Alice, leading to the white knights' deaths in the coup d'état when the Dark Star cut Myrcella's cheek. The white knight had an empty spot, and Caborn's creation, Frankenstein, appeared. "Your Majesty, this is Sir Robert Strong, a new member of the Kingsguard." A 2.5-meter tall giant entered the hall. His legs were thicker than tree trunks, his chest was as big as a horse, and his shoulders were as big as a bull. A giant helmet covered his face. 7 feathers, dyed in 7 colors, symbolizing the 7 gods, fluttered in the wind. He wore a white glazed plate armor that shone like a young girl's hope. Inside, there was a gold-plated chainmail. A pair of golden, 7-pointed star buckles clasped his white robe around his shoulders. Sir Robert. Cersei was dazed for a moment. She shook her head and said with a venomous look in her eyes, "Sir, I want you to kill 5 people for me." Robert Strong was motionless in silence. Only his white robe swayed gently, making him look like a giant statue. "Sir Robert?" Cersei raised her voice. "Your Majesty." Sir Robert swore the sacred oath of silence. "He will not speak until he has killed all your enemies. If you wish to kill someone, just give the command. Your order is his mission." Qhoborn's lips curled into a smile as he explained gently. "Good, very good." Cersei nodded excitedly. "Now, take off your helmet and let me see your face." A hint of hesitation flashed across Qhoborn's face, but before he could stop him, Robert Strong had already taken off his giant helmet. "Ah, it's you. Why is it you? Go away, go away, go away." Cersei's rosy cheeks, which had just drunk the cider, turned pale. Her beautiful blue eyes flashed with extreme fear. She waved her arms and screamed, "Your Majesty, do not be afraid. He will not hurt you again." Qhoborn quickly comforted. Clang, clang, clang. Robert Strong was like an emotionless robot. He put on his helmet and walked out the door. After Robert Strong left, Cersei regained her composure. She questioned the biohazard mage loudly. "Why is it him? Qhoborn, what have you done?" "Your Majesty, I have already reported to you," Qhoborn said innocently. 7 hells. Cersei's face contorted as she reprimanded. "You said you were conducting immoral medical experiments. Is that something medicine can do?" "I am a doctor from the barbarians in Asha," Qhoborn argued. Then he added, "Also, he is the most loyal knight. Just like me, he will never betray you. Even if you ask him to bathe the great cathedral in blood, he will not hesitate or show mercy." All right. Cersei's face gradually regained color. She was convinced. "Ask him to kill the 5 lowly commoners who were rude to me." "Oh, which 5? During the parade? Many people were rude to you, Your Majesty." Qhoborn was confused. "Then kill as many as you can." "The more you kill, the happier I will be," Cersei said impatiently. "My experiment is at a critical stage. I need some living materials." Qhoborn rubbed his hands and smiled kindly. "Sure, their cries will give me a good dream. There is a dungeon under the Red Keep. The cries of the prisoners can be heard by the people living on the 1st floor. Of course, I want to hear the confessions of the 3 old nuns, Unia, Skoya, and Maul," Cersei said. "We cannot touch the people of the church for now, Your Majesty," Qhoborn advised. "I know. If you want revenge, you have to wait until after the trial. Wait until I regain control of King's Landing. Wait until I call back the elites of the Lannister from Riverside." "Oomph. Your Majesty is wise," Qhoborn complimented. "Right, that Dany Rise." Cersei thought of the Toad Witch's prophecy. Her face darkened and her eyes flickered. "Is she as beautiful as me?" This, Qhoborn did not understand and chose his words carefully. "I heard that the people of House Targaryen are all good-looking. Damn it, it's her." Cersei's expression changed, and she said fiercely, "Qhoborn, help me contact the Faceless. I want her dead." Qhoborn had a strange expression and said softly, "The Dragon Queen burned bravos. The Faceless did not dare to accept orders to assassinate the Dragon Queen." "What? What did you say?" Cersei's eyes widened. Qhoborn quickly told her what happened in Bravos a few days ago. After the 8-clawed spider Varys escape, Qhoborn became Cersei's new head of intelligence. Even when Cersei was captured, Pycelle and Kevin did not remove him from his position because of his outstanding abilities. He was 40 or 50% as powerful as Varys. Dragons can talk? I don't believe it. After listening to Qhoborn's report, Cersei shook her head. May the holy light protect you, Westeros. A loud and majestic voice suddenly came from outside the window. The tone was very strange. It was deep and coarse, like a mixture of tiger, lion, buffalo, and other large animals. It was definitely not a human voice. Ah, Megalosaurus. Megalosaurus is attacking. The mother of dragons has come to King's Landing. The castle guard shouted in panic. The mystic dragon can talk. The mystic dragon is talking. 7 gods. Cersei's expression changed. She could hear her uncle Sir Kevin's voice downstairs. What is he saying? She could not help but quickly walk to the balcony. I'm the eldest son of the dragon mother. I am the holy light, the left messenger of the light of the 7 gods. Cersei was stunned as she looked at the Megalosaurus with a thunderous voice. Her body stiffened, and she lost the ability to speak. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind. The mystic dragon is talking. Not only can the mystic dragon speak, he can also prophesy. I came to King's Landing today for 3 things. First, I swear in the name of the 7 gods that the City of Knowledge violated the rights of the guests and distorted the truth. The holy dragon explained in detail what happened in the City of Knowledge before he continued. This is against the teachings of the 7 gods. It is shocking. Therefore, the Dragon Queen and the Chief Bishop agreed to immediately put the City of Knowledge on trial. Second, I received a revelation from the old woman in my dream. I found a stone tablet in the Velvet Hills of Andalos. It came from the Huguenot dynasty more than 6,000 years ago. There was a prophecy recorded on the tablet. After the long summer, the stars will weep blood, and cold darkness will cover the world. The Son of Light was born in Riverland. He walked barefoot through the 7 kingdoms. He held the holy sword of light, forged with devout faith, fearless courage, and iron will. He will dispel the darkness and end the long night. Big Sparrow helped to change the prophecy. He felt that the prophecy that the Megalosaurus saw in the timeline was illogical, irregular, and lacked foundation. The Son of Light, the Holy Sword of Light, what are those? Cersei asked dumbly. It's a bit like Asha's prophecy, the one where Azor and Ahai reincarnate. Qyburn said with a strange expression. Then who is the Son of Light? Cersei and Qyburn looked at each other and screamed, Impossible! How can Big Sparrow be the son of prophecy? He looks so old and ugly. Well, in Cersei's heart, the son of prophecy should be as handsome as Legger. The chief bishop is the Son of Light. From the guards in the Red Keep, to the nobles on Aegon Hill, to the peddlers, residents, and beggars on the streets, they all guessed the identity of the Son of Light in the prophecy like Cersei. Compared to Asha's prophecy, the hints in the 7 gods' prophecy were too obvious. Suitable for all ages. Finally, about the Dragon Queen's sacred vow on the Great Wall. The one who ends the long night will be king. Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. My mother is a woman of her words and will keep her promise. Phew, this is good news. Cersei let out a long sigh of relief. 7 gods above, the wings of death can pick stars with his left hand and throw meteors with his right. If he sneaks in the Red Keep in the middle of the night and meteors fall from the sky, we're done for. Yes. Qyburn nodded and smiled. As long as we find a group of ruffians from King's Landing and send them to the Great Wall every month, the Iron Throne will be considered to have joined the United Ghost Resistance Front, and she will not be able to do anything to you. I hope this winter will last longer. Give me enough time. Cersei sighed. With my wisdom and experience, it will not be difficult to take back the power of the regent from my old uncle, and it will be easy to clean up the court's rebellious officials. As long as the political situation of the 7 kingdoms is stable and everything is under my control, the Great Sparrow will really become a soft and crispy roasted sparrow. As long as the mother of dragons. Sigh, how I hope the long night is real. Let that woman fight the other ghosts. Let the king of ghosts take her and her dragon away. Cersei put her hands together and prayed in the direction of the great cathedral of Baelor. 7 gods, let the long night become real. Let the other ghosts be as fierce as the Megalosaurus. Let the winter come fiercer. Chapter 409. Merciful Mother of God, the long night must come and freeze and starve those lowly mobs of kings landing to death. Not a single one will be left. Just Father of God, brave warrior, you must make the mystic dragon and the mother of dragons fair, selfless, brave, fearless, and unafraid of sacrifice. She must be brave and selfless in the face of the other ghosts. Only those who do not fear death will truly die. Only those who persevere in selflessness will truly have no personal property. Only those who do not fear sacrifice will truly sacrifice themselves. Wise crone, please take away the wisdom of the mother of dragons. Let her continue to be foolish and invest her money, energy, and military power into the wall. Let her recklessly duel with the other ghosts. Let her always be at the forefront and be surrounded by 100,000 strong and ferocious other ghosts. God of strength, blacksmith, bless the mother of dragons. May her sword break when she meets an enemy. May she lose all her energy in duels. Stranger, take away Danny, Liz, and her dragon. Let them accompany you in the 7 hells. Cersei could swear that even when her son Joffrey passed away, her father Tywin passed away, and even when she was imprisoned in the cathedral's dungeon, she was not as pious as she was now. Caborn, tell me quickly, is the long night real? She then pulled Caborn's hand and asked expectantly. The other ghosts might be real, but the long night might not be, Caborn said hesitantly. Cersei was very dissatisfied and shouted angrily, Why? Those are other ghosts. The ones in Old Nan's stories are so scary. The other ghosts bring the cold, take away the sun, and plunge the world into the long night. 99% of the humans have died. At this point, Cersei suddenly laughed innocently like a young girl. Ha ha ha, what a beautiful number. 99%. The peasants, mobs, and beggars have all died. Your Majesty, the King's Landing, Hajien, and the Western Territory are all short of food. Even Casterly Rock is not prepared for summer due to the continuous battles, Caborn reminded carefully. When have you heard of Lannisters starving to death? As for the peasants, the more of them die, the better. Cersei laughed disdainfully. She quickly added, Of course, that ugly monster Tyrion does not count. 7 gods, let that deformed devil monkey be poor and hungry to the point that he can only bite his nose. His nose is long gone. There's nothing to gnaw on. Looking at the ecstatic Empress Dowager, Caborn broke out in cold sweat, drenching his back. He looked at the Queen Dowager's expression and cautiously said, Your Majesty, there might be no long night. Cersei's wild laughter came to an abrupt halt. She pouted and complained. How can there be no night? Old Nan's stories, the other of the ghosts of the dark of evil ghosts rock, even deviant ghosts have appeared. So why is long night gone? Caborn revealed an apologetic and amiable smile, as though he had stopped the long night that the Empress Dowager had been looking forward to. There is the Great Wall between the 7 kingdoms and beyond the Great Wall. There are also the Night Watchers and the Dragon Queen, who is madly investing in the Great Wall. I heard that Dragonstone Island is madly mining dragon crystals, and dragon crystals suppress the other ghosts. Now that there is a united ghost resistance front, the nobles of the 7 kingdoms will continue to send people to the Great Wall. Just like us, joining the united ghost resistance front will at least ensure that the mystic dragon will not burn down their castles. The Great Wall has soldiers, money, and weapons. The other ghosts will not be able to pass. But without the other ghosts, it will not bring the long night to the Westeros. He explained softly, Damn it, why is the Great Wall not collapsing? Cersei cursed. Suddenly, she had an idea. Her beautiful blue eyes flashed with intelligence. She said, How about we send the 3 brothers to the Great Wall and have them secretly let the other ghosts in? The 3 brothers of Kate and Blake, the eldest, Osmond, the second, Osfrey, and the third, Ernie's, were the 3 scavenger crows in Cersei's Feast of the Crows. The 3 unknown hooligans used their weapons and skills to rise to the top. The eldest brother became the King's Guard. The second brother became the commander-in-chief of the city's garrison. and the third brother became the Empress Dowager's close vassal. Cersei's original plan was to let the third brother seduce her daughter-in-law, Marjorie, and then let the third brother confess his affair with the queen to the Great Sparrow. When the third brother was arrested, she would personally appear and send him to the Great Wall. When he reached the Great Wall, the third brother had a mission: to trick Jon to death and make the Stark extinct. Unfortunately, the Great Sparrow saw through Cersei's plan. He did not hesitate to torture the third brother, who came to report Marjorie. The third brother could not take the beating and instead revealed all of Cersei's secrets. Then, Cersei was sent to prison. She did not learn from her mistakes and came up with an even more cunning plan. "No, Your Majesty, you cannot let the deviant ghosts in." Qhoborn's expression changed as he hurriedly advised. "You saw it yourself. When facing deviant ghosts, Dragon Queen abhors evil. If she knew that you let deviant ghosts into the Northern Territory, she would immediately send wings of death to send a meteor down on you." "Who would know that I did it?" Cersei said. Qhoborn did not know what to say. His boss's intelligence was so low that he wanted to change bosses. He heard that the Dragon Queen knew witchcraft and was a witch. He did not know if she would want someone like him. "Kate and Blake will definitely betray you." He sighed. "They dare." Cersei shouted. "Sigh. How did you end up in the dungeon of the Great Sanctuary?" Qhoborn reminded her. A few days later, River Delta City. At noon, in the dining hall, many of the Fry family's descendants were gathered together, waiting for the meal to start. The old scholar suddenly walked in from the side door and whispered something into the Marquis's ear. "Ha ha ha." After a while, the bald Wade Fry laughed maniacally as he held the letter the scholar passed him. Joy and mockery were evident on his face. "My lord, what good news do you have?" Black Wade, who was sitting at the head of the table, asked. Black Wade was the great-grandson of Marquis Wade and the main executor of the Bloody Wedding. Wade Fry was a man of honor. He was 91 years old this year, married 8 times, and had more than 20 sons. Those sons helped him give birth to hundreds of grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-grandchildren. Old Fry was the most prosperous person in Game of Thrones. Just the descendants of Fry alone could form a cavalry unit. The truth is out. College violated the rights of the guests and tried to murder the Dragon Queen. Old Wade excitedly told him about how the holy Megalosaurus sentenced College to 7 serious crimes. "I told you long ago that College must be lying. Many poets in Port Lannister are singing the ballad of the mysterious night, Layla. A legendary hero like the Dragon Queen would definitely not violate the rights of the guests," Red Wade said proudly. Red Wade was Old Wade's grandson. He was only 15 years old this year and had just returned from Casterly Rock City. Old Wade had too many descendants and couldn't split them all up. In order to please their old fathers, grandfathers, and great-grandfathers, many Freys named their sons Wade and their daughters Veda, a feminine modification of the word Wade. Old Wade had more than a dozen descendants named Wade and Veda. It was easy to remember since they were all named Wade and Veda, but it was impossible to tell them apart. Therefore, according to appearance and personality, there were Black Wade, Blue Wade, Red Wade, Big Wade, Little Wade, White Veda, Fat Veda, Beautiful Veda. Other than Wade, many famous people in the 7 kingdoms were also murdered. For example, Tywin Fry, Aerys Fry, Rhaega Fry, Robert Fry, Jaime Fry, Cersei Fry. Old Marquis Wade was looked down upon all year round. He was mocked for being a nouveau riche with a 600-year-old family background. Then, every time he was mocked, he could go home and find the noble who mocked him and vent his anger. The 7 gods couldn't do anything when people hit their children. Old Wade glanced at his grandson and said calmly, "Kid, I'm happy. It has nothing to do with whether the Dragon Queen is a hero or not." "Then what are you happy about?" "Yesterday, you pulled me and asked me to tell you the story of the world's first female knight, Layla, who bravely took the crown of love and beauty." "I thought you liked her," Red Wade said, confused. "If she was a beauty, I would definitely like her." Old Wade rolled his eyes. "Everyone says she's very beautiful," Red Wade said foolishly. "Cough, cough." Black Wade interrupted his young uncle and said seriously, It's because the Dragon Queen is legendary enough that the City of Learning's violation of the guest's rights is even more conspicuous. Haven't you noticed? Recently, there have been fewer and fewer comments comparing us Wade to a rat chef. That's because the City of Learning is like a giant magnetic shield, blocking us Fry and attracting the attention of the people of the Seven Kingdoms. Big Black, you know how I feel. Old Wade showed a smile that resembled a weasel and praised him. I heard that the Bravosi also violated the guest's rights. Blue Wade, who was in the corner of the hall, suddenly said. Blue Wade's mother was a Tyroshi. He was greatly influenced by her and adopted many Tyroshi customs. For example, he dyed his mustache blue and braided it into little braids. Because of that, he had the nickname Blue Wade. Who did you hear that from? Old Wade raised his head and squinted at the corner for a while. He finally confirmed that it was one of his great-grandsons. While patrolling, I met a sea merchant from Saltpan Town. He received a messenger crow from the other side of the narrow sea. The incident happened a few days ago and will only spread after a while. Madame Stoneheart had hanged a few frays. Rouen River City had been arranging for a fleet to search for the Brotherhood without flags along the Green Fork and Trident Rivers. Come closer and talk. Old Wade waved at Blue Wade. It was too far away, and he had a hard time listening. Blue Wade walked past 2 long wooden tables and dozens of brothers and uncles who were looking over curiously. He walked to Old Wade and told him the news he had heard. Ha ha ha! Old Wade raised his head and laughed wildly. Wonderful. This is big news that will shake the Western continent. On one side is the leader of the 9 free trade city-states, Bravos, and on the other is the world-famous Dragon Queen. They deserve to be remembered by the future generations. As for us, Fry, I love her to death, Dragon Queen. Third brother's wife, your daughter-in-law, is about to give birth, right? The daughter will be called Danny Lees, and the boy will be called Dennis. Old Wade pointed at a bearded Fry and laughed. Grandfather, my wife is about to give birth too, said a bald middle-aged man at the next table. All right, they'll all be called Danny Lees. The white one will be called White Danny, and the black one will be called Black Danny. Ha! Cough, cough, cough. After panting for a while, the old man's weasel face was full of mockery. She should continue to wander around. It would be best if she visited the 9 city-states of the Western continent and all the castles of the Westeros counts and above. Don't bring any guards. Only then will it evoke the deepest and darkest desires in everyone's hearts. When everyone did the same thing, when it became customary to violate the rights of guests, Wade Fry would no longer be the most despicable one. Thinking of this, Old Wade slammed the table and shouted, Go get a bottle of Chinting Island golden wine. Let's celebrate. Congratulations to the Dragon Queen. Congratulations to Shiweching. Congratulations to the great Titan. Chapter 410. Blackie first received the official identity of the Great Guardian of Light at the King's Landing, then rushed to the old town before the messenger crows and announced the 7 deadly sins of the City of Knowledge. This was not the lynching of the City of Knowledge by the Dragon Queen. The Great Sparrow and the Church were also officially involved in this matter. Just like when Cersei reported Marjorie, the Archbishop accepted the case and locked Marjorie up. When Dany reported the City of Knowledge, the Archbishop also accepted the case and summoned the scholars of the City of Knowledge to participate in the Church's trial. This was a tradition. If the named scholars went to the Great Wall obediently, it was equivalent to them admitting their crimes. After putting on the black robe and erasing their sins, the Church would no longer interfere. If the scholars of the City of Knowledge were captured by the bounty hunters and sent to the Great Cathedral, the Great Sparrow would teach them a lesson. After doing this, Dany's matter in the Westeros would be completely resolved. Blackie took the route from Dorne to Stonestep Islands to Lys to Volantis to Materris to Astapor and picked up a person at Stonestep Islands. Black's sister Larissa. After the King of Dimensional Waters' fleet was given to Barristan to reorganize, the mission of robbing Hathar's grain transport fleet was also completed by him. All right, robbing was nonsense. Barristan had to guarantee 2 things. First, the old man of the old town spent 3 million gold royals to buy 200,000 tons of grain from the Free City and transported it safely to Crab Island and Dragonstone Island. Secondly, the fleet of the reserve White Knight Darkstar would receive the barbarians from Eastwatch and settle them in Stonestep Islands and the Land of Strife. Yes, 60%, about 120,000 tons of grain would be transported to Crab Island, and then transported bit by bit from Crab Island to Crab Bay and the upstream Trident River to be handed over to Monk Marabad in Nuquin City. Let the old monk help the farmers of Hygiene who did not have any grain because of the war. Once a word was spoken, it was hard to take it back. Since Dany promised Monk Marabad to save the people of Hygiene, regardless of whether she was influenced by the Three-Eyed Crow at that time, she had to keep her word. The other 80,000 tons would be sent to Dragonstone Island to be stored in case of emergency. Bull Neck Marwyn continued to follow the fleet of the Fourth White Knight, Garth. He wanted to go to Myr to buy materials to build the magic internet. Yes, the book, Valeglia's Magic Network, in the library of the City of Knowledge's main steward had been borrowed by the old man from the old town to give to Marvin. Dany planned to use Dragonstone Island's volcano to build a small magic network. The black girl, Larissa, had originally planned to find Dragon Queen to become her disciple. Naturally, she couldn't stay on Dragonstone Island. Under the guidance of the talking Holy Dragon, Larissa took out the steel sword, books, and strange treasures that the Dragon Queen had robbed from Lys and Volantis. Oh, 7 gods above, so many steel swords. Black Sis was stunned when she opened the package. Sigh. The Bravo's Iron Vault is the place with the most tile swords. Unfortunately, we can't snatch that place even if we want to. Dragon Queen said regretfully through Dahe's mouth. Previously, during the second negotiation at the Black and White House, Dragon Queen had asked the Iron Treasury to compensate the reserve White Knight for mental damage and let him choose a tile steel sword. That day, Dany had promised to equip the Darkstar with a tile steel sword. But the loot was hidden in Lys and Volantis, and there was no chance to take it out. And Geralt would immediately lead the rented fleet to the EC to pick up the barbarians near the docks outside the Great Wall. They might encounter ghouls and other ghosts. Dany didn't want to extort the Bravo's people. She didn't lack 1 or 2 swords. She just wanted to make Geralt's trip safer. The Keykeeper was also very straightforward. After understanding the Dragon Queen's idea, he immediately agreed. Then the fat man, Bersalo, personally brought Geralt to the Iron Vault and let him choose. 800 swords. There were 3,000 tile steel weapons in the world, and only 227 in the Westeros. The rest were mostly in the Free Cities. Bravos alone had more than 800 swords. Knives, swords, axes, spears, daggers, they had everything. At that time, Dany really understood how rich the Iron Vault was. Or rather, how profitable the faceless business was. Bersalo didn't want to hide the Iron Vault's wealth. Father Mott deliberately lived in a broken house, drank porridge, ate steamed buns and pickled vegetables, and then said that he lived a hard life and was a poor man. Would you believe it? Even the barbarians knew that the Iron Vault hid more than half of the world's gold. What was the point of hiding it? When Geralt was shocked and asked how the Iron Treasury was able to collect so many tile steel swords, the fat Keykeeper also bluntly said, more than half of them were faceless ones' remuneration. Tile steel swords were a hard currency that far surpassed gold. They were easy to carry and were not that eye-catching. In fact, if it doesn't involve extraordinary power, tile steel swords have the same effect as Coer fine steel swords except that they are lighter. Only the Westeros knights like to use tile steel swords as weapons. In the Free Cities, tile steel swords are mostly used as payment for large transactions. The fat man, Bersalo, said, in fact, it was reasonable to think about it. Killing the infant Dragon Queen would cost 5 million gold royals. Dozens of tons of gold would need to be loaded into a large ship. Transporting it over thousands of miles was too ostentatious and too dangerous. As for opening an account with the Iron Vault, after depositing the gold from Slave Bay in Volantis, the Iron Vault charged the Dragon Queen 13% of the processing fee. 1 million gold royals and 130,000 gold royals to the Iron Vault. An ordinary person would not be able to bear it. To be honest, after knowing that the Iron Vault had 800-tile steel swords, Dany regretted it for a moment. She should have tried to get Gerald to hire 1 or 2 mercenary groups and set them up near the Iron Vault. With Blackie's help, maybe they could try robbing the Iron Vault? Well, the Iron Vault was built under a rocky mountain. The tunnel was narrow and deep. 2 dragons would not be able to rob the bank. Other than retrieving the spoils of war, Blackie also had the task of observing the movements of the Allied army. To be honest, Dany initially thought that a world war would not break out. Slave Bay and Queers were separated by the Purgatory Wasteland. It was more than 2,000 kilometers by land. Volantis was even further away from Slave Bay. Even if they risked crossing Valeglia, it would still be 2,500 kilometers. How long would it take for the Allied army of 100,000 to travel? How much pressure would the logistics be? Taking the sea route from New Gith, facing the Dragon Queen who had absolute control of the air, the blood of the Allied army could dye the Sea of Sorrows red. At that time, Dany felt that even if the Allied army was determined and had thousands of ships transporting resources, the war would only break out a year later. A year later, even the long night would come. What was the point of fighting? Unfortunately, she guessed wrong. The Allied army had already set off. Half of the fleet in Volantis port was gone. They had most likely sailed to New Gith. The Navy would use New Gith as a bridgehead to attack Slave Bay. On the wide Valeglia road from Volantis to Materis, it was not packed with people. But every 10 kilometers, hundreds and thousands of mercenaries could be seen. The elephant carts, horse carriages, and ox carts that transported food formed a line that stretched for 4 to 5 kilometers. Screech, Dahe carried 2 big bags and whizzed past the mercenaries 400 meters above their heads. Ah, Demon Dragon is attacking. Quickly push out the dragon, slaying crossbow. The mercenaries were shocked at first, but they quickly calmed down. They moved quickly and had a clear division of labor. Some of the archers opened the curtains on the carriages and pushed out the dragon, slaying crossbows. They adjusted the angle of the shooting holes and searched for the megalosaurus in the sky. The rest of the people spread out and hid in the fields on both sides of the black stone road to avoid the concentrated fire of the megalosaurus. I am the great guardian of light. I am the holy light. Ah. The giant dragon suddenly opened its mouth to speak. It was too shocking. The mercenaries screamed in fear. While they were still far away from the shooting range, the Dragon Slayer crossbows were already shooting out bolts after bolts. The demon dragon is speaking. Gods! The mercenaries panicked. Some of them even cried. Seeing how terrified they were, Dany suddenly lost the mood to act cool. She said, Dragon Mother is virtuous. Let me give you a piece of advice. This is the road to death. The sea of blood is boundless. Turn back and you'll be saved. Good. Then she left without looking back. All right, this was already very pretentious. The black girl Arisa and the mercenaries below were all stunned. They were deeply shocked. Some of them even fell into deep thought, wondering if they should turn back and you'll be saved. The sea of blood is boundless. Just the sound of it was terrifying. Flying over the plains of the Rhone River, the sky suddenly darkened. It was as if the sun above them was covered with a thick layer of cotton. Blackie entered the land of long summer. The sky was gray, and the barren land was covered with brown and red weeds. A straight Valeglia road led to Materis. There were no demons. The mercenaries and caravans were endless on the black stone road, but none of them had been attacked by the demons. The scene outside Materis City shocked Dany even more. Thousands of tents of various colors suddenly sprouted on the plains outside the city like mushrooms after the rain. There were also at least 30 square formations of thousands of people practicing martial arts. One of the elephant soldier phalanxes actually had over 1,000 giant elephants charging in a line. Almost every giant elephant had a crossbow installed on its back. Perhaps there were not enough dragon-slaying crossbows. More than half of the elephants were only carrying a normal crossbow. The demon dragon is attacking. Soon, someone noticed the black dragon circling in the sky. Woo woo woo. The horns sounded, and the camp that stretched for 10 kilometers was in an uproar. The infantrymen raised their shields to protect the archers. The ballistae lifted the tarpaulin and arranged themselves into a circular formation to protect the soldiers. Squeak! Blackie flew over the elephant herd. The dragon's might was fully displayed. It was domineering and unrestrained. Ong, ong, ong. The elephant herd was indeed in a commotion. They stomped their hooves, raised their noses, flapped their big ears, and let out dense cries that sounded like a whistle. However, although the elephant herd was stomping back and forth, they were basically under the control of the elephant soldiers. They did not run around randomly. According to the people of the wind-blowing group, the elephant soldiers came from the Jade Walrus Island. Could it be that they had special elephant controlling skills? Or was the dragon's might too weak because of the distance? A few thoughts appeared in Danny's mind. However, she did not dare to go down and verify it. The crossbow on the elephant's back was already loaded and aimed at the sky. Impossible. Danny was shocked by the elephant herd's reaction. In the yurt below Madeira City, a girl was even more shocked. Her beautiful hair cascaded down her perky buttocks like a waterfall. A dragon-shaped red crystal hairpin fixed her long bangs behind her head, revealing her full and smooth forehead. She had a tall nose, exquisite five senses, and deep blue eyes that surpassed her age. There was also that golden priest robe. On the back of her robe was a burning volcano with smoke rising in spirals. A megalosaurus with a sword in its claws was circling the peak of the mountain. It was the emblem of the Balerian family, the head of the 14 fire peaks. This girl who was looking up at the sky with a shocked expression was Jenny Balerian, the archpriestess Orlos, who was once possessed by an evil god. In the previous battle, she had clearly exploded into millions of dragon worms, but she still survived. Moreover, not only did she not die, she came to Materis and got involved with the Alliance. The black dragon is at least 500 meters away from the ground. How can it still affect the giant elephant that has been soaked in dragon blood? A two-headed demon, beside Jenny said with a serious expression. The man was in his early 30s and was almost 2 meters tall. He had fluffy silver hair that fell over his shoulders and light purple eyes. His appearance and dressing were a bit like Brad Pitt in the Stills of Troy. However, he had 2 heads. One of them had shrunk into a thick layer of pale skin and was stuck between the man's left shoulder and neck. Demigod. The black dragon has the aura of a demigod, Jenny said with difficulty. Chapter 411. Demigod? Are you saying that the black dragon is already a demigod? The two-headed demon exclaimed. He is only 2 years old. He is not even an adult yet. Danny Reese does not know how to let the Megalosaurus practice meditation. How did he become a demigod? I'm not sure. Jenny's beautiful face was gloomy. The last time we met was only 2 months ago. The black dragon does not know meditation and is not a demigod. In just 2 months, not only did he learn the Grand Wizard's meditation, he also condensed a 9-colored whirlpool in his mind and stepped into the demigod realm. Are you sure? The black dragon has already condensed the perfect meditation technique? The two-headed demon said in disbelief. I created the meditation technique. How can I be wrong? Jenny's voice suddenly changed from a clear and melodious girl's voice to a mixture of thousands of voices. It was strange, low, and cold, as if it was going to drill into the depths of one's soul through one's ears, making the strong man's hair stand on end. The two-headed demon shivered, lowered his head, and said respectfully, Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I did not know you were here. Danny Reese is not simple. She learned without a teacher and mastered the skill of copying the foundation of meditation. Jenny did not even look at him. She kept looking up at the black dragon hovering in the sky, but her voice returned to a clear and melodious girl's voice. Then did she discover the secret of overclocking? The two-headed demon asked worriedly. Look, the black dragon is full of energy. It looks like he has overclocked. Jenny laughed. Phew, that's good. The two-headed demon sighed in relief. The black dragon is close to a demigod. If he overclocks with Danny Reese, she will definitely step into the demigod realm. Your Majesty, we have to get rid of the black dragon before Danny Reese masters the secret of overclocking. Otherwise, killing the black dragon in the future is the same as helping her, or even helping her walk on the path of godhood like you. Jenny frowned and said, "You are right. We have to kill the black dragon who can match her dragon spirit as soon as possible. But the black dragon is very cautious and always stays above 500 meters in the sky. Benny, what do you suggest? Why don't you walk out and let the black dragon see you? The Megalosaurus has always been stupid and impulsive. Perhaps it will fly down and attack you." Benny said carefully, "You want me to be bait?" Jenny pondered for a while and then stepped out of the small yurt. She opened her mouth but didn't make any sound. However, a powerful soul fluctuation was transmitted to 1 kilometer away and was clearly received by Blackie. "Evil dragon, I am the dragon god. Hurry up and kneel down." Dahe and Danny were both shocked. Dahe and Danny combined and turned into the chatty, holy Megalosaurus. "Dear 7 gods of light, Jenny, you're not dead?" But this time, Sheng Long had no intention of chatting with his old friend. He turned around and found traces of Jenny on the ground. After confirming that the other party could use soul voice transmissions even from over 1,000 meters away, Sheng Long turned around and fled without hesitation. He flew away from Materis as fast as he could. "Evildoer, I, the radiant holy dragon, will deal with you sooner or later." Before leaving, Danny left a threat. Well, people were stubborn. Jenny was dumbfounded. She was shocked by the black dragon's straightforwardness and was also shocked that he could speak. A demon dragon spoke. The tens of thousands of soldiers below screamed in shock. They didn't know that a certain Sheng Long was terrified when he saw that they outnumbered him. They were all terrified because it was the first time they heard a Megalosaurus speak. The holy Megalosaurus only used its mouth to speak. In terms of pretentiousness, it was several levels lower than Jenny's soul voice transmissions, but the effect was dozens of levels higher. Especially the Megalosaurus's voice was majestic and holy, full of vigor. Black Dragon can actually speak? Even the 2-headed demon, Benny Morosis, was stunned. Jenny was also shocked and confused, but she didn't show it. She forced herself to calm down and said, "In the last era, dragons were born with the ability to speak origin language. However, the Valeglia Megalosaurus was a creation of blood magic. Even if its bloodline was restored, its flying speed, strength, physique, dragon flames, and intelligence were exactly the same as the ancient Megalosaurus. It was still unable to inherit the origin language. In this aspect, it's not as good as the pterosaurs and dragonworms. They all know some origin language. But the black dragon speaks the Valeglia language, not the origin language. Humans can understand origin language. Benny still couldn't understand. Origin language is a language that praises the earth and mountains. It's a secondary language of songs. Only natural spiritual beings can speak and listen. It's not that humans can't understand it, but it requires too much talent. Very few people can understand it. Language of songs? The 2-headed demon Benny was even more confused. He was a direct descendant of the 3rd fire peak, Mirasis. Materis belonged to Mirasis for generations, just like how Orlos belonged to Beleriand and Telia belonged to Vargas. In the land of long summer, other than the capital Valeglia, there were 3 city-states directly under it. They belonged to the top 3 families of the 14 fire peaks. These 3 families were all descendants of gods. Their ancestors were the 3 gods that the people of Valeglia believed in: Beleriand, Vargas, and Mirasis. The Megalosaurus of Aegon the Conqueror was named after these 3 gods. Benny was the king of Materis. His status was only second to Jenny Beleriand. He knew the secrets of the dragon spirit, overclocking fusion, and how the great wizard of Valeglia became an undying god. However, he had never heard of the language of songs. It wasn't that the Mirasis family didn't know as many secrets as Beleriand, nor did Jenny know about the language of songs. However, Jenny wasn't just Jenny now. There was no doubt that Beleriand knew all of Valeglia's secrets. Jenny looked at the black dragon that was gradually disappearing at the end of her line of sight and said faintly, "The Creator played the grand symphony and built the world from nothingness. Every melody in the grand symphony turned into time, space, and matter of the world. This is the origin of the world. In the first batch of creatures born in the world, some of them were divine creatures. I call them Holy Spirits. They could listen to the melody in the great music and gradually comprehend their own songs. Even the melody itself was spiritual. It evolved from a part of the great music into a complete song. For example, Lalo from the Song of Fire. The era before the first era belonged to the singers to the gods, and the singers were the gods. The gods sang their own songs and formed a chorus with the other gods. This made the world prosperous and colorful. The Song of Law was the language of the gods. It was called the language of songs by the first era supernaturals. The melody of the great music was open to all creatures. The Holy Spirits understood and mastered the Song of Law. Other creatures were not as divine as the Holy Spirits. After listening to the melody of the great music, they could not learn their own songs. They could only instinctively record the chorus of the gods in their souls. Therefore, the original language was called the lesser language of songs. In fact, our Valeglia meditation rune was also a lesser language of songs. All the basic meditation runes of the human schools were lesser language of songs. The world played the great music. The gods listened to the melody of the great music and created their own song of law. When the humans were born, the gods had already formed a chorus. We could only listen to their songs and hope to find the original melody from their songs. Valeglia's meditation rune was fundamentally a lesser language of songs of fire. The fire mages were a level lower than the great wizards of Valeglia. They listened to my songs, the lesser of songs. Unlike the Targaryens, Miracis was truly one of Valeglia's own people. Ginny's explanation was very detailed, almost as if she was teaching. Well, to understand the difference between the Targaryens, Miracis, and Balerion, one could look at the Manchu regime. Before the rise of Valeglia, they were nomads in the land of long summer. A very weak, inferior, and primitive people. Valeglia equals Manchu's 14 Fire Peak families equals Eisenjorno's 8 great families. Valeglia equals Majar, Tonga, Gur, Fucha, Nala, Nahu, Waya, and other great families. Targaryens equals Manchu's Valerian. Settiga equals Manchu's hereditary Manchus. The people of the world ruled by Valeglia equals, well, everyone knows that. The free fortresses of Valeglia spread all over the world equals Banner City. Among the great cities of the Celestial Empire, the Targaryens were arrogant in front of outsiders. But in front of the 14 Fire Peak families, they were nothing. 400 years ago, the Targaryen self-exile to Dragonstone Island was equivalent to the Emperor's royal guard in the Forbidden City being banished to the Ninga Tower. Well, at least the Targaryens still had a few dragons. They definitely deserved the title of royal guard. The black dragon was hatched from an Asha stone egg. I wouldn't be surprised if he awakened the source language from the depths of his bloodline, but he can speak the Valeglia language freely and fluently. The doubt on Ginny's face turned serious, and she said, "This means that his intelligence must be very high, surpassing the Megalosaurus of Valeglia. This is very scary." Benny had an idea and asked, "Is it possible that Danny Lilith is speaking through the mouth of the Megalosaurus in the form of a dragon spirit?" "Impossible." Ginny immediately shook her head in denial and said with certainty, "A dragon spirit is not a shapeshifter, and a Megalosaurus is not a normal animal companion. The will of a Megalosaurus cannot be distorted, and the dignity of a Megalosaurus cannot be blasphemed. We can only merge with the soul of a Megalosaurus and tell them what to do, but we can't control their body and usurp their will. Maybe Danny Lilith is in the form of a dragon spirit, and her soul is in the black dragon's soul realm. Maybe the black dragon's words are relayed to her, but the black dragon must have spoken by himself. Well, even the old monsters who have lived for thousands of years have never heard of two souls in one body and dual cultivation of ice and fire." Benny said, "Only holy spirits can comprehend their own songs from the grand movement, and become true gods from there. Then, is it possible that Danny Lilith is a natural Holy Spirit? It should be, Ginny nodded, and said with certainty, since the birth of the first batch of living beings, for more than 10 million years of the First Era, not a single Holy Spirit was born. But there are always exceptions. After the calamity of the long night, the Second Era began. As if blessed by fate, the land of long summer gave birth to 3 Holy Spirits, namely me, Vargas, and Milaris, triplets, 3 brothers. After 6,000 years, not a single Holy Spirit was born. Maybe as 3 brothers are the only Holy Spirits who can listen to the grand movement. But Danny Lilith is the pinnacle of blood witchcraft in Valeglia. She only exists in prophecies and is a miracle that cannot happen in theory. There is no doubt that her talent is better than mine and my 2 brothers. So, I guess she's also a Holy Spirit. So, Danny Lilith can also become a true god? Benny was shocked. True god? Ginny laughed bitterly. You think I'm a true god? Of course you are a true god. Even Lalo has to submit to you, Benny said respectfully. Bullshit. The delicate priestess's face suddenly twisted, and she burst out. Chapter 412. Ginny clenched her fists and growled. Thousands of years ago, I took the Song of Fire from Lalo, but I couldn't sing my own Song of Fire. 5,000 years ago, I was at the peak of demigod, 1 foot in the door of true God. 5,000 years later, I'm still a demigod, and that foot in the door of true God hasn't moved forward at all. The rules of the world have changed, and I'm not sure if it's because of the gods or because the rules have changed. Anyway, since the First Era, the world we live in no longer allows the birth of true gods. My understanding of the Song of Fire is 10 times more than Lalo, and I have the help of Vargas and Mirasis. I was born to be the first human to become a true god, the god of fire. But look at me now. I'm neither dead nor alive, and I'm in an awkward situation. And the once glorious Valeglia is in ruins, and the 14 fire peaks are almost wiped out. Lalo is still on the throne, and he's even become the king of light. Benny seemed to feel the same way, and he was also angry. Can Danny Rise help you take the last step? He asked expectantly. I don't know. You don't know? Benny raised his voice. Then what are we doing? I said, this world doesn't allow mortals to become true gods. I'm not sure if Danny Rise can help me break the barrier, but if I fuse with her bloodline and soul, I'll be free from the seal, and it'll be easy to break the curse of the land of summer. Just like what I predicted 400 years ago. When she said this, Jenny's voice and tone changed again. It wasn't a mix of multiple voices, but an old male voice, exactly the same as the great wizard Danny met when she crossed the River of Time in the Immortal Palace and arrived at the Valeglia Wizard Tower. Benny knew the state of Jenny, so he wasn't surprised by her change in tone and address. Your prediction back then was wrong. The girl who awakened the legendary bloodline wasn't born in the Belarus family of the First Fire Peak, he said hesitantly. A look of reminiscence appeared on Jenny's face as she slowly explained. When I communicated with her that day, I didn't know that the 2 of us were separated by 400 years on the timeline. He could only vaguely sense Belarus's aura on her, so he guessed that she was a girl from the First Fire Peak who had just awakened her dragon spirit talent. When I went to the First Fire Peak and asked Chief Belarus, I found out that there was no such person in his family. This aroused my suspicion. After all, it was a dragon spirit. After that, I organized all the wizards in the Wizard Council. After expending a huge amount of manpower and material resources to extract information related to her spiritual fluctuations from the magic ball of the Adept Tower, they finally noticed the traces of time. I also discovered that her soul fluctuations are very special. She has awakened a top-level bloodline that far surpasses that of a dragon spirit. Speaking of this, Ginny couldn't help but sigh, and helplessly said, although the Moon Chance meditation technique was referenced in the process of improving the Grand Wizard's meditation technique, our 9-color vortex was modeled after the Megalosaurus. The Megalosaurus is too slow when it comes to prophecies, time, and the future. It's inferior to the moon chant, and it's far inferior to the green prophet of the Westeros. The believers of the Light King are also very proficient in prophecies. They can foresee danger, Benny said. Hee, you say that because you have never seen the terror of the green prophet. Jenny sneered. Then, she explained in detail, the so-called prophecies are just a trace of spiritual consciousness that enters the timeline in a certain way and observes the future. The tenacity and mysteriousness of the green prophet's soul is unparalleled in the world. They can even ignore space and travel freely in the timeline. Not to mention the red-robed wizard. Even Lalo himself can't do this. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. I know the taboo that no Dragon King can take half a step into the Westeros. I also know that Valeglia conquered Sosros, conquered the Barren Lands, conquered Asha, and even went deep into the easternmost Dark Land to build a fortress in the desert where evil gods wreak havoc. But I never thought of conquering the Westeros that are close at hand. Benny recalled the secrets he saw in the ancient books passed down in his family, and couldn't help but ask curiously, but the process of Targaryen conquering the Westeros was very smooth. They weren't obstructed by the Green Prophet, and just 3 dragons were able to unify the 7 kingdoms. Hee, look at the end of Targaryen. Jenny's lips curled into a mocking sneer. Their family raised dragons for more than 6,000 years, but they ruled the Westeros for only 100 years before the dragons became extinct and their clansmen died out. In Valeglia, Targaryen was known for being sophisticated and cautious. But the moment he ascended the Iron Throne, his entire family went crazy. That's because Targaryen's foundation is shallow. Once a villain achieved success, he became rampant and forgot his original identity and the modesty that he should have. Benny said with disdain, "What if I told you that in Valeglia's 6,000 years of history, at least 50 Dragon King disappeared while exploring the Westeros? Both humans and Megalosaurus disappeared without a trace. There were even 5 great wizards who went crazy while riding dragons to search for the remains of the old gods. Would you still think so?" Jenny said lightly. How is this possible?" Benny's face was pale as he said in a low voice, "Aren't the great wizards invincible in the world? The great wizards are also divided into ranks. The 14 Fire Peak families can't guarantee that every generation will have a child with the talent of the dragon spirit. What's even more frightening is that we have never met the Green Prophet face to face since ancient times. We didn't even have a chance to fight, and those great wizards died without knowing what happened." Jenny sighed. Benny's face was ugly as he said, "So, with Dany Rise's talent, she will definitely be the strongest wizard in history in the future." "Obviously she is." Jenny nodded without hesitation and said, "Give her 30 years. Even if she doesn't get the remaining inheritance of the great wizards, she will still surpass all the great wizards of the past. At that time, even the Green Prophet won't be able to plot against her. But she hasn't been practicing for long. She only learned meditation for 2 months. How can she come and go freely in the Westeros?" "I don't know." Jenny was also puzzled. "When I heard that she appeared in the Westeros, I thought she wouldn't come back. Could it be that the Green Prophet of this generation is her relative and let her live?" Hee. As if she was really happy that the Dragon Queen had escaped, Jenny actually joked happily in the end. "This is good, very good. I really want to know what special abilities the bloodline above the dragon spirit has." She licked her lips and looked greedily in the direction of Slavery Bay. Benny felt that Lady Jenny seemed to be too optimistic and couldn't help but remind her tactfully, "Your Majesty, since the Black Dragon has become a demigod, should we revise our plan? If we only feed the ghost grass mixed with dragonworm blood, the elephants and horses won't be immune to the Black Dragon's aura. Don't worry, I am the Dragon God, the ancestor of the second Megalosaurus. I have 10,000 ways to deal with the Megalosaurus," Jenny said confidently. Benny's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "Can we repeat the blood witchcraft from 6,000 years ago and use the pterosaur and dragonworm to create the Megalosaurus again?" "Your Majesty, we actually still have many clansmen. Orlas, Madaris, Illyria, Tauros. They are Valeglia's colonies. Many of the direct bloodlines of the 14 Fire Peaks have survived to this day. There is also Volantis. The nobles of the Black Wall are all pure-blooded descendants of the Dragon King. Not to mention restoring the prosperity of Valeglia, the descendants of the Dragon King should at least have their own dragons. I can't do it. Jenny shook her head regretfully. Why? Has the witchcraft been lost? Benny asked a silly question. Blood witchcraft was invented by Jenny. How could it be lost? Unless she lost her memory. Because the rules have changed. Because Danny Rise already has 4 dragons. I can understand that the rules have changed. The two-headed demon nodded thoughtfully. Then he asked doubtfully, but what does this have to do with Danny Rise's dragons? Dragons are the ceiling of an individual's power. They are the bridge that connects the astral plane and the real world. Dragons are also the bearings of the seasons and the pillars that support the sea of magic. The world needs dragons. The gods need dragons. That is why the Megalosaurus was born. Seeing that Benny was still confused, Jenny's eyes flashed. She asked, have you ever thought a question? Why are there no dragons in other places except Valeglia? Isn't it to maintain the supremacy of Valeglia? Did you and your ancestors kill all the dragons of other forces? Benny asked awkwardly. Even you can think like that. Are all the forces with dragons stupid? Did they not destroy us before Valeglia rose? Jenny smiled faintly. Then where did the dragons go? They died long ago. They were killed off before the long night. Otherwise, the first long night would not have been so difficult. It lasted for nearly 20 years, and 99% of the humans died. Think carefully. Do you see any dragons in the story of Yesor Ahai? Benny was shocked and said in disbelief, if there are no dragons, how did Yesor Ahai create the magic sword? How did you and your 2 ancestors create dragons with blood magic? You shouldn't be so ignorant. Jenny frowned and looked at the king of Materis, who was a little dazed. Asha's magic has never disappeared. Don't you know why? Is the 14th Fire Peak also a place of divine projection? Benny was shocked. If the 14th Fire Peak is just a normal volcano, why would we waste thousands of years to excavate it? Does Valeglia need gold? The corners of Jenny's mouth curled up into a sneer. The entire world is ours. What's the difference between gold and scrap metal? Oh, I'm wrong. Gold is not as good as scrap metal. We can make steel into steel. Steel should be more valuable than gold, right? This was also what Danny was confused about. People all over the world said that the people of Valeglia dug for gold in the 14th Fire Peak. But if they mastered the technique of making steel swords, wouldn't that mean that they had mastered the Midas touch? What's under the 14th Fire Peak? Benny swallowed and asked with difficulty, how did the first batch of gods come? Jenny asked, the holy spirits who listened to the grand symphony of creation. Benny was deep in thought. Before they became true gods and became gods in the astral world, the holy spirits had a home in the real world, Jenny said meaningfully. Benny nodded and sighed. At that time, dragons were extinct. That's why our ancestors could use blood magic to create the Megalosaurus? Yes, the world needs dragons. The 3 of us are the mandate of destiny at the beginning of the Second Era. Danny Rise is also the mandate of destiny at the end of the Second Era. That's why she could awaken the bloodline of the Mother of Dragons, which is higher than the dragon spirits. Sigh, I only figured it out after meeting her. Jenny's eyes were deep and her voice was faint. Bringing back the Megalosaurus to the world is her mission. My set of blood magic is outdated now. If there's a 3rd era, if the Megalosaurus goes extinct again in the future, if she becomes a demigod like me, her ability to hatch dragons may disappear. The only thing that doesn't change in this world is that it's always changing. Jenny sighed. Can the free cities hatch dragons through sacrifice? They think that Danny Rise is also a dragon hatched through sacrifice, Benny asked. Jenny heard this, and her expression became very strange. Benny, do you understand blood magic? Without waiting for the 2-headed demon to answer, she continued, blood witchcraft can never be separated from sacrifice. When I fused the pterosaur and the dragon worm's blood witchcraft, One of the most important steps was to sacrifice to Lalo. At that time, Lalo was the Lord of Fire. Life sprouts in fire, and fire can create life. Lalo's Song of Fire contains the power of life. That's why a new Megalosaurus was born. But I took away Lalo's Song of Fire, but I couldn't control it myself. At that time, Lalo lost the Song of Fire and became the Lord of Light. Without the Song of Fire, he didn't have the power to activate life. Even if the rules don't change, even if I sacrifice to him, and he doesn't care about the past, he can't repeat the process of using blood magic to create the Megalosaurus. Then, sacrificing the Lord of Light is useless. Volantis and New Guys are both sacrificing to Lalo, Benny said. Jenny shook her head and looked into the distance. She sighed and said, not necessarily. Lalo's resurrection of the dead is not fake. Maybe he can really resurrect a dragon? At first, I thought that Danny Rise had sacrificed to Lalo to hatch the dragon. That's why I didn't pay much attention to her, and even allowed Jenny to bring her to the inheritance room. When she revealed her talent that far surpassed the dragon spirit, I was sure that she was the one who awakened the top bloodline in the prophecy. But at that time, she had already obtained my meditation technique. Sigh. There's no point in regretting. We have to seize the moment. A cold look flashed in Benny's eyes as he sneered. Danny Rise definitely didn't know what was waiting for her at Slave Bay. Maybe the Alliance doesn't even need to attack Serene City. She would have died in the plague. No, for 6,000 years, Valeglia has never stopped optimizing the bloodline genes, P.S. Other than our exquisite godlike appearance, we Valeglia also have an extraordinary physique that is almost immune to diseases, Jenny said. But the grayscale disease is different. That is the curse of Mother Roan, just like... Benny stroked the second head on his neck with a sinister look. Just like this. Even the supreme Miracis bloodline couldn't resist the curse of the gods. Benny, you are of noble birth. But in terms of bloodline, you don't have the qualifications to be compared to Danny Rise. Even I can't compare to her, Jenny said calmly. Hearing that, Benny's handsome face contorted. The anger in his eyes almost materialized and flowed out. But he knew the identity of the person in front of him. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a muffled voice, "The corpse transport ship of the Alliance is about to reach Slave Bay. Shouldn't we prepare early? If we really cause a great plague in the 3 cities of Slave Bay, wouldn't Danny Rise take revenge on us? The Alliance can secretly throw stones into the wells of Myrene, Kayuan, and Astapor. She has a dragon and can throw the grayscale disease victims in any corner of New Gith, Volantis, or even Mad Eris in a day. The Alliance is sure that she doesn't know about this," Jenny said with a sly smile. "What if we are discovered? The land of Long Summer is already shrouded in a curse. There won't be any more outbreaks. Also, do you know how the grayscale disease came about?" Jenny asked. Benny immediately replied, 2,000 years ago, when Mother Roan caused a great flood, her divine power overflowed. Together with her resentment and the curse of the Roan, a terrible virus was born. That virus is the source of the grayscale disease today. Haha, since the grayscale disease appeared 2,000 years ago, would Valeglia turn a blind eye to it? Or is there nothing she can do? Jenny said proudly. The legendary incurable grayscale disease actually has a cure? Why hasn't it been spread out? Benny was shocked and suspicious. What does the life and death of others have to do with Valeglia? Jenny said coldly. What about the Alliance? Benny was confused. A sinister look flashed in Jenny's blue eyes. She laughed softly. Benny, do you really think that I treat the Alliance as an ally? Are they worthy? From the beginning, they were used as sacrifices. I only want to borrow their army to win this war. I don't care if the 9 free cities, New Gith, and Queers are destroyed in the plague. Chapter 413. A seagull spread its gray wings and painted a leisurely figure in the clear blue sky. It looked down at the white sails on the sea and finally slid into the red brick city of Astapor. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the orange wine slowly approached the Astapor pier. The hot sea breeze from a land blew the blonde hair of the dwarf on the side of the ship. "We're about to see your aunt. Why do you still look so sad?" "You're not me. You don't have to worry about losing your head." Aunt and nephew hugging each other and crying. What a touching scene. Just thinking about it makes me want to cry. Tyrion said to the young man beside him with a smile. The summer sea was hot, and Tyrion and the young man were dressed much the same. A thin linen tunic untucked at the chest, silk breeches up to the knees, and leather sandals. The young man was thin and well-proportioned. He was 17 or 18 years old, with long silver hair and violet eyes. He was a handsome man with a feminine temperament. The sailors and passengers on the Orange Wine called him Little Griffin, knowing that he had come to Slave Bay with his father, Old Griffin, and a few followers. It was said that Little Griffin's aunt had made a fortune in the Slave Bay Liberation War. "You warned me that I would look like a beggar if I went to see her empty-handed," Little Griffin said gloomily. "Without a doubt, you're a beggar compared to her, and it's not shameful to know that. In front of such a ruthless person, your father is not much different from a beggar." The little devil laughed. "My father is a true dragon, and so am I. My right of inheritance is higher than hers." Little Griffin growled. "That's where the problem lies. Your father is dead, and all that's left of you is the illusory inheritance that no one recognizes. She's the mother of the 4 dragons, the queen of Slaver's Bay, the Valkyrie of the battlefield, the devil of slave traders all over the world, and the savior of suffering slaves, Misha." The little devil looked at the great pyramid bathed in golden sunlight and sighed. "Look, such a magnificent building, but it's only one of her palaces. It's said that in Cayuan and Meereen, there's a magnificent pyramid as the queen's palace. The Westeros are her hometown. The Red Castle is her home, our home," young Griffin emphasized. "A home where I never slept for a night or had breakfast. A home that only exists in my imagination." As expected, Tyrion was once again delighted to see the young prince's face turn red from anger, but he was speechless. The imp couldn't help but think of Joffrey, who often flew into a rage because of her. "I really have a talent for infuriating princes." However, this feeling was really good. This was the only bit of fun left in the boring sea trip, he thought. But when the imp thought of Joffrey, he restrained the smile at the corners of his mouth. It was fun to see the princes being provoked, but it was also very painful to see the princes slap him. Not only was it painful, but it could also take his life. He had to learn his lesson. So, he hurriedly comforted him. "Actually, there's nothing bad about being a beggar. At least, your pitiful state can evoke my aunt's pity, and she might even give you a dragon. I don't want to rely on acting pitiful to gain her sympathy." Young Griffin was even angrier, the veins on his neck bulging. "She's my aunt. She will marry me and become my wife. Dragons have 3 heads. I don't need her to give me one. I was originally one of the heads." The imp slapped his forehead and moaned. Look, what did old Griffin say to you?" At this moment, a small boat with a green dragon flag on a black background approached the galleon. The small boat sailed parallel to the side of the ship, and a customs officer wearing a white short-sleeved shirt with blue stripes stood at the bow of the boat, holding a copper horn and shouting, "Where did this merchant ship come from? And what goods are they transporting?" There was also a green dragon on the customs officer's chest, but it was a green dragon with its wings spread, not the red, 3-headed black dragon of the Targaryen family. The galleon lowered a rope ladder, pulling the customs officer and 2 unsullied onto the deck and into the cargo hold below. A trace of unease and suspicion rose in young Griffin's heart. He retracted his gaze and forced himself to be calm. "What, is there something wrong? There are only 2 Targaryens left, me and her. According to custom, we will join forces with the Aegon siblings and take back the Iron Throne together. Besides, Lord Illyrio told me personally that my aunt needs help. She needs me. She once wrote to Illyrio, asking about the prophecy of dragons having 3 heads, and even planned to invite Count Valerian to become a dragon knight. That's why I rejected your suggestion to immediately bring the troops back to the country. The Golden Band only has 10,000 men. At most, they can take down the Stormlands. Why want is the Iron Throne, not Storm's End. On the way from Alorn River to Volantis, Tyrion had repeatedly urged young Griffin to bring the Golden Band to Dorne, and then join forces with Dorne's uncle Dowlord to go south to the Stormlands and fight all the way to the King's Landing. Tyrion was slowly turning evil. Because of the inner demons of patricide, he could not hold back and wanted to find his horse sister for revenge as soon as possible. According to the original plot, young Griffin really was tricked away. Tyrion himself stayed behind and was captured by Jorah Mormont, who went to the brothel to seek comfort. But the butterfly effect caused by Dany was too great. First of all, she was not as heartless as the original Dany Lilith. Not only did she not feel guilty about taking Illyrio's 3 ships and several 100,000 gold royals worth of goods, she even forgot about it not long after. The first thing Dany did was to ask the sea merchants of Pentos to deliver a letter for her. While promising to double the compensation for the spice seller, she also explained the general situation at Slaves Bay. After all, Illyrio was nominally funding the restoration of the country and was Dany's investor. If she changed the project, she should at least inform the investor. Illyrio knew that she needed dragon knights. Dany was deliberately probing, and also knew that she did not have any plans to take back the Iron Throne before the next summer. She would not return to the Westeros. Naturally, Illyrio did not let the Golden Band go to Volantis to wait for the Dragon Queen. Young Griffin could not bring the Golden Band to change their route halfway. There was also another reason. This Dany was more capable than the original Dany Lilith. Her actions were spectacular and resonated with the heavens and earth. The World Anti-Dragon Mother Alliance had been formed. Illyrio, Varys, Jon and Clinton were not stupid. They all knew that the Dragon Queen's most urgent problem was to deal with the Alliance. Therefore, they all came to a consensus. Let young Griffin go to Slaves Bay to cultivate his relationship with his aunt and strive to become a Dragon Knight. Wait for the Dragon Queen to defeat the Alliance. Wait for the Megalosaurus to grow up. The 3 dragons were only 2 years old. They believed that dragons were too young to take on such great responsibilities. Wait for winter to pass, and then go and conquer the Westeros. They said the same words that Dany had said to the guests at the tournament banquet. After defeating the Alliance, the Dragon Queen would naturally be the first empress in the world, and the Westeros would be as easy as taking something out of their pockets. Losing the battle was not scary either. The aunt and nephew rode their dragons back to Dragonstone Island, taking the same path as the Aegon siblings. Thus, the plot was completely changed. Young Griffin came to Slaves Bay to seek refuge with Aunt Dany. P.R.S. 13, 2 silver coins per day as management fee. The Orange Wine ship will rent the pier for a total of 12 days, a total of 24 silver coins. The customs inspector had already led 2 unsullied people to check the cargo hold. He was holding a pen and quickly writing on a document that was padded with wooden boards. The captain of Volantis took out 24 silver coins from his money bag and handed it to the unsullied person. He asked curiously, "I heard from a friend that if you buy a certain amount of goods in Astapor, you can get a subsidy from the customs when you leave?" "That's right. If you buy 100 gold coins worth of goods, Her Majesty the Queen will give you 10 to 50 gold coins," the Green Dragon t-shirt inspector said. "The 7 gods above give us 50 gold royals?" The little demon on the side shouted, "How high are the profits of the merchants in Astapor? How much tax do they have to pay to the Dragon Queen? Not all goods and merchants can get half of the subsidy. The price of goods in Astapor is lower than that of the free cities. Not only does the Queen not receive much tax, she also has to pay more than 100,000 gold coins every month," the inspector said seriously. The Volantis merchant also nodded in agreement. "The price of white sugar and refined salt in Astapor is only half of Volantis, but the quality is 10 times higher. It's as white as snow and as fine as sand. There's no impurities at all." Little Griffin walked over and asked curiously, "Then what is the Dragon Queen after?" "Look," the customs inspector pointed at the busy dock. In the past, it was hard to see an elephant carriage on that street. There were even no foreign merchants or pedestrians for a few days. Now, it's 10,000 times more prosperous. Even if the United Nations clamors to seal off Slaver's Bay, in reality, the sea merchants that come to the summer sea will come to buy goods and replenish their dried fruits and fresh water. Tyrion stood on his tiptoes and looked around. The dock and streets were almost the same as Volantis. The ships were like Baker on the beach, and merchants and tourists were walking shoulder to shoulder. I'm also wondering why there are so many people in Astapor when the Allied army is sharpening their swords. He was puzzled. Slaver's Bay is the Queen's bathtub. With the Megalosaurus soaring in the sky, the Allied fleet doesn't even dare to enter the Sea of Sorrow, the customs inspector said proudly. Slaver's Bay could be seen as a crooked gourd. The head of the gourd was Serene, the upper half of the gourd was Slaver's Bay, and the Astapor Peninsula was stuck on the gourd's waist. The Sea of Sorrow was the lower half of the gourd, and New Gith was on the bottom of the gourd, connected to the summer sea. The customs inspector was bragging. The Dragon Queen had complete control of Slaver's Bay, but the Sea of Sorrow was too big for the Megalosaurus to patrol. But she can't keep subsidizing, right? Tyrion frowned. Once the Allied army is defeated, the world will belong to the Queen. Naturally, she won't need to subsidize anymore. The little devil's ugly face twisted. These words were too true and too ruthless. He couldn't refute them at all. The customs inspector tore off the dock lease bill and gave it to the Volantis merchant. He warned, "You must receive invoices when doing business in Astapor. You must have them for all goods. You have a batch of Kohler stainless steel in your cabin. After you sell it, you can receive a 15% subsidy from the General Administration of Customs with the invoice." Fat Faust didn't lie to me. The merchant was overjoyed. Tyrion was deep in thought. Slaver's Bay lacks steel. No, Slaver's Bay doesn't lack steel. It only lacks steel for weapons. The merchant laughed. The customs inspector glanced at the two of them. He didn't admit or deny it. He bade farewell and prepared to leave with the two unsullied. "Wait, Mr. Inspector." An old black man in a mage's robe reached out and stopped the customs inspector who was about to go down the rope ladder. He smiled and asked, "I wonder if the Dragon Queen is still recruiting fire mages." Chapter 414. You are. The customs inspector carefully looked at the old black man who was pulling him. His face was old, and his hair was gray and sparse. He was a very ordinary old black man, but on the cuffs of his sky-blue silk robe, there was a thumb-sized flame symbol embroidered. "Are you a fire mage?" Suddenly, an amiable smile bloomed on his face, and his tone and attitude were as warm as the spring breeze. "I am Wood, the fire mage, the strongest fire mage in Volantis." The old black man seemed to be bragging as he told the truth. After the first young man in the Western continent, Lisbon, died tragically in the hands of mercenaries, Old Wood did not become the new number one. He was too old, and his inheritance was not good enough. However, in the Fire Mages faction, he had become the undisputed number one, at least the number one in Volantis. The customs inspector's body shook violently, and his face changed greatly. He quickly handed the document and ink pen to the Unsullied behind him. He took a step forward and asked respectfully and expectantly, "Is this true? Master, can you make wildfire?" Wood saw his expression, and he had an idea in his heart. He flicked his sleeves, raised his head, and said coldly, "In the streets of Volantis, I don't know how many people know my name. How can it be fake? As for wildfire, it's an entry-level thing. After the age of 18, I don't dare play with it." This was another big truth. Wood had made a living on the docks and streets of Volantis for decades. There were at least 8,000 spectators who had seen him perform fire magic. "Master, do you want to join the Royal Megalosaurus Mage Regiment of Her Majesty the Dragon Lady? My name is Dondur, and I can take you to the Great Pyramid." The customs inspector's mouth almost cracked into a big banner that said, "Welcome, welcome, Royal Megalosaurus Mage Regiment." This name was very high, and it sounded pretty good. Old Wood was satisfied, but there was no expression on his face. He nodded reservedly and asked, "Is the Queen in Astapor now? She just came back yesterday, the customs inspector said politely. For a real master like you, Her Majesty has always been thirsty for talents. She will definitely meet you in person. I'm also a fire mage. Another gray-robed man walked over, rubbed his hands, and said excitedly, My name is Pogba. I can be ranked in the top 3 in the world of fire mages in Volantis, second only to Lisbon and Masterwood. Really? The customs inspector was doubtful. This Pogba was thin and short, with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks. When the sea breeze blew, 7 or 8 ribs could be clearly seen on his chest. Master Pogba is too modest, Olwood said seriously. Now that Master Lisbon has passed away, the Pogba brothers and I are on par. It's not an exaggeration to call him and me the Volantis twin masters. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you. So you're the Volantis dual masters. Master, you've already reached the realm of returning to the natural state. I was blind and failed to recognize Master's simple and unadorned Grandmaster temperament. Please forgive me. Donder bowed and apologized sincerely. It was completely sincere, without the slightest bit of mockery or disrespect. And me, a short and fat man who looked like a beer barrel squeezed over, his thumb pointing to his fat chin that hung down to his chest. I'm Greasy Residue, Hancock from Coer, proficient in fire witchcraft and blood refining. I'm a number 1 fire mage in the central continent of Ursus. As soon as Greasy Residue Hancock introduced himself, before Inspector Donder had time to compliment him, a thin 2-meter-tall bamboo pole immediately shouted, and me, Jeep Burning Cloud from Mill, the number 1 fire mage in the Narrow Sea. Are you sure? You're here to join the Royal Megalosaurus Mages? Donder was surprised and doubtful. In the past, there were no true fire mages. How come there were 4 of them today? And they were all top grandmasters from all over the world. Hey, don't doubt it. Since we dare to report our names and birthplaces, there's no possibility of lying. With the Dragon Queen's actions in Slaver's Bay in the morning and Pintos at night, she can easily verify the authenticity of our identities. And people can lie, but magic power is real. We'll prove ourselves to the Queen. Jeep Burning Cloud said very wisely. Inspector Donder had to admit that the thin bamboo pole was right. So, they had recruited 4 grandmasters at once. While Donder was feeling excited, another large group of 40 to 50 ugly melons and split dates, demons and ghosts, and shrimp soldiers and crab generals rushed over shouting, I'm also a fire mage. I'm a number 1 fire mage in Mill. We're the 4 talents of Tarosai. We're the top 10 young talents of Atlantis, and so on. Not to mention Inspector Donder. Even Tyrion and the others on the deck were dumbfounded. Aren't they jugglers? A female dwarf who was leading a big dog wondered. When we were sailing on the sea, we even practiced with them on the deck. They also said that they wanted to come to Astapor to be jugglers. In order to hide his identity, Tyrion changed his name to Goose Caesar and formed a group with Finny to perform a burlesque show. Well, it was Tyrion riding a pig and Finny riding a dog. They pretended to be famous people like Robert, young Wolfmaster, and Renly and had a duel. It's really a group of demons dancing. Tyrion looked at the noisy fire mages and frowned. What is Dragon Queen thinking? Is she a fanatic for wildfire like her father, Eris? Humph! Have you forgotten how the gift fleet failed? If it wasn't kerosene and asphalt that fell from the sky, but a can of wildfire, just a small can ignite an 800-ton warship. A man with wrinkles at the corner of his eyes sneered. Tyrion pulled his unbuttoned shirt and sighed. Look, how hot is the weather here? The wildfire has just been taken out of the cellar. It will explode immediately without the direct sunlight. Sister Lemore suggested, why don't we join the group of fire mages and go to the Great Pyramid to see the Dragon Queen? She was little Griffin's etiquette instructor and also his spiritual teacher who taught him the teachings of the 7 gods. She had long dark brown hair and a pair of gentle purple eyes. She was a beautiful and elegant woman who was almost 40 years old. Well, the little demon was greedy for her body. Halden, what do you think? The weathered man turned to look at Halden, who had an ascetic face. Scholar sigh. Halden was the gray-robed scholar who accompanied Tyrion in Volantis that day. If the Dragon Queen is in Astapor, we don't need to hide our identity anymore. We can go to the Great Pyramid and report your name. Whether it is John Mormont or Sir Barristan, they all understand the meaning of John Clinton. Halden said methodically. I wanted to observe her first and see how she deals with things up close. The weathered man, Clinton, said hesitantly. We are already here. What is there to observe? Halden's serious face showed a hint of a bitter smile. Sigh, the Alliance's rumors about her are too exaggerated. I am worried that she will harm Griffin. Clinton glanced at the young man, standing beside the fire mages, and lowered his voice. The other rumors may be false, but Viserys' death is absolutely true. A woman who can see her own brother being burned to death by her husband is terrifying. Halden also hesitated. Why don't little Griffin continue to hide his identity, and you pledge your loyalty to her as an old vassal? Forget it. Tyrion had been listening for a while. When he heard his old friend's bad idea, he couldn't hold it in anymore. You want her people, her army, and her dragon. You can't hide the truth about little Griffin forever. It is best to be honest with a powerful queen from the beginning. If she is as suspicious, greedy, and cruel as the rumors say, the consequences of hiding things will only be worse. Sigh, you are right. Clinton's frown deepened. A perfect king like Prince Rhaegar is rare. I sincerely pray to the seven gods that she can have a tenth of her brother's kindness and wisdom. Tyrion's missing nose twisted into a pig's nostrils. Lord Clinton, you must not let Robert hear this. Otherwise, he will be so excited that he will lift the coffin lid. Oh, what did you say? Clinton was confused. The Dragon Queen who defeated more than 100,000 Guy soldiers and forced the slave merchants of the world to form an alliance is not even a tenth of Rhaegar in your words. Then how extraordinary is Robert who wields the hammer? After all, Robert defeated Rhaegar. The little demon laughed. You should pray with me that she has a tenth of Rhaegar's kindness. Otherwise, when your witty words anger her, and she orders to cut off your deformed head to vent her anger, we will not disobey her over such a trivial matter. Clinton said coldly. The little demon held its head with both hands and laughed. Dispensable? No, at least it can say witty words. Clinton gave it a deep look and walked over to Dondur. At this moment, the orange wine ship had already docked at Pier S13. Inspector Dondur had also registered the names, birthplaces, and bandit titles of the fire mages. Captain Neville, come with me, the customs inspector said to the small bearded captain who was watching the show. What did I do? Neville was so shocked that the mustache on the side of his lips stood up. No, you didn't do anything. Dondur took his hand enthusiastically and explained with a smile as they walked to the gangplank. Captain Neville, you brought so many high-tech talents to Astapor. The Queen will at least reward you with a green card. Hearing that he was going to be rewarded, the panic on Captain Neville's face immediately turned to surprise. He hurriedly asked, What is a green card? A tax-free card. No matter how many goods you buy or sell in Astapor, they are all tax-free. Dondur explained. If I bring a caravan next time, Neville said with a shiver. Dondur waved his hand and said proudly, No more than 100 ships, tax-free. Neville was so excited that he almost fainted. He turned around and looked at the group of strange technicians again. He seemed to see 3 feet of golden light on their strange heads. So, according to the Dragon Queen's taste, this is a talent. Next time, no matter what, I have to go to the pier to plunder another batch. Sir Inspector, please wait. Clinton struggled to pass a group of fire mages who were excitedly talking about the 1 million gold coin project and came to the side of the customs inspector in the green dragon t-shirt. He whispered, I'm an old friend to Sir Barristan Selmy. I wonder if you can pass on a message for me? Dondur was shocked and solemnly reminded, Sir Barristan is the captain of Her Majesty's Kingsguard. Don't try to establish a relationship with him. Clinton said with certainty, If you tell him the name John Clinton, he won't awe. Iron Judge, Iron Face Clean. Suddenly, loud cheers came from Pier S12 next door. What's going on? Clinton turned his head and saw a man who looked like a butcher walking down the gangplank with a determined and resolute expression under the cheers of thousands of people. Chapter 4:15. Ah, Iron Mask Judge, it's Meereen's Iron Mask clan. Inspector Tanner looked back and exclaimed excitedly. Clan was wearing a gray linen t-shirt, gray loose silk pants, handcuffs, and shackles. He was escorted by two Unsullied as he walked slowly down the gangplank. As he walked slowly with a calm expression, he smiled and raised his hand to signal the cheering crowd. The chains on his wrists rattled. Although he was chained and dressed like a prisoner, his expression was not dispirited. He exuded an aura that was as deep as the abyss. The crude butcher's face faintly revealed a fearless and strong expression. He was like an honest and upright official who was imprisoned with a grievance, but was magnanimous. Clay and Count, the little devil, chewed on the name. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he said hoarsely, "He's Count Clay the Butcher? I heard that he kills people like scything flax. He's cruel and bloodthirsty. His hands are stained with the blood of countless suffering Guy civilians. He is the #1 butcher under the Dragon Queen's command. Why does he look like a peerless minister with an awe-inspiring aura? He really has the demeanor of a famous official." Clinton's face was full of surprise. He murmured, "He reminds me of Duke Tywin, who resigned from the hand of the king out of anger. But he's less resentful than Tywin and more carefree and calm." "Sigh, rumors are harmful. The Guy's people of Atlantis tried their best to smear the Dragon Queen, the mother of Dragon's Guards, the new free people of Slaver's Bay, and a famous official, Count Clayan, as a greedy and bloodthirsty devil." The fire mages also nodded in agreement. In fact, Clayan's bearing made people admire and respect him. There was no trace of wretchedness or brutality on his face. The customs inspector said, with a complicated expression, "The enemy's enemy is my hero." The Guy's people's insults and slander are just Count Clayan's medals and praises. He is indeed very harsh to the Guy's slave masters, but his actions are completely in accordance with the code. In the few months since he became the City Lord of Meereen, he handled the case impartially and selflessly. And because he's too true, he can't tolerate sand in his eyes and won't let go of an evil person. He completely offended the Guy's people and was reported to the Emperor by them. "What happened? Tell me in detail." Tyrion leaned over and asked with interest. "You." Inspector Tanner frowned at the ugly dwarf and asked Clinton, "He's with you. He and that female midget are burlesque artistes that I bought from the Free City," Clinton said. Tanner's eyes suddenly became sharp as he said coldly, "Slaves are not allowed to exist in Slave's Bay. Any slave that enters the bay will immediately regain their status as a free person. And you will be arrested for selling slaves, even if you know Sir Barristan." As he spoke, the two Unsullied behind him drew their daggers and cautiously approached Clinton. The little devil's eyes lit up and clapped with a smile. "Good. Long live the Dragon Queen. Long live freedom. We, the oppressed slaves, finally have a day to become masters. No wonder so many people in Volantis look forward to the stars and the moon, hoping that the Dragon Queen will attack soon." The dwarf is not a slave. Clinton took a step back and coldly glanced at the little devil who was gloating. "Look, he has no tattoos on his face and no slave shackles on his hands and feet. Also, how can there be a slave with such a cheap mouth?" "You just said by," Inspector Tanner said. "Buying their labor is hiring," Clinton argued. He began to regret. If he knew that Slave Bay had such low tolerance for slaves, he would rather say that the noseless dwarf was his stupid son than arrange the identity of a clown for him. "Are you a slave or not? Don't worry, Slave Bay is a free harbor, and the Dragon Queen is a free girl." After crossing the Free Girl Strait and coming to Slave Bay, you are completely free. At this moment, they had already walked to the gangplank and came to the dock. There were sailors in linen shirts, dock workers, and merchants in silk shirts everywhere. Elephant carts and horse carriages were connected into 4 lines on both sides of the wide dock. They were the caravans that transported goods and the caravans that transported goods. Because they found a slave, the Fire Mage team, led by Tanner, also stopped by the Orange Wine ship. Free Girl and Free Girl Straight. What are they? Little Griffin was very sensitive to information about the Dragon Queen. You are from the Free City, right? You don't believe in the 7 gods? Tanner said. You believe in the 7 gods? The little devil was shocked. Tanner had already regarded the slave dwarf as one of his own. He was very kind and explained, Her Majesty the Queen believes in the 7 gods and reorganized the Grace Temple into the Great Church of the 7 gods. Because of this, the new free people of Slave Bay all believe in the 7 gods. The Queen did not force everyone to change their faith, but we all think that the 7 gods are good, especially the goddess maiden who symbolizes freedom. Finally, he added, so the free girl is that maiden, Clinton and the others suddenly realized. But the maiden symbolizes purity, not freedom. The little devil's mouth twitched, but he was inexplicably afraid of the Dragon Queen who he was about to meet. Is that woman really only 16 years old? Politics, economics, military, and even religion. She displayed extraordinary talent in every field. In just 2 short years, she built a flawless country from scratch. The long island at the entrance of Slave Bay is called Free Girl Island. The strait between Free Girl Island and Asta Wavelength Arm is Free Girl Strait. The 3 cities of Mirene, Kayuan, and Astapor are on the east coast of Slave Bay. After defeating the Allied army and taking down Illyria and Tauros on the west coast of Slave Bay, the Queen will change the name of Slave Bay to Free Girl Bay, Tanner said. The inspector saw the little devil's serious expression and the worry in his eyes. He thought that the dwarf was struggling in his heart, wondering if he should report his master and regain his freedom. He said softly, Dwarf, don't worry. You have come to the paradise of freedom. On this land, you don't have to worry about your safety and your life after freedom. The Dragon Queen will distribute land and houses to you. You could get the same amount of money without farming. It's enough for you to buy a house and settle down in the city. The neighborhood committee will also arrange a job for you. You could be your own boss and continue to perform antics. Not to mention supporting your dwarf wife. It's more than enough to raise 8 or 10 little dwarves. In short, any slave who comes to Slave Bay is equivalent to coming to heaven. Tanner was afraid that the dwarf would be like some cowardly technical slaves, thinking that they couldn't live without their master. He was eloquent, trying his best to comfort and encourage him. He himself was an example. Tanner was once a scholar in the Great Pyramid. At that time, his ideological awareness was not high enough. He thought that without a master, he wouldn't be able to live a comfortable life. He was unwilling to regain his freedom and even begged the Dragon Queen to sell him again. Later, the Dragon Queen accepted him as a scribe and raised him for a year. Then, when he worked at the customs, he discovered one thing. The cost of raising him by the Dragon Queen was far less than the salary he deserved for his labor. So, he mustered up his courage, and with a nervous heart, he timidly went to the Dragon Queen and asked to terminate the support contract with her. The Dragon Queen gladly agreed and signed a new labor contract with him. He was truly independent and free. He became a civil servant in Astapor. His life was prosperous, and he was 10,000 times happier than when he was a slave for the slave owner of Gith. He was truly enlightened and understood how precious freedom the Dragon Queen had brought to these slaves. When he saw the little demon who was suspected of being a slave, it was like seeing his weak self in the past. He began to preach crazily. Are you a slave? Clinton stared at Tyrion and said coldly. The little demon opened his big mouth and revealed an ugly wry smile. He shook his head and said, It's funny. I really wish I were an ordinary slave now. Unfortunately, he was not ordinary. If he lied, when the Dragon Queen found out about Lannister's identity, not only would Clinton and the others not intercede, but they would also add fuel to the fire. Then, he would most likely lose his deformed head. Sigh, Inspector Donder, I'm really not a slave. Sir Clinton hired me, and... The little demon turned around and glanced at Fenny, whose cheeks were red and eyes were watery. Fenny just looked at him and immediately lowered her head. Her face was even redder, and her blue eyes were even more watery. "Finny and I are not husband and wife, and there won't be a little dwarf." The ugly dwarf without a nose hardened his heart and said calmly. Finny's apple-like face immediately turned pale. "Since you are all performers performing for the queen, then follow me." Donder greeted Clinton and the others with a wooden face. All of a sudden, he lost his previous eagerness. It seemed that if he was not a slave, the ugly dwarf status would be lowered by 2 levels. This slave bay is interesting. The Dragon Queen has also piqued my interest. The little demon looked at Donder's back and said excitedly, "I always thought that she was trying to buy people's hearts, or that it was just the kindness of a young girl, just like my wife Sansa." The little demon glanced at Finny, who was beside him. He saw that she only pursed her lips. Her eyes were not red and swollen, and there was no sadness in her eyes. He ignored her sadness. He was relieved. "What's wrong with your wife? What does she have to do with the Dragon Queen?" Little Griffin asked curiously. Tyrion smiled and said, "My wife Sansa is a kind beauty. She loves cats and dogs very much. But if there were really starving people who targeted her, she would immediately be like my sister, hoping that the King's Guard and the Golden Robes would be brave enough to kill all the rioters. This is the kindness of a noble girl. It's so cheap that it's not even comparable to the kindness of a prostitute. So, I'm very surprised. Compared to us, the Dragon Queen is like a weirdo. I heard that the Dragon Queen has an ancestor called Saint Baylor. Maybe he was a devout believer of the 7 gods like her," said Pogba, one of the Tile City's double absolutes. "Saint Baylor is brainless. He doesn't understand war and politics. He can't even solve a domestic rebellion. Look at the Dragon Queen. Look at this prosperous Astapor." The little demon squeezed into the crowd at the docks. He pointed at the endless stream of pedestrians and the shops with a dazzling array of goods on both sides of the street and sighed. "Can you imagine that all the major cities in the world are working together to form an unprecedented army of hundreds of thousands to surround this city? Look at the expressions of the residents of Astapor. Are there any signs of worry or fear? I have never seen such a confident and proud temperament anywhere else." Chapter 416. When Dany came to Astapor for the first time, the streets by the docks were empty. Other than their group, they didn't even meet a single foreign vendor. Even the local residents rarely wandered around the red brick streets. 2 years later, the old city walls with cracks were repaired. The weathered red brick floors on the streets were taken out and replaced with new bricks. The buildings in the city were also optimized. All the old and dilapidated houses were demolished and rebuilt. Red brick and black-tiled houses rose from the ground. 3 to 4-story buildings lined the streets. The residents also planted apples, persimmons, figs, loquats, and other fruit trees on the streets in front of their houses. It was clean, tidy, and had a natural harmonious beauty. If there weren't dozens of pyramids in between, one would almost think that they were in a small county town in the 80s or 90s. Tyrion, Clinton, and the others walked all the way and were amazed. The King's Landing is also near the river and the sea. But compared to Astapor, it's a big cesspool. The little devil's tone was complicated. The air in the city is very fresh. The hygiene is very good. The sewer system is almost comparable to the black walls of Atlantis. The skinny man Pogba commented, "Ah, Count Klein, it's Count Klein. Incorruptible Klein." The Great Pyramid was behind the city gate. After leaving the docks and walking along the streets at the base of the city wall, one would enter Astapor's North Gate by walking half a kilometer to the east. Past the North Gate was the People's Square, the punishment square where the bodies of disobedient slaves were hung. Behind the square was the Chaoyang Palace, the Great Pyramid of the Dragon Queen. At this moment, the south end of the square, near the Chaoyang Palace, was crowded with people. They crowded together tightly and cheered for the Count of Shackles, who was surrounded. Yes, Klein arrived at the Chaoyang Palace before them. The moment he got off the carriage, he was surrounded by countless citizens who rushed over after hearing the news. Meereen has a Klein who can distinguish right from wrong, loyal from traitors, harpies coming to persecute, Megalosaurus and father by his side. He has a clear sky above his head, a belief in his heart, not cruel and bloodthirsty, but to defend freedom. Other than the citizens surrounding the Earl of the Shattered Shackles, there were 7 or 8 bards standing at the side, playing and singing. They recounted the story of how Klein had braved all dangers to solve the case of the Harpy, the Dragon Mother, the Freedom, and the people in Myrene, and how the hero had been wronged and imprisoned. In the mouths of singers, poets, and even commoners, Klein was upright and unafraid of death. He fought against the entire anti-singing group by himself. He was a very good person, a fighter to protect the freedom of Slave Bay, the #1 official of Slave Bay. He's the Lord of Justice. To think that Cleon has such high prestige, the little devil was dumbfounded. As the muscles on his face twitched, his black nostrils expanded, scaring the citizens of Astapor into taking a few steps back. Tyrion had seen too many similar expressions on other people's faces. After he lost his nose in the Battle of Blackwater River, everyone looked at him with either disdain, disgust, or fear. At first, he was bitter and depressed. Slowly, he became numb, and finally he got used to it. At this time, Tyrion did not seem to notice the crowds pointing and whispering. He walked to the leader, Donder, and asked curiously. That Harpy group was formed by the Gith people who were unwilling to submit to the rule of the Dragon Queen. Of course, other than the original slave owners, who would rebel. Donder said with certainty. But why did the Dragon Queen arrest Earl Klein for suppressing the rebellion? Clinton asked the little devil's question. It's not the Queen's arrest. This is the normal operation of the Grand Court. Knowing that the foreigners could not understand, Donder quickly explained the law of the Dragon Queen's separation of justice, the Grand Court and administration, the guards, and the military police. Finally, he concluded, the power of trial lies with the court, while the power of arrest and search lies with the guards. If the criminal is a noble, the Grand Court must be formed. Only the Minister of Government can lead the military police to search for evidence and arrest the criminal. In order to ensure the fairness of justice, the Queen can only play one role in the trial process. Was the Codex really written by the Dragon Queen herself? The little devil was fascinated. The legal system in the Codex was so standardized that it was refreshing to him. Donder was very dissatisfied with the little devil's suspicion and said stiffly, "You're just a comedian. What do you know about the law?" Any scholar who has a little understanding of the laws of various countries should know that our Codex is unique in the world. Although I haven't seen the complete Codex yet, I don't doubt its advanced nature. The little devil first complimented before asking his own question. The Dragon Queen is only 16 years old, and she was even younger when she wrote the Codex. No matter how talented she is, she doesn't have rich experience and doesn't understand the customs of various countries. How could she create such a perfect codex? The Queen hatched 3 dragons at the age of 14, led the tribe across the Red Wasteland at the age of 14, liberated Astapor at the age of 14, resolved to liberate the entire Slave Bay, completely destroy slavery, and change the whole world. How can an ordinary person do these things? Donder rolled his eyes and said unhappily, The little devil thought for a while and was actually speechless. Alas, the Dragon Queen is so wise and powerful. How can any man in the world be worthy of her? Tyrion said as he glanced meaningfully at the silver-haired youth beside him. Little Griffin's face was gloomy, and he lowered his eyes without saying a word. Clinton saw this and felt very helpless. He had hoped that the Dragon Queen had 1/10 of Liga's compassion and wisdom, but now it seemed that she was so different. With a sigh, he changed the topic and said, since the judicial system is so perfect and Cleon is impartial, adhering to the Codex, why was he arrested? Dang, dang, dang. A group of Unsullied rushed out of the Great Pyramid and beat the gong to disperse the crowd. In the end, they even lined up in 2 rows and separated a passage for Cleon and the guards who were escorting him to enter the hall. The crowd of onlookers dispersed, and the figure of the Count of Shattered Shackles disappeared at the entrance of the palace. Donder once again led the fire mage and Clinton forward. As he walked, he shook his head and sighed. It's all Earl Leon's fault. He's too stubborn and selfless. In the case of the Harpies, he attacked too many people, and a small number of innocent people were implicated. How many people were wronged? To be able to overthrow a respected count. The little devil said in surprise. I'm not sure, but a total of 60,000 people were imprisoned and 20,000 were sentenced to death. It's really 7 levels of hell. Tyrion's ugly face that was red from the sun instantly turned pale, and he howled. How many Gith are there in Meereen? I remember that the ratio of slaves to free people in Volantis is 4-1. I think the ratio in Slave Bay is even higher. How many people are there in Slave Bay? Did Cleon capture all the Gith people? This method is simple, and I guarantee that no bad guy can escape, but how can it be all? There are nearly 200,000 Gith in Meereen. Donder said. Tyrion looked up at Donder and said strangely, Do you have any misunderstanding about being impartial? Count Clayan fully abides by the code and has no personal feelings, Donder said solemnly. How can there be so many Gith in Meereen? Clinton asked in surprise. Donder explained, after the liberation of Slave Bay, the previous slave business, naturally, could not be done. The Queen then optimized and adjusted the economic structure of the 3 cities. Astapor developed manufacturing and heavy industry. The original capital of bed slaves, Kayuan, was converted into a granary, and the Gith who cultivated bed slaves all moved to Meereen, and Meereen developed handicrafts and light industries. Dany was a kind, and upright queen. Naturally, she could not directly say to the people, Meereen is the battlefield I chose, and I want the disobedient Gith to be cannon fodder in Meereen. Of course, she was not completely lying, and optimizing the industrial chain was also one of her goals. Was heavy industry and light industry? Tyrion asked curiously. The Queen said that the departments that provide the means of production are called heavy industry, and the departments that produce the means of consumption are called light industry. The customs inspector scratched his head and said with a conflicted expression, Don't ask me what means of production and means of consumption are. I don't really understand. In short, mining, smelting, forging ingots, glassmaking, logging, and building ships are all considered heavy industry. As for light industry, everything except agriculture is considered light industry. It's easier to understand this way. Clinton and the pyromancers listened in a daze, but Tyrion was excited, his eyes sparkling. But I see that most of the merchant ships come to Astapor, and very few go to Meereen. He asked again. Donder frowned and thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, The industrial layout seems to have not been completed. Without a doubt, Meereen was originally the most prosperous, with the most craftsmen and craftsmen. But they were all slaves, and after being liberated as free people, they all moved to Astapor. Now, heavy industry and light industry are all in Astapor. Meereen mainly develops cash crops, such as olives, soybeans, and peanuts. Especially olives, the olive oil from Slaver's Bay is sold all over the world. There were also large olive forests in Kayuan Plain, but unfortunately, they were all burned to the ground by the slave owners, and now we can only grow wheat, corn, turnips, and other food crops. Wonderful, wonderful, Tyrion exclaimed, clapping his hands. What's wonderful? Little Griffin looked at him as if he was crazy. The little devil was stunned, his ugly face twisted. I don't know what's so wonderful about it, but this industrial layout has a strange beauty, very harmonious. Beauty? This time, little Griffin completely thought he was crazy. Optimizing the industrial chain can double the production efficiency. Suddenly, a slightly immature female voice came from the side. Tyrion turned his head and saw a little black girl with a round face and a flat nose looking at him with her round golden eyes. It's the mayor. Donder respectfully walked to the little black girl, bowed, and said, I am Donder Hope, Inspector of the Customs Commodity Inspection Department. Greetings to Lady Miss Sandy Eye. Mayor? Everyone was shocked. The mayor is a female dwarf? Tyrion looked at Miss Sandy Eye with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It seemed that the Dragon Queen did not care about the origin of the people. But then again, even the ugly, demon-like fire wizards had a high salary of millions of gold coins, so it was very reasonable for a dwarf to be the mayor. If the Dragon Queen did not care about his identity as Lannister, with his wisdom, he wondered if he could become the hand of the king. In a short moment, countless thoughts flashed through Tyrion's mind. But the next moment, Donder slapped him on the back of the head and reprimanded. Do you think that just because she's as tall as you, she must be a dwarf? Lady Missandei Eye is only 11 years old. Chapter 417. Astapor, the top floor of the Great Pyramid, under the shade of persimmon tree. The black dragon, green dragon, and gold dragon were sunbathing on the brick wall. The Dragon Queen was sitting on a deck chair by the pool, wearing a pair of aviator sunglasses, produced by the Astapor Royal Glass Factory. She was wearing a light green sleeveless vest and apricot yellow silk pants with red daisies embroidered on them. Her fair arms, round belly button, and well-proportioned calves were all exposed. She even put her little feet into the pool and playfully stirred the clear water. She was so relaxed that she seemed to have forgotten about the Great Wall tens of thousands of miles away and the deviant ghosts under the Great Wall. Back in Astapor, she was surrounded by trustworthy, unsullied, and centaur maids. She no longer had to worry about being poisoned, ambushed, violated the guests' rights, or stabbed in the back. With her safety guaranteed, she felt much more relaxed physically and mentally. She never wore armor again. Moreover, the Westeros affairs had been arranged. Dragonstone Island had 3 giants who continuously mined dragon crystal ores and made dragon crystal weapons. Garth Hyder had already been contacted. He would complete the task of buying and transporting food. He would also help Dany fulfill the promise to the people of Hajin County and the monks of Maribad. After all, Garth was also a White Knight. The White Knight system was really good. The 7 White Knights represented the 7 clones of the Queen. Even the most unqualified White Knight, the fat eunuch Bevos, had always been the representative of the Queen and led hundreds of thousands of farmers in Kaiyuan to carry out the Great Leap Forward. There was also the reserve White Knight, the Dark Star. He was responsible for leading the fleet to transport the barbarians and bringing the goods promised by the Dragon Queen to the Night Watchers. The White Knight Captain, Barristan, would reorganize the royal fleet and receive the barbarian fleet from the Dark Star. He would also open up settlements for the barbarians on the islands and along the coast. Even Braavos was responsible for organizing the city-states of the western continent of Ursus to plant food. Dany felt that she had already fulfilled her responsibilities as the queen. She had fulfilled her responsibilities and no longer had any psychological burden. Why couldn't she live a leisurely life? Your Majesty, you have to make a decision for me. The Green Saintess, Grazda, knelt on the ground and cried for injustice. All right, she wasn't like her Lou, the king of empty talk. All she did was grind her teeth and replenish her mana. She had nothing to do. Dragon Queen had a large kingdom to take care of. Hey, get up and talk. Ili, help the Green Saintess up. Jichi, bring a chair over. The Queen pressed her aviator sunglasses to reveal her eyes and called out to the 2 centaur maids. Yep, Jichi, who had been guarding Kai Yuan's Palace of Compassion and Peace, had also returned. After Dahe brought back the black girl Larissa, the tile steel sword, and other trophies, Dany ended her closed-door training. She announced that she was on a business trip to Braavos. In fact, he was hiding in the mountains in the south with Little Green and Little Gold to cultivate. After Big Black returned and ended its seclusion, Dany rode her dragon to Kai Yuan to participate in a Great Leap agricultural commune activity. When he came back yesterday, he brought Jichi back. Now that the Megalosaurus had grown up and Dahe had learned how to meditate, he could easily carry 500 kilograms. Dany could run around with 2 centaur maids at the same time. If you have something to say it slowly. You're the Minister of State Affairs. Dany said to the Green Saintess, Your Majesty, you don't even know what the people in the city say about me. The old saintess' tears flowed down her face. She looked very pitiful. They say that Klein is a loyal minister who is impartial and impartial. I followed the rules of the code and went through the normal procedures to arrest him with the military police, but I became a scoundrel who sowed discord in front of you. I'm innocent, old Grazda said in grievance. Sigh, you also know that I went to Bravo's a few days ago. The Dragon Queen counted with her white fingers. A Sea King died, almost all the guards and professors in the Iron Vault died. Purple Harbor was burned by Dahe. Sea King's palace was smashed into a lake by a meteor. Thousands of people died, and tens of millions of gold coins were involved. In the end, a deal of 150 million gold coins was negotiated. Then, I went to the Stone Steps archipelago and burned dozens of pirate leaders to death, becoming the strongest pirate king in the Narrow Sea. Then, I sent Sir Barristan to rob the Hathar family's fleet. 3 million gold royals, more than 100 ships, and tens of millions of gold royals. The green saintess expression was dull. The tears and grievances in her eyes turned into shock and confusion. Danny raised her chin at her and said with emotion, "You see, these are all big things. I really don't want to care about you and Klein. You should relax and think about the millions of troops in the Alliance. What problems can't they overcome?" After hearing the Dragon Queen's words, the green saintess suddenly felt that she was making a big fuss over nothing. It's just being misunderstood by the people and Klein's rising reputation. No, I can't let that butcher go. Your Majesty, Klein violated the rules of the code and used his power for personal gain. He tried to control public opinion and influence the court's trial, the old woman said seriously. What do you mean? Danny pretended to be curious. When I was on the way to Serene with the military police, Klein suddenly invited a large number of bards and singers to participate in the trial of the son of the Harpy case. Danny said, "What's wrong with that?" According to the code, when any city lord is trying a case, unless it involves the privacy of the plaintiff and the plaintiff requests to avoid the public, any free people have the right to supervise the trial. For example, in Astapor, go to the hall on the first floor and see how many people are watching every day. Like a rape case, the victim would definitely not want to make a big deal out of it. At that time, the trial would not be open to the public. In front of everyone, Klein explained the process of the trial in detail. He even took out the testimonies of the people involved in the case for everyone to see. In the end, he cried to the singers, poets, and theater performers that he was framed by a scoundrel. The old face of the green saintess wrinkled like a sun-dried eggplant, and she said angrily, "The scoundrel he was talking about was me. He said that I slandered you, that I was a sympathizer of the son of the Harpy, and that I was even the most hidden mastermind behind the scenes. He also said that I was plotting to overthrow your regime, and that I intended to turn the free people back into slaves and eventually restore slavery and Guy's rule in Slave Bay." The old saintess did not have such thoughts, so she spoke very calmly. There was no panic on her face, only anger, the grievance and resentment of being wronged. Danny seemed to be indifferent, but in fact, from the beginning, she had been observing her from Blackie's perspective, not missing the slightest expression on the green saintess' face. Previously, Danny did have doubts about the green saintess. Letting Klein accuse the green saintess was to muddy the waters and make it easier for Mormont's intelligence system to investigate her. Danny wanted to know how deeply involved the green saintess was in the case of the son of the Harpy. She cannot be blamed for being suspicious. The green saintess of Serene had been confirmed as the spiritual leader of the son of the Harpy and one of the founders. The results of Mormont's investigation showed that the green saintess of Astapor sympathized with the guys of Serene purely because of her race, and was not really the son of the Harpy. At this time, her reaction in front of the Dragon Queen was also normal, without the slightest bit of guilt, only righteous anger. This made Danny breathe a sigh of relief. The green saintess, Grazda, was her old subject. After taking Astapor, Grazda had been doing her best to assist the Dragon Queen, not only helping her to appease the common people of Guise, but also firmly supporting her in the religious reform. Well, Grasda supported Dany's reorganization of the Temple of Divine Grace in Astapor into the new Church of the Seven Gods. The ancient beliefs of the Guys had long died with the Orthodox bloodline of Guys. The previous Temple of Divine Grace was more like a hospital and a garden of love. The two had been together for a long time and had established a deep friendship between monarch and subject. Dany did not want the old Saintess to have a bad ending. Your Excellency Green Saintess, obviously, I will not believe Klein's nonsense. The people who accused Klein of excessive sentencing and cruelty were the people of Meereen. I was the one who arranged for you to take the military police to arrest Klein. You're not a treacherous subject. Dany comforted her gently. Your Majesty, I am very grateful that you trust me, but the people who were bewitched by Klein did not believe me. Grasda complained. After the singers and poets of Meereen heard Klein's analysis of the case and his accusation against me, in just half a month, the streets of Slavers Bay were circulating the story of impartial Klein, who knew right from wrong and judged the traitors. And I was that treacherous subject. Squeak! Blackie suddenly raised his neck and screamed. Dany glanced at him and said, "Go." Squeak! Blackie spread his wings and screamed. Little Green and Little Gold also screamed. The three dragons jumped down from the pyramid and flew in the direction of the southern mountains. It's late. They're going to look for blood food, she explained to the Green Saintess. Then, Dany said with certainty, the results of the trial in the Grand Court will only guide public opinion and will not be influenced by public opinion. It was her idea to let Klein make himself scholar bow, but she did not intend to let Klein escape the trial by relying on public opinion. The key was that Klein had detained 60,000 prisoners in the case of the Son of the Harpy, and 20,000 of them were on death row. He had almost caught all the middle class and above of the Guys clan. This was too shocking. Not to mention the Guys clan, even the free people would think of him as a butcher. Her idea was to let Scholar bow and Scholar lie neutralize the pH value and let public opinion return to normal evaluation of Klein. Well, it was completely through legal procedures, without public opinion or coercion. According to the code, Klein's behavior would be tried one by one. He would definitely be found guilty. After all, he was Scholar Lie. How could Scholar Lie be a good person? But if the crime was not to death, there was a possibility of rescue. If Dany intended to get rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness, she would directly comply with public opinion and get rid of Klein. But she found that this fake Scholar Lie was more useful than the real Scholar Lie. First of all, Scholar Lie was completely different from Lai Junshin. He strictly abided by the law and rarely violated the code formulated by Dany the Shadow, left in his heart from his early years. The incident of the Dragon Queen whipping him had always been deeply engraved in his mind. He was afraid of dragons, afraid of the Queen, afraid of violating the code. Secondly, Scholar Lie had a high consciousness. He did not target the Guys clan because of money and power. It was purely his hatred for the slave owners that made him unable to tolerate any of the Son of the Harpy lurking around him. Among Dany's new freedman subordinates, there were very few who could compare to such a firm stance on singing songs. Finally, Scholar Lie had a strong executive ability and would be of great use in the future. Meereen was just the beginning. In the future, the Dragon Queen would take down Queers, New Guys, Volantis. Scholar Lie had a promising future, and there was hope to be promoted to Scholar Lie. Don't worry, I will call Missandei up later and let her represent me to announce to the people of the city that Her Excellency the Green Saintess is the minister of the council. She strictly abided by the law and arrested Klein. He is not a treacherous minister. Dany comforted the old Guy's woman softly. Your Majesty, you were looking for me? Speaking of Missandei, Missandei came. Chapter 418. Your Majesty, there are two groups of people coming from the dock. One is a group of fire mages from Volantis. The other group of 7 has 2 midgets. The middle-aged man in the lead calls himself Sir John Clinton, an old friend of Sir Barristan. Huh, Fire mages from Volantis. Did they say their names? How many of them came? Danny laughed out loud. 54 people came, led by mages Wood and Pogba. They call themselves the Volantis Double Masters. Ha ha. Danny held her stomach and laughed so hard that she could not breathe. Familiar name, familiar people, familiar style, familiar smell. You know them? Little Black asked curiously. Danny laughed on the recliner and said, Old acquaintances. Quickly call them up. I haven't seen them for a few months, and I miss them. And that John Clinton, since he's a knight and knows Sir Barristan, bring him over too. Wait, Miss Sandy Eye, wait for a moment. Looking up at the sky, it was almost dusk. Danny stopped Miss Sandy Eye, who turned to leave, and waved to Ellie and Jichi. Old friends don't show off when they meet. It's like walking in the night. Quickly go and get me some grains, eggs, bacon. After the centaur maid and Little Black left, Danny smiled and said to the green saintess who looked confused, Those fire mages are not pure. At least half of them are spies of the Volantis. I have to show them what I can do and make them respect me like a god. Since they're spies, why do you want to see them? Can't you just lock them up? Sigh, I can't lock them up. It's not easy to trick them, and they're all useful. Danny waved her hand and smiled strangely. I'd better leave first. Green Saintess got up and left. In the past, the good Lord often held banquets in the garden at the top of the Great Pyramid. It could accommodate 200 or 300 guests. At this time, with more than 50 fire mages and less than 10 people in Clinton's group, it was not crowded. Oh gods! 7 layers of hell. As soon as they walked out of the stairwell, they saw dragon queens smiling at them from behind a long table under the shade of a tree. Their expressions changed drastically as they howled. Well, there were only 3 or 4 people who were wailing. The skinny Pogba, the old Black Wood, and the noseless Tyrion. Halden was shocked, but he didn't shout out loud. The others stood there in a daze. They were shocked by the dragon queen's youth and beauty, but also embarrassed and confused by their companion's loss of self-control. Queen, please spare my life. Old Greenwood knelt on the ground and groaned. Queen, please spare my life. The skinny Pogba followed closely behind, kneeling and begging for mercy. You guys, what's wrong? The other fire mages were confused. Get up, we're all old acquaintances. Danny waved her hand, and 2 Unsullied immediately went over to help the fire mage up. She smiled and said, I've already told you that there are millions of gold coins worth of projects waiting for you. Now that you've brought so many people, I can't be happier. Your Majesty, Old Greenwood's tanned face turned red as he said helplessly, I'm willing to serve you. Me too, Pogba hurriedly said. Danny nodded with a smile. Seeing the Dragon Queen's amiable attitude, Old Greenwood's panicked expression gradually calmed down. He continued, I'll do whatever you say. I'll definitely carry out the mission. Me too, Pogba said. Good. Dragon Queen smiled. The old black man clenched his teeth and said firmly, I swear to be loyal to you and will never have anything to do with Volantis again. Me too, Pogba hurriedly said. Very good. Dragon Queen grinned. Eliminating the possibility of being half-hearted and knowing that he must be the Dragon Queen's trusted subordinate based on his identity as an old acquaintance, Old Greenwood turned his cold gaze to the confused fire mages and said, Your Majesty, I'm willing to report the spy and the team to you. Me too. Pogba immediately followed. Spy. Where did the spy come from? Great Wizard Greenwood, what are you talking about? The fire mages were in an uproar. Some of them even had a drastic change in expression, and their eyes flickered. Very good, but there's no hurry. Danny waved to the crowd. Come and sit down. I'm free today, so I'm trying to cook dinner myself. It's better to come at the right time than early. Let's all have a taste of my cooking. The crowd didn't know what was going on, but they still obediently walked forward. Dragon Queen's long hair was tied behind her head with a butterfly knot. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and silk pants. It was a very simple and refreshing outfit. She was standing behind a thick wooden table that was 5 or 6 meters long. There were pots and pans on the table. Looking up, they saw that there were corn, rice, eggs, bacon, washed scallions, green vegetables, and so on. She really seemed to be cooking. Ellie, bring a few tables and chairs over for the masters, as well as Sir Clinton and Sir Tyrion. There's a little too many people. Dany glanced at the crowd. She lowered her head and took out a red copper bucket from under the table. Then, she poured the corn from the big porcelain bowl into it. Your Majesty, did you recognize me that day? Sir Barristan was also in the merchant's house. The little devil touched his nose that was missing the tip. He was very surprised. You're so brave. You dare to enter the tiger's den and spy on the enemy. He complimented. What kind of tiger's den is Volantis? Dany glanced at the silver-haired, purple-eyed youth who was staring at her with a complicated expression. She was puzzled. In the 2 months that you were floating on the sea, I went to Lys and burned dozens of trading princes. I went to Dorne and saw your niece's nose cut off. My niece. The little devil was puzzled at first. After a moment, he said in shock, Myrcella? Who hurt her? Your father died in the latrine pit. The princess of Dorne thought that she had found a good opportunity and was ready to support your niece to ascend the throne. Well, according to the customs of Dorne, your eldest nephew died, so your niece should ascend the throne. Then, Dany shrugged and said, You're also a veteran. You should know. Since you're involved in the game of power, even if you're passive, it's hard to escape unscathed. The little devil pursed his lips and frowned without saying a word. After being interrupted by Tyrion, the Dragon Queen did not continue to brag about her adventures in the Old Town, the King's Landing, the Great Wall, and Bravos. After a while, the Unsullied came back with stools and long tables. They quickly set up the tables and chairs by the pool and invited the guests to sit. The seats were determined according to their status. The higher the status, the closer to the Dragon Queen. The status of the fire mages had already been determined. The Volantis twin masters were the leaders. After all, the fire mages were in their organization. Everyone quickly sat down. On the other hand, Clinton's group, the actor Hugo, who originally had a low status, was pointed out by the Dragon Queen and was even called Sir Tyrion. Then, a Sir should have the status of a Sir. At least, he should sit opposite Clinton. But the one with the highest status in their group was Little Griffin. Not to mention being the chief, by right, he should be sitting beside the Dragon Queen. Sigh, Lord Griffin, I'll sit beside you. The little devil looked at the gloomy young man and sighed. He rejected the seat arranged by the Unsullied and walked to the seat behind. Clinton looked at the messy crowd around him and felt helpless. He could only introduce to the curious Dragon Queen, This is my adopted son, Little Griffin. Dany smiled as a greeting, but in her heart, she muttered, I don't even know who you are. How would I know who your adopted son is? The Prime Minister of Eris, Count John Clinton of the Vulture's Nest Castle, was naturally a well-known figure in the Westeros. Even Dany knew him. But in the public's knowledge, the Count of the Vulture's Nest Castle was long dead, and there were too many foreigners with the same name. Look, another John, with the same name as the main character. It was normal that Dany did not recognize him. Dragon Queen held the bottom of the copper bucket with both hands and smiled at the fire mages. Let's have some popcorn first to whet your appetite. The fire mages looked at each other blankly. Everyone saw that the bucket was filled with raw corn. How could they eat it? Boom! Just as they were wondering, a crisp sound came from the bucket, followed by a red-yellow flame that rose 3 feet high. Gods, this is elemental combustion, the fire-gathering spell in fire control. Oldwood exclaimed, What, this is fire-gathering? Pure fire, elemental combustion? The fire mages were in disbelief. They all stood up, stood on their tiptoes, stretched their necks, and wanted to put their heads in the bucket to see. It's really fire elemental. I can feel the magic waves as vast as the sea. Pogba swallowed and said with difficulty, It's just a little trick of the fire mages. Dany smiled casually. Crackle, crackle. In just a few words, a series of popping sounds came from the copper bucket. Visible to the naked eye, the snow-white popcorn slowly piled up from the bottom, and some even jumped out of the bucket. Ellie, distribute the popcorn to the guests. In less than half a minute, a bucket of popcorn exploded. Dragon Queen was very pleased with herself, but her expression was still so casual and her tone was still so relaxed. "Calixi, don't you want to order?" The centaur maid carried the copper bucket and asked with a strange expression. "Distribute it to the guests." Danny waved her hand and bent down. She grabbed a handful of corn kernels from the sack under the table and held out her hand with a calm expression. "I can do this," she said. Crackle, crackle. The muffled sound of beans exploding came from her small white fist. When she opened her palm, the golden corn kernels had already turned into popcorn that was emitting white steam. In front of the guests, who were so shocked that their eyeballs were about to pop out and their jaws dropped, Dragon Queen stuffed the popcorn in her palm and her mouth, puffed up her cheeks, and chewed with crunching sounds. After swallowing the popcorn in her mouth, she grabbed a handful of raw corn kernels and put it in her mouth. "I can do this." Crackle, crackle. The corn kernels exploded in her mouth, causing her cheeks to puff up. Exhaling a mouthful of hot air, Dragon Queen directly chewed. Clang. Even Ji Chi, who was arranging the dishes, was stunned. The porcelain bowl smashed on the table and shattered. "I can do this." Dragon Queen said again. As she spoke, she flicked her finger and a golden corn kernel flew into the air. Without any warning, only Old Wood, who had the most profound magic power, vaguely sensed the fluctuation of fire elements. Beep, beep. The corn kernels flew into the air and exploded. The popcorn fell and was caught by Dragon Queen with her mouth open. At this moment, Tyrion and the other muggles felt as if 10,000 curses were running through their hearts. There were countless what the fuck in their minds. At this moment, all the fire mages were shocked speechless. They looked at Dragon Queen with reverence and fear. Only they, who were fire mages, understood the meaning of Dragon Queen's slightly ridiculous behavior just now. Only they, who were knowledgeable fire mages, understood the depth of her magic power and the height of her skills, which had long surpassed the limits of the imagination of ordinary people. What number one of the younger generation, what Volantis double master, what coerce number one fire mage, there was only one unified title in front of Dragon Queen. Pleasure. She was not targeting anyone. She was just using practical actions to tell everyone. In front of me, you fire mages are all pleasure. Chapter 419. Dragon Queen's dazzling skills weren't over yet. For fire mages with extraordinary powers, only absolute power could make them truly submit and respect her like a god. And Danny had always been straightforward. Since she intended to subdue the fire mages by showing off her magic power, she had to do her best. Just the popcorn wasn't enough. When the centaur maids were distributing popcorn, she set up the steamer again, put in the washed rice, and added water. Pada! She snapped her fingers with her left hand, and an orange flame rose from the bottom of the steamer without firewood. The water in the steamer boiled in 2 minutes, steaming hot. During this time, Dragon Queen didn't stop. The kitchen knife in her hand was as fast as lightning. She skinned, removed the tendons and bones of a cow's hind leg, skewered it on an iron rod, and then used the knife to draw patterns on the meat, smearing it with sesame oil, salt, and spices. Then she set up a grill next to the steamer, and the iron rod with the cow's hind leg slowly rotated. The air rippled, and a long string of orange flames appeared, without any smoke or fire. Sizzle. The flame element burned from the inside out, and the beef quickly seeped out a fragrant, oily juice. Gulp. The fire mage's eyes widened, and they swallowed hard. It wasn't because of the fragrance, although the barbecue tasted good. They were more shocked by Dragon Queen's endurance. Think about the number one of the younger generation, Lisbon. Just igniting Tyrion's beard made him pant and exhausted his magic power. Then compare it to Dragon Queen. She first exploded a big bucket of corn, then used fire elements to cook rice. The rice wasn't done yet, and the boiler was steaming, so she started a fire again to barbecue meat. What realm was this? Dragon Queen is probably the strongest fire mage in the world, Oldwood said with a trembling voice. Not just the strongest fire mage. I dare say that the magic power of those old monsters in Yasha isn't as good as hers, the lanky Jeep said. The skinny Pogba's face shone with the light of faith, and he said excitedly, "Her Majesty the Queen is the god of fire." For a full 5 minutes, the sweetness of the rice and the aroma of the roasted meat wafted through the garden. Dragon Queen personally scooped 61 bowls of rice from the porcelain bowls. Using the realm of lifting heavy as light, she quickly sliced the beef thigh into 61 pieces and spread them on the crystal-clear rice grains. Sprinkled chopped green onions and small peppers. A bowl of barbecued pork rice. Please forgive me for my lack of hospitality. Dragon Queen stretched out her right palm and opened it. Smiling, she picked up an egg and knocked the shell on the table. Her left hand gently opened the egg shell, and the egg yolk and egg white fell on her right palm. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. It was as if an egg had been dropped into a boiling hot iron pot. Accompanied by white steam and the sound of roasting, the side of the egg that touched the palm of the hand became visibly brown. The fragrance assailed his nostrils. Gulp! This time, even Tyrion, Clinton, Little Griffin, and the other muggles were dumbfounded. They were in a trance, as if they were dreaming. With a flip of his right hand, he placed the egg in a bowl and sprinkled it with pepper. A complete set of barbecued pork egg rice was completed. Following that, it was the second egg. The speed at which he fried the egg was very fast. He could finish a set in almost 10 seconds. Very quickly, the fire mage and Clinton's group were all given a bowl of barbecued pork rice and a cup of orange juice. Not sure if it was a psychological effect, but almost everyone felt that this bowl of magic rice personally made by the Queen was unprecedentedly sweet and delicious. Greasy residue. Hancock finished licking the last grain of rice, put down the bowl and chopsticks, and left his seat. His fat body suddenly knelt down and shouted excitedly, "Your Majesty, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you until death." "Good." Dragon Queen nodded with a smile. Immediately, a bald, middle-aged man walked out. He first knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times before saying, "Your Majesty, I surrender myself to you. I am a spy for Volantis. I took 200 gold coins from the Alliance to destroy your stockpile of wildfire. Please punish me." Dragon Queen waved her hand. Immediately, an Unsullied came over to help the bald man up. She gently comforted him. "The big mistake has not been made yet. You still have a chance to turn over a new leaf. Ji-Chi, go to the treasury and take 2,000 gold coins to this great mage." Plop! The bald man knelt on the ground again and cried, "Your Majesty, I don't want gold coins. I only beg you to give me a chance to redeem myself. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you, even if I have to sacrifice my life. Your Majesty, I want to confess to you. I'm also a spy. I am responsible for sending your information out through messenger crows." Another fire mage walked out and knelt on the ground to surrender. "Me too," burped Sam. The 5th fire mage cleaned up the rice in his bowl and burped, "I surrender myself. I am a spy. I am responsible for spreading fake news in the city." In a short while, all the fire mages knelt on the ground. They either confessed their identities or swore their loyalty to the Dragon Queen. "Ha ha!" Danny pretended to be bold and laughed 3 times. She left her seat and walked to the kneeling mages. She raised her hands and said, "Great mages, please rise. From now on, I accept your loyalty. You are all members of the Royal Mages. From now on, there will be a place for all of you at my fireplace and dining table. From this moment on, my glory is your glory. Thank you, your Majesty. I Woodward, I Pogba, I Hancock, I swear allegiance to Her Majesty, Queen Dany, Liz Targaryen. Swear allegiance to her and never leave her side." More than 50 fire mages used the Valeglia language with a local accent and blurted out the firmest oath. "This." The little devil looked confused. Scholar Sai, Sister Lamore, and Clinton were all stunned. Little Griffin's eyes widened and his fists were clenched. The Dragon Queen personally walked forward and helped the new subordinates up one by one. She asked for their names and comforted them. After more than an hour, the sky darkened. Danny roughly understood the names and magic levels of these fire mages. Yes, she could judge the depth of their magic and the level of their meditation techniques through their eyes. When I disguise myself and enter Volantis, I promise Great Mage Pogba and Great Mage Wood that Danny Liz, who defected to Slave Bay, would receive a reward of 1,000,000 gold coins. Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. Her expression was firm, and her voice was sonorous. With her hands behind her back, Danny walked back and forth in front of the fire mages. She smiled faintly and said, Jichi, 54 fire mages, 20,000 gold coins for each of them. That's almost 1,000,000 gold coins. All the fire mages were shocked and in disbelief. When they saw the confirmation in the Dragon Queen's eyes, all of them were delighted. 7 gods above. The little devil held her forehead. I also want to shout, long live the Queen. I don't know if she will accept my allegiance. Clinton glanced at little Griffin with a serious expression and sighed helplessly in his heart. This Dragon Queen's methods are not that brilliant, but they are simple and practical and very targeted. She seems to be an old hand in the game of power. Compared to her, little Aegon is too immature. The afterglow of the sun completely disappeared under the sea in the west. The sky was dyed a deep indigo, and the moon showed a faint outline in the sky. Astapor by the sea was already brightly lit. Jichi left the top of the pyramid with the fire mages. The centaur maids would arrange a place for the fire mages, and according to the Queen's orders, the 20,000 gold coins would be distributed tonight. Clinton and the rest of the 7th did not leave. They had not even clearly explained their identities. Jorah Mormont took off his helmet and pointed at the dwarf who was standing by the wall and looking at the scenery. He shouted, 7 levels of hell, little devil. Where did your nose go? Why are you here? How dare you come here? Well, in the days when the Dragon Queen was not in Slave Bay, the agricultural production did not stop. According to the rhythm of 3 days of work and 1 day of rest, the farmers were led by the White Knights to work collectively. Cayuan had beavos, Astapor had the Great Bear, and Meereen was a prisoner of Gith, so a whip was enough. Today was also the day to cultivate sweet potatoes. The Great Bear was busy outside the city until the sun went down and had just returned. Well, like Danny, the White Knight was busy practicing martial arts on the ridge of the field and did not even plant a single sweet potato. You are. The little devil stared at Mormont for a long time. Gorgeous armor inlaid with white glaze, a white cloak that was as bright as a young girl's feelings. His heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly said, You are the Count of Bear Island who ran away with his wife? You look quite spirited and strong. You are doing well. As expected, Mormont's face darkened. Seeing this, Tyrion immediately changed the topic, rubbing his nose and saying, Hello, Sir Mormont. I lost my nose in the Blackwater River. I don't know which bastard it was fed to. Mormont's face darkened even more. Your Majesty, he is Tyrion Lannister. Don't be deceived by others. Let me kill him, he shouted to the Dragon Queen, who was seated above him. Ahem, Sir Mormont, Her Majesty already knows my identity. She won't kill me. The little devil laughed. Why won't I kill you? Danny asked curiously. I also want to know why you won't kill me. The little devil wrinkled his ugly nose. You invited me to a banquet and ate beef and egg rice. Unless you violate the guest's rights, you can't kill me no matter what. Clang, Mormont sheathed his sword and complained, Your Majesty, why are you still keeping this kind of person? Obviously, he also knew that the Dragon Queen would not kill Tyrion. Danny stared at the little devil's black and green eyes and said with a strange smile, Because Duke Tywin is Targaryen's most hated enemy. You, on the other hand, brought in the most humiliating, most absurd, and most satisfying death in the world. This makes me very happy. It's even more pleasing than taking revenge with my own hands. Tyrion's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. His face instantly turned deathly pale. His lips trembled. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't even spit out a single word. The scene also suddenly became deathly quiet. Clinton and the others looked at the Dragon Queen with a hint of fear in their eyes. The timid female dwarf even shrank her neck and turned her head away. She didn't dare to look at the Dragon Queen again. She only looked at Tyrion with a pair of worried eyes. Dany seemed to be unaware of everyone's reaction. She shrugged and said in a flat tone, "What? Shouldn't I be gloating and clapping my hands in joy? In the War of the Usurpers, Ide, Robert, Jon, and Aeron all have a reason to rebel. Only Lannister and Duke Tywin are absolutely unforgivable. Even lions know that debts must be repaid. A true dragon's anger should be even fiercer and crueler, shouldn't it? Blood and fire? You are the true Targaryen," Tyrion said bitterly. Chapter 420. Your Majesty, Dany, rise. Tywin Lannister is indeed hateful, but you did not lose your nephew Aegon. Determination flashed across Clinton's weather-beaten face. He stood up, pulled Little Griffin up, and introduced him to Dany solemnly. "Your Majesty, this is the son of your brother, Prince Rhaegar, and Princess Ilia, Aegon Targaryen." Say that again." Dany was stunned. "Who is Rhaegar's son with?" Little Griffin broke free from his foster father's arm, stood up straight, raised his head, and puffed out his chest. His dark purple eyes met the Dragon Queen's suspicious violet eyes. "I am Aegon Targaryen. My father is Rhaegar Targaryen, and my mother is Princess Ilia of Dorne," he said loudly. "Seven gods above, you are crazy." Jorah Mormont slapped his forehead and said in disbelief, "Everyone knows that Prince Rhaegar's children were killed by Duke Tywin. Now you are here pretending to be Prince Aegon. Do you think Her Majesty is an idiot?" "I'm not dead." Little Griffin straightened his back and raised his neck, as if he wanted the White Knight to see his silver hair, purple eyes, and the prince's anger on his face. "Tell me, what is going on?" Dany asked. Little Griffin said, "Before Duke Tywin entered the city, Count Varys found a drunken tanner in the stinking bay. His wife died in childbirth. The tanner had many sons, but he had never drunk golden wine. He sold his youngest son to Count Varys for a pot of golden wine from the Green Pavilion Island. After that, Varys handed the kid from the stinking bay to my mother and took me away. Varys had guessed that Tywin would harm his old friend, Aerys. Dany did not doubt this. In fact, when Tywin led his army to King's Landing, Varys had advised the Mad King not to open the gates and not to let Lannister's army in. But Grand Secretary Pycelle had long since taken refuge with Tywin. When Tywin was prime minister, he encouraged the hesitant Mad King to welcome the army of the Western region into the King's Landing. Deep in his heart, the Mad Monarch knew that his old friend was no longer trustworthy. Otherwise, he would not have planted wildfires in the city and ordered Jaime to kill Tywin and take over Lannister's army. The Mad Monarch was not stupid. He was just crazy. But at that time, Liga had already died in battle at Ruby Beach, and Ned Stark's army arrived almost at the same time as Tywin. The Mad Monarch had no choice. It was worth mentioning that the Mad Monarch's order for Jaime to kill Tywin might seem crazy and foolish, but that was not the case. First of all, this was his only chance to turn the tables. With the king's order to kill Tywin, Jaime might take over the army of the Western region. Jaime was Tywin's only son. With the army of the Western region, there was a high chance that the King's Landing could be defended. Then, when Dormartel or River Ben Tyrell's reinforcements arrived, the Mad Monarch could really turn the tables. Secondly, the Mad Monarch was born in the golden age of knights. He was spoiled. White Bull, Sword of Dawn, Barristan the Fearless, and so on. A total of 9 white knights had served Aerys. Every white knight was brave, loyal, virtuous, and powerful. They also adhered to the belief that the white knights were completely loyal to the king. It could be said that the Mad Monarch was not the strongest king in history, but his Kingsguard was the strongest, most loyal, and most perfect in the history of the white knights in the past 300 years. If it was not Jammu, but Barristan, White Bull, and the others, they might have listened to the king and killed their own father. If they were sure that their own father wanted to rebel and harm the king, they would have done so. Well, that was a digression. According to the information Dany received about the War of the Usurpers, if Varys had the heart to help the Targaryen Empire, then it was possible to exchange the baby. Varys had the ability to do it. The problem was whether Varys was loyal to the Targaryen Empire. Was this a fake version of the Orphan of the Zhao, or a leopard cat swapping the crown prince? Dany's eyes darkened. This is really a legend. But I still have a question. What about your sister, Rhaenys? Princess Elia had 2 children, a 4-year-old daughter, Princess Rhaenys, and a 1-year-old son, little Aegon. Liga is such a scumbag. When his wife was pregnant, he put an LV cap on her in public. When his wife just gave birth and was still in confinement, he and his mistress were all lovey-dovey and did not return home for a year. He did not even care about Robert's rebellion. Little Griffin looked at his foster father. Clinton said, Princess Rhaenys is too old to disguise herself. Also, Varys was just taking precautions. He was not sure if Duke Tywin was really that crazy to kill an innocent child. As he spoke, he carefully took out a letter wrapped in sheepskin from his shirt. There was even a red wax seal on it. You can take a look at this letter. Varys gave it to you. The Great Bear went forward to take the letter. Clinton only hesitated for a moment before handing the letter to the White Knight. In front of everyone, the Great Bear pulled out a dagger from his waist and separated the wax seal. He opened it and read it before handing it to Dany with a frown. It was a letter written by Varys himself. There was only 1 page, but it was filled with words. He explained in detail his motive and process for exchanging the baby. At the end, he sincerely suggested that they should imitate Aegon and his sister. The Dragon Queen should marry little Aegon and continue the pure-blooded Targaryen Empire. In the end, they would conquer the Westeros and take back the Iron Throne. Sit down first. Dany pondered and waved her hand. Aegon, Sir Clinton, sit down first. Irri, go to the Dragon Cave and call Scholar Yimont over. Irri did not leave. She only went to the stairs and gave a few instructions to the Unsullied before walking back. The centaur maid looked at little Aegon strangely and hesitated. Calixi, it's almost time. Do you still want to eat? Cooking the barbecue pork was just an accident. Under normal circumstances, Dany would eat with her officials when the sun set and the Great Bear returned. Moreover, the Dragon Queen made dozens of bowls of barbecued pork egg rice, but she did not eat a single one. Dany nodded and said, Make it more sumptuous and send a portion to the fire mages. The barbecued pork is just a gimmick. There is too little of it. Also, tell the mages that I have an important guest tonight. I will officially entertain them tomorrow. By the way, go to the wine cellar and get a few bottles of Chinting Island Golden Wine. I'm really not full. It's great to have a feast and wine. The dwarf laughed. Clinton, little Aegon, and the others looked solemn and pursed their lips. Tyrion, however, recovered from his earlier gloom and was laughing and joking again. Scholar Yimont, which scholar is it? It can't be the scholar, I think, the one on the Great Wall, right? He blinked his heterochromatic eyes and asked curiously. He still remembers you. Dany laughed. The 7 hells. Your Majesty, you really went to the Great Wall? What did you go there for? To see the deviant ghosts? Tyrion exclaimed. Jorah Mormont dragged a chair and sat down beside Dany. He looked at the little devil with a strange gaze. Not to mention the Great Wall, I also went to the Old Town, King's Landing, and Hudgian. Just a few days ago, I even saw your sister. Dany said. Tyrion's expression changed. It was a very complicated expression, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. He said in a low voice, You killed her. Do you want her to die? Dany asked curiously. Tyrion did not hesitate. Of course, he said. A headless sister is the cutest sister of all. Beast. Only a beast would kill his nephew, father, and even his own sister. Jorah said disdainfully. Not only was Tyrion not angry, he even smiled proudly and said, Knight, you weren't here just now, so you didn't hear how the Queen appreciated me shooting Dad. I think Her Majesty needs a cute little beast like me who kills both her king and her own family. Dany stared at Tyrion's eyes for a while and shook her head. Joffrey wasn't killed by you, and killing Tywin wasn't your intention either. Maybe you really did have that impulse, but now you seem to be on the verge of regret. I never regret it. I will always remember the moment I pulled the trigger. That was my happiest moment. The little devil shouted. Looks like you really do regret it. Dany nodded. That's right. Patricide is too much of a violation of human ethics. Normal people can't stand it. Tyrion opened his mouth wide, not knowing what to say. Joffrey wasn't killed by him? Little Aegon suddenly asked. Dany glanced at the suspected nephew and shook her head. No. Why? The little devil was puzzled. No one would kill their king and their own family in public. At least you wouldn't be so stupid and crazy. But my sister, father, and brother all think that I'm that stupid and crazy. The little devil opened his mouth and revealed an ugly smile. To be honest, I think your sister and brother here. Dany pointed at her temple. It's empty. No, it's not empty. It's stuffed with shit. The little devil put on a straight face and corrected her. The little devil's expression changed. He asked again, Are you saying that my father knows that I've been wronged? It's obvious. Clinton was shocked. Then Duke Tywin, why? Now you understand why I can pull the trigger. The little devil's face twisted as he laughed. He asked again, Tell me, how did my sister die? Was her head chopped off or eaten by a dragon? I didn't kill her. Why? Didn't you say that the blood feud between Targaryen and Lannister could only be cleansed with blood? Could it be that my sister also killed a certain Lannister and Jaime to win the queen's favor? The little devil was puzzled. Something like that. Dany nodded with a smile. She really killed Jaime? The little devil's playful smile disappeared as he was stunned. Dany said with a smile, He's not dead yet. But with the speed at which your sister finds wild men, something will happen sooner or later. I realize that your sister is so stupid and crazy that she's more useful to me alive than dead. One Cersei is more lethal to Lannister than 3 Megalosaurus. The dragons would only cause the Lannisters to band together and fight against their enemies. They would even inspire courage and wisdom that they had never had before. But your sister... Ha ha! Dany laughed under Tyrion's stunned gaze and said happily, Watching your sister perform on the Iron Throne is far more enjoyable than watching a stage play. Watch her destroy the foundation of Casterly Rock City step by step and establish strong enemies. Watch her throw away the prestige and glory built by Lannister's ancestors. Watch her make the people of the King's Landing and the people of the Seven Kingdoms hate Lannister. I can't even protect such a peerless immortal puppet, so why would I kill her? Tyrion. Chapter 4:21. Your Majesty, you are ruthless. Tyrion stared with his strange eyes and said dryly. Not just Tyrion, even Clinton, little Aegon, Sister Lemore, and the others looked at the Dragon Queen in horror, deeply shocked by her words. What am I ruthless about? I didn't do anything. Your sister is stupid and crazy. What does it have to do with me? Dany glared back at the dwarf. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Thinking about it carefully, wasn't that right? The Dragon Queen didn't do anything. She was just watching the show. Was she supposed to help her enemy Lannister clean up the family, so that Casterly Rock would prosper and Lannister on the Iron Throne would remain strong forever? Tyrion's face was twisted. His 2 black holes were sometimes flat and sometimes round. It was terrifying. Finally, he sighed helplessly and muttered, I really should let my father hear the Queen's words. It's the father's fault for not teaching. It's your father's retribution for raising you 3 siblings. Dany smiled lightly. Tyrion sighed again and asked curiously, What stupid thing did my sister do recently? Your sister put 3 LV hats on your brother and planned to give one to her son. She actually arranged for her lover to seduce Tommen's wife and share an adulterer with Queen Marjorie. 7 gods above, this is crazy. Clinton and the others exclaimed, their faces full of disbelief. What's the purpose of her doing this? She can't be communicating with her daughter-in-law Marjorie through that adulterer, right? Tyrion grinned. Cersei used a price of 900,000 gold royals to allow the church to rebuild their armed forces. At this time, a strong-willed archbishop appeared in the church. Dany's words made no sense. Everyone was confused and shocked. They were shocked by the restoration of the church's armed forces. They all knew that the war between the Targaryens and the Church's armed forces had lasted for several generations and decades. Hundreds of thousands of people had died, and even a few kings had died. After paying a huge price, they were finally able to strip the Church of its legitimacy. Even someone as devout as Saint Bailey had never thought of restoring the armed forces of the Church. But when it came to Cersei, she didn't feel bad about selling off her grandfather's land. Cersei has gone mad. Clinton sighed. Tyrion rolled his eyes and said, I understand now. This is my sister's style. She can't bear to see someone, especially a woman, even if it's her daughter-in-law, steal the glory that belongs to Queen Cersei. The King's Landing was a huge stage for Cersei alone. There was no room for a second female lead. In particular, the other protagonist was even more brilliant and moving, and was loved by the people of King's Landing. Well, my sister disdains to interact with commoners and is unwilling to spend the effort to act to win the love and respect of commoners. However, she also doesn't allow other women to win the favor of commoners. Hee hee. So she wants to perish together with Margaret and roll in the toilet together? Dany laughed. Tyrion said with a complicated expression, Cersei thinks she can control the archbishop and let the adulterer report Margaret to the Church. If the Church still has power, then only the archbishop is qualified to judge the crimes of the royal family. Well, you continue to guess. Guess your sister's ending. Dany nodded with a smile. Your Majesty, you said that the new archbishop is tough. Tyrion looked incredulous and said in shock, did he not only accuse Margaret, but also announce my sister's crimes? That adulterer, he confessed my sister's crimes? Sigh. You still underestimate the Great Sparrow. He didn't just announce her crimes. The Great Sparrow is the Archbishop's name, Dany added. Tyrion's face changed and exclaimed, Impossible? Even if the Great Sparrow restored the armed forces of the Church, how much power can he have in such a short time? How can he be a match for the Iron Throne? My father left at least 2,000 of the best Western soldiers in the King's Landing. What's impossible? What did the Great Sparrow do to Cersei? Little Aegon hurriedly asked. Cersei was arrested by the Great Sparrow and locked in the cathedral for several months. In the end, she was paraded naked in the King's Landing to atone for her crimes. Everyone saw it. Dany laughed. That's too scary. Little Aegon was shocked. Clinton said with a straight face, It's true. Cersei's living is more satisfying for Lannister's enemies than her death. Dany then explained to Tyrion, the Lannister elites in the King's Landing were all buried by the Knights of Flowers on Dragonstone Island. 1,000 died in battle, and more than 500 were injured. In the end, only a few hundred soldiers who could run and jump were left to guard Dragonstone Island. Just half a month ago, I joined forces with Tidehead Island, Crab Island, and your old subordinate, Bronn Blackwater, to take Dragonstone Island with 0 casualties. As expected of the elites, the 400 guards resisted tenaciously, and only 20 or so survived. Your uncle thought the ransom was too high and didn't ransom them back. He's now mining in the Dragonstone mines. The 2,000 elites Tywin left in the King's Landing were all wiped out. 7 hells. Tyrion slapped his forehead and groaned. Father, oh father, you should be grateful that I got rid of you in advance. Seeing such a stupid sister, you'll die of anger sooner or later. What's the matter with Bronn? Why did he join you? He asked again. You know his wife, Loras, right? After you escaped, Cersei put out a bounty to find a noseless dwarf. After Bronn knew of her hatred for you, he named the bastard son Loras, gave birth to Tyrion. The imp's face twisted. Bronn sucked up to her and made Cersei misunderstand that he was still in contact with me. She wants to kill him? Yes. Dany smiled and nodded. I like your sister's craziness. Now that she was tortured by the Big Sparrow, all the people and nobles of the King's Landing saw her most humiliated side. I think she has the potential to surpass my father. Little Aegon and Clinton looked at each other as if to make sure they were not hallucinating. You know that the Mad King is your father, and you're using him as a benchmark for Cersei? Your Majesty, I can understand that you want to take revenge on Lannister. But the people of the 7 Kingdoms are innocent. The divided Westeros are bleeding, and my dear sister can only use salt to stop the pain and heal her wounds. It is time for you to strike out and end the chaos of the seven kingdoms at once, Tyrion said earnestly. Dany stared at the imp for a while before shaking her head. There are deviant ghosts outside the Great Wall. The long night is coming. Deviant ghosts, the long night? Are you okay? Tyrion asked strangely. Could it be that the Dragon Queen also got mad? Deviant ghosts, it's real. An old voice came from the staircase. Everyone turned around and saw two unsullied carrying a palanquin over. An old man in a gray robe with sparse white hair sat on the sedan. Beside him was a short-haired, black-haired girl. Ah, Scholar Yamot, you're really here. Tyrion was surprised and overjoyed. The sedan landed on the ground. Old Yamot walked down with Larissa's help. He sighed. Tyrion, I didn't expect the two of us to meet here. Yes, the first time we met, we were still at the Great Wall. In less than 3 years, we're on the other side of the world. Tyrion sighed as he thought of the days when he toured the Great Wall with Jon Snow. Dragon. Little Aegon pointed at Yamot's shoulder and cried out in surprise. Hiss! The palm-sized red dragon was hanging on Yamot's back and climbing up his shoulder. When it heard little Aegon's cry, it spread its blood-red wings and roared at him. Its voice was as soft as a cat's meow, but it was full of energy and had an indescribable majesty. Red dragon, another dragon? Clinton and Tyrion were surprised when they saw this. His name is Bloodflame, and his nickname is Little Red. He was born not long ago. Yamot stroked the little dragon's head lovingly and introduced it with a smile. Yes, the red dragon was born. The red dragon was about to break out of its shell at the Great Wall's King's Tower. Because of the three-eyed crow, Dany reduced the number of spiritual bestowments and delayed Little Five's birth. Even when she was on Dragonstone Island, she didn't let the red dragon be born. It was also because she wanted to hatch the dragon in the absolutely safe slave bay that Dany left the Westeros on the day she took down Dragonstone Island. No matter how long the three-eyed crow's arm was, it couldn't reach Astapor. The process was similar to when she hatched Little Gold. In front of Yamot, Cora, the Centaur Maid, and the Unsullied, Dany brought Little Five into the world in flames. The others had seen it once, so they weren't too surprised. When old Yamot saw the process of a dragon being born in flames for the first time, he kept shouting, "Miracle! 7 gods above, this is the world's greatest miracle." However, there was a slight difference between Little Five and his 4 brothers. Little Five's body wasn't made of flames. The dragon egg, snatched from Volantis, belonged to the Targaryens. It came from 250 years ago and hadn't been completely petrified. If a dragon egg was not hatched for a long time, it wouldn't rot like a chicken egg. Instead, it would slowly solidify and turn into stone after 1,000 years. After Little Five was born, Dany was too busy. She had to use the Song of Wind to perfect the 2 meditation techniques of ice and fire. She also had to project her projection and deal with the matters of Bravos and the Narrow Sea. The work of taking care of Little Five was left to old Yamot. Just like how an old man in the countryside went to the city to help his son and daughter-in-law take care of his grandson, old Yamot couldn't be more satisfied with the young dragon. The Colosseum behind the Great Pyramid had been transformed into a dragon cave by the Dragon Queen a long time ago. It wasn't a place for the Megalosaurus to live in. There was only a herd of cattle and sheep for the Megalosaurus to eat when they were hungry. The lesson of the Targaryen Megalosaurus degenerating generation after generation in the Dragon Cave was too tragic. Dany had never forgotten. She wouldn't let the Megalosaurus live in the cave again. Yamot was like Dany in the past. He was training the young dragon to fly and hunt in the Dragon Cave. 2 days ago, Larissa came to Astapor and became the old scholar's assistant apprentice again. Yes, she continued her studies with Yamot during the day. After dinner, the Dragon Queen would teach this disciple about fire witchcraft. Is this the red dragon hatched from the dragon egg, snatched from Volantis? Seeing the true dragon up close, Tyrion was inexplicably excited. He wanted to reach out and touch the dragon's little head like old Yamot. He heard that the megalosaurus body was boiling hot. He didn't know if it was true. Would it be comfortable to touch? No, there was no doubt that it would be more comfortable to touch than Sansa's Anako. Although he always wanted to touch it, he pretended to be a gentleman and resisted. This is Targaryen's dragon egg. The Bravosi stole 3 dragon eggs from Dragonstone Island 250 years ago. Old Yamot said angrily. There's such a thing? I've never heard of it. The little demon said in surprise. If we find another dragon egg, can it still hatch a dragon? Since Bravosi stole 3, why didn't they ask for the other 2? Also, where are the other dragons? Little Aegon looked around. The other dragons have been sent away by me. Dany muttered in her heart. She didn't know if Dahe had a premonition. Before Aegon and the others went upstairs, Dahe had taken his brothers to the mountains to hunt in advance. After Dahe and the others finished their dinner, Dany quietly asked the dragon spirits to go to the 5-dragon cave to rest for a few days. Dany planned to let the megalosaurus return after appraising the quality of this cheap nephew of hers. The Bravosi sent the dragon eggs away and handed them to the Dragon Breeders Association of the Allied Army. Old Yamot said helplessly. Then he noticed little Aegon's appearance and asked in surprise, "Child, are you really Aegon?" Being suspected again and again, little Aegon felt suffocated. His face turned red and he said loudly, "Of course, I'm the son of Rhaegar and Ilya, Aegon Targaryen. Child, don't be angry." Old Yamot sensed his displeasure and comforted him softly. "This is a serious matter. We have to be careful." The old man looked at Dany again and sighed. Varys's arrangement is not appropriate. He should have at least told Dany earlier. As a legendary white knight who had become famous at a young age and had a noble status, he had made friends with too many nobles in King's Landing. Therefore, when Clinton came to find him, even though he heard that Barristan was not in Astapor and knew that Mormont had always been in Slave Bay, he did not say that he was looking for Mormont. Instead, he claimed to be Barristan's old friend. In fact, Clinton was also an honest person. Everything he said was the truth. He had also heard of Jorah Mormont, who in Westeros didn't know Mormont, who had lost his honor and run away with his wife. But Barristan was really the only person he knew in Slave Bay. If old Bart was here, he would recognize Clinton at a glance. Old Yamot was also familiar with the noble families of the Seven Kingdoms, but he had been at the Great Wall for more than half a century and only knew their names, not their faces. Again, John Clinton was also very famous in Westeros. Dany, Mormont, and Yamot all knew the Mad King's Hand of the King, Prince Lega's close friend, really gay, John Clinton. It was because they knew that Clinton had been dead for many years that they were not sure if the person in front of them was really that Clinton. "I'm the Hand of the King who was exiled by King Aerys, and also the Earl of Vulture's Nest Castle." The identity of the Hand of the King reminded him of the unbearable past the Battle of the Bell. The wine in his mouth became bitter and sour. After recounting how he faked his death to raise little Aegon, Clinton said with a sad expression, "I've let King Aerys down. I've let Prince Leaga down. I've let you down, Your Majesty Daenerys." Everyone who knew about the Battle of the Bell naturally understood why Clinton was apologizing and regretting it. "Sir, you don't have to apologize." Dany waved her hand and said solemnly, "You upheld your honor and did not kill the innocent men, women, and children of Shirtang Town. This behavior is highly commendable. You should be proud. But I missed the opportunity. I let go of the best opportunity to kill Robert for nothing," Clinton said in shock. Dany looked around at everyone, taking in their expressions. "Nephew, what do you think?" she asked little Aegon. The silver-haired youth was stunned for a while and said uncertainly, "You're asking me? Other than you, who else here is my nephew?" Dany said calmly. Little Aegon looked conflicted. He was relieved that the Dragon Queen had indirectly acknowledged his identity, but he also felt helpless about her attitude toward the younger generation. Although he was indeed her nephew, He should also be her husband. Can't she call me by my name? I'm more than half a year older than her. Although he thought so, his expression revealed most of his thoughts. This is a youth who is not very scheming. Varys and Clinton have protected him well. Dany thought. Sir Clinton upholds his honor as a knight. This is right, little Aegon said thoughtfully. But the people of Sherdang Town are not innocent. They are all covering for the usurper and are the king's enemies. Their actions are treasonous. Although burning to death is cruel, it is not excessive. That makes sense. Dany nodded and turned to the little devil. What do you think? Don't ask me what I think. His Majesty should ask me what I would do. Tyrion said as he put down his fork. Well, if it were you, what would you do? Without a doubt, I would do whatever my father did. My Aunt Xena always said that I am more like Lord Tywin's son than Jaime. Tyrion said with a smile. What would Duke Tywin do? Burn down the town? Little Aegon asked. He won't enter the town to search for Robert, Tyrion said with a shrug. He'll just surround the town and set it on fire. Dany nodded and said, This is indeed Tywin's style. Look at what he has done to Hudgian County. The granary of the Seven Kingdoms is now thousands of miles wide. Starving people are everywhere, and the villages have withered. Clack! Tyrion snapped his fingers and said with a smile, That's right. He burned the enemy's territory, destroyed production, killed the people, and attacked the lord of the territory. Unfortunately, he still lost to the young Wolfmaster in a direct battle. After the War of the Four Kings, the broken Hudgian County became a burden to the Iron Throne. Look at your sister's fate. If it was not for the famine in Hudgian County, why would so many poor people go to the King's Landing to be sparrows? Dany said coldly. Tyrion was stunned for a moment before he smiled and asked, if His Majesty was in Sir Clinton's position, what would he do? As soon as he said that, everyone at the table stopped eating and stared at Dragon Queen's face. Everyone wanted to know what kind of choice she would make under such a dilemma. Well, I haven't been to Stonehall Town, so I'm not sure. Dany said slowly. What do you mean? Tyrion asked in confusion. I'm not sure if the terrain around Stonehall Town is suitable for an ambush. Dany said honestly. An ambush? Everyone was confused. Everyone wanted to know what choice she would make between honor and responsibility. How did she end up talking about an ambush? I know that Robert is in Stonehall Town, and so do the reinforcements. So here's the problem. Since I know that the reinforcements are anxious to save Stonehall Town, why can't I set up an ambush at the strategic location leading to Stonehall Town? So what if I kill Robert? Hudgian County, the Northern Territory, and Arryn Valley had all raised their banners in rebellion. If Robert was killed, the rebel army would become a powerful force. Perhaps without Robert, there was a chance that the rebels would surrender. But even if the rebels surrender, they will definitely ask the Iron Throne to not hold them responsible for the rebellion. They have the power to make this request. Then what? 4 of the 7 kingdoms are in rebellion, and the Iron Throne is powerless to punish them. How can the Wong family maintain its prestige? Might as well go all the way and kill all the rebels. Robert, let him stay in Stonetown. It just so happens that I'd Stark, Jon Arryn, and Hodely Tully came together. At that time, Count Clinton led the soldiers from High Court and the King's Domain, and their military strength was about the same as the rebels. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to fight the Battle of the Bell into a 50-50 battle under the premise of being ambushed. In this way, they would be able to ambush the marching troops in a dangerous place. They would be able to achieve a complete victory, wouldn't they? Kill these 3 dukes and cripple the reinforcements of the 3 kingdoms. Robert of Stonehall Town will die sooner or later. Even with Robert's courage and impulsiveness, he will definitely run out when he sees the flames of war outside the town. Then, I just need to arrange a team of 20 people in advance to guard the town gate. No matter how strong Robert is, he can't fight 20 people alone, right? In this battle, the 4 dukes will all be caught. Dany looked at Tyrion, whose jaw almost dropped to the dining table, and asked, if I kill the 4 dukes and the 4 kingdoms alliance in one battle, will your father immediately kneel in front of me and call me father? Who in the 7 kingdoms would dare to covet the Iron Throne? Tyrion's eyes bulged, his mouth wide open, and he was dumbstruck. John Clinton had a dazed expression, his jaw dropping to the ground. Little Aegon felt like he was in a dream. Lemore, Scholar Sai, and Dukfai's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets and onto the ground. Even old Aemon was in a daze, staring blankly. Only Jorah Mormont, who had followed the Dragon Queen for many years, was immune to her unexpected strategies. As for Irri and Jichi, the Centaur maids ate and drank as they should. They didn't think much of the shocked crowd. How can you ordinary people compare to Calixi, making a fuss over nothing? Chapter 423. Snore, snore. The silence of the banquet was broken by the sound of sucking viscous liquid. Tyrion pulled back his eyes, closed his jaw, which had almost touched the table, and closed his flared nostrils. Then he turned his head in the direction of the sound. He saw the plump centaur maid, Kiki, using a napkin to wrap a large fish head, sucking on the fish brain with her plump red lips. The centaur maid noticed everyone's gaze and blushed. She mumbled, "That's how you eat fish heads. It's really delicious. You could try it." Okay." Tyrion rubbed his nose awkwardly. Then he turned to the Dragon Queen who was sipping her wine and said, "I've been to Stonehall Town. It's surrounded by rivers and mountains. There are quite a few dangerous places. One man can hold a pass and 10,000 can't pass." Clinton had just come back to his senses when he heard Tyrion's words. He didn't even have to think carefully to name 7 or 8 good places to set up an ambush. The more he thought about it, the more he regretted it. He hated himself for being useless. Then he used his head as a muddy shoehorn and knocked it hard on the thick oak table. Bam, bam, bam. The sound of the porcelain voice frightened everyone. "Sir, what's wrong? Are you drunk?" Tyrion and little Aegon immediately held the crazy Clinton. When they held his head up, everyone saw that there were 2 streaks of tears on Clinton's weathered face. "I'm so stupid, really. I only knew to set fire to the town and thought that everything would be fine after I killed Robert. I didn't know that I could ambush the reinforcements of the 3 dukes." The exiled hand of the king mumbled with a hoarse voice. "Sir, don't blame yourself." Old Yemont looked at Dany with a complicated expression and sighed. It's been 16 years since the Battle of the Bell. During that time, countless famous generals of the 7 kingdoms and even the continent of Ursos have discussed the process of the battle. But they only argued about personal glory or fulfilling the responsibilities of the hand of the king. No one was like Dany. When everyone heard this, their expressions were complicated. They looked at the dragon lady with a hint of respect. Tyrion thought for a moment, then looked at Dany and asked, "If Stonehall Town is located in the plains and there are no dangerous places nearby, will His Majesty choose to burn the town?" "There are no dangerous places near the town. Don't you know how to create one yourself?" Dany glanced at him and said indifferently, "How? Seal off the town first. Only entry and exit are allowed. Arrange for the archers to occupy the most dangerous street, which is the place with the most towers and the most densely packed. Aren't there many clock towers in Stonehall Town?" The reason why it was called the Battle of the Ringing Bells was because bells would ring throughout the town during the chaotic battle. Then find the street block with the most clock towers, hide archers on the roofs on both sides of the street, set up crossbows, hide pikemen in the houses on both sides of the street, and hide a group of heavy cavalry at the end of the street. In this way, that street block will be set up as a death zone for the rebels, waiting for Ide and Stark to come in. Jon Arryn isn't stupid. Why didn't he retreat when he was attacked?" Tyrion asked in confusion. "Hey, you're still asking such a simple question." Dany looked at him with disdain. When she looked up, she saw many pairs of eyes that were as confused as the little demons. She sighed and said helplessly, "The royalists don't know anything about Robert's location. It's obvious that the rebels outside the town don't know anything about the situation inside the town. But I already have the information advantage because I'm in Stonehall Town." I still don't understand," Tyrion said blankly. "Arrange a group of soldiers near the ambush point and pretend to besiege Robert's residence. What would Ed Stark do if, as soon as he entered the town, he heard the soldiers of the royal family shouting, "Here's Robert! Don't let Robert go! Oh, Robert's fierce! Come on, Robert's tired! Damn, your majesty, you're so shameless." But even if this method didn't sound honorable, it didn't burn the civilians and didn't throw away the honor of the knights. Tyrion and the others were stunned again. But what if Robert ran out and exposed a trap? Little Aegon asked. Didn't I say it before? The sharpshooters occupy all the clock towers, and the town is in my hands. As long as there's no evenly matched battle, if Robert dares to show his head, I'll immediately shoot him into a sieve. Then I'll shout Robert is dead, and even cut off Robert's head and put it on a spear, bringing it to the front of the army. The rebels will naturally be defeated. I don't need to tell you what to do next, right? Little Aegon was still unconvinced and continued. What if Robert doesn't show up and arranges for the townspeople to come out and shout? Sigh, as soon as the townspeople come out, the queen will know where Robert is hiding. Plus, normal townspeople don't have the guts to openly go against the king. Even if there were bold people who wanted to fight for riches and honor and didn't fear death, AI didn't dare to believe them. Because the queen can also send people disguised as townspeople to shout Robert is here, save Robert. Tyrion quickly followed Dany's train of thought. Dany continued, if you don't want to kill 4 dukes in one battle, it can be simpler. You just need to ambush the archers and cavalry at the entrance of the town and wait for the 3 dukes to come with reinforcements. Kill 1 or 2 of them, and Robert won't be able to hold back. Wait for him to raise his hammer and charge out with a roar. Then use the prepared crossbows to kill him, and the battle will be reversed immediately. That is to say, from the moment Robert escaped into Stonehall Town alone, the Royalists have no chance of losing. It's just a matter of winning more or less. Bam, bam, bam. Clinton banged his head on the table again. I'm so stupid, really. I only know that setting fire to the town and sending people to search for Robert. I didn't know that ambushing the 3 dukes' reinforcements would be so easy, he cried out loud. Duke Fi and little Aegon quickly went up to comfort him. Dany, Ymont was gratified and happy for the Dragon Queen's unconstrained battle wisdom, but he had a reproachful expression on his face. Dany shrugged, looking innocent. Sigh, now I finally understand why the guy's army lost so badly. Tyrion scratched the back of his head and sighed as if he was glad and regretful. If Her Majesty was the eldest daughter and was born 30 years earlier, the War of the Usurpers would have had a different ending. If the Dragon Queen was born 30 years earlier, with her viciousness and cunning, his father would have been reduced to ashes. And the nobles of the 7 kingdoms, those who were obsessed with power games, would have already knelt on the ground and licked the queen's feet. The War of the Usurpers, Balon's rebellion, the 4 Kings' rebellion, and now the Crow's Feast were all gone. The people lived in peace, and the Westeros were thriving. It seemed beautiful, too. You can't be born 30 years earlier, or we centaurs won't have Khaleesi. Jichi put down the bone and said unhappily. Irri nodded in agreement. Dosh Kalen said that Khaleesi will fulfill the ancient prophecy and ride the Megalosaurus to unify the Dothraki Sea and become the strongest call in history. Dothraki also has an ancient prophecy. The child of the prophecy, Yesor Ahai. Tyrion was surprised. Irri tilted her head and thought for a moment. Maybe it's the child of the prophecy. After all, Khaleesi also said that there are deviants on the Great Wall and the night is coming. The centaurs should also have their own child of the prophecy. But it's not Yesor Ahai. In Dothraki, it's called Ride the Steed of the World. All right, don't talk about the centaur's prophecy in front of outsiders. Dany waved her hand. She didn't want to hide anything, but she didn't trust the Dosh Kalen's prophecy at all. That's right, Ride the Steed of the World wasn't prepared just for Dany Rice. A long, long time ago, there was a prophecy among the Dothraki that the strongest call would appear in the Sea of Grass. His Khalasar would cover the entire land, countless in number, and the Iraq scimitar in his hand would be as sharp as grass. The Dosh Kalen believed that Dany Rise's son leg was the person in the prophecy. Obviously, if Dany didn't transmigrate, that kid wouldn't even have a chance to be born. There really are deviants? Tyrion observed her expression and changed the topic. He could tell that the Dragon Queen didn't want to talk about the Centaur's prophecy, and he was indeed more curious about deviants. It's true. Old Yemont looked at little Aegon with a complicated expression and slowly told him about Dany's experience at the Great Wall. Few people knew that Prince Liga had written a letter to Yemont on the Great Wall on the day Aegon was born. Liga told Yemont that he might not be the child of prophecy, and that the newly born Aegon was the true child of prophecy. When little Aegon was born, there really was a red deviant star in the sky above the King's Landing, which happened to match Asha's prophecy. Before today, old Yemont didn't take Liga's words to heart. Liga and little Aegon died 16 years ago, and the child of prophecy wouldn't die. This meant that Liga and little Aegon weren't the child of prophecy. On the contrary, after meeting Dany, he firmly believed that she was the child of prophecy, although she firmly denied it from the beginning. But now, while under the influence of the Dragon Queen, the old man didn't care too much about the Asha prophecy now. But the prophecy was related to the authenticity of little Aegon's identity. This was a very serious problem. If the Forest Witch's prophecy was true, the child of prophecy would be born from Aerys and Layla's bloodline. Then, excluding Dany, she was a devout believer of the seven gods and wouldn't become a believer of the red god, so she might not be the child of prophecy. Other than him and Dany, there was a third Targaryen who had to be alive to fulfill the prophecy, and he must be of Liga's bloodline. Because the long night was coming, Viserys was dead, and Dany's offspring had yet to be born, so they couldn't become the child of prophecy. Only Liga's children fit the age. Thinking about it this way, there was a very high chance that little Aegon was real. Dany, what do you think about little Aegon? After the introduction of the other ghosts, it was already late, and the banquet was over. Irri brought Aegon, Clinton, and the others downstairs to settle down. When they heard the news about the other ghosts, they were very shocked and didn't discuss Aegon's identity anymore. Perhaps they planned to talk to Dany alone tomorrow. Then old Yemont came to Dany's bedroom. "Do you think he's real or fake?" Yemont asked. "I don't know." Dany stroked Little Red's wings with a helpless expression. Yes, Yemont took care of Little Red during the day, but she had to sleep with her mother at night. Dany wanted to cultivate a relationship with him in preparation for the future dragon spirit. Varys definitely has the ability to cheat, but the question is whether he's loyal to us Targaryens and whether he's willing to do so. She sighed. Chapter 4:24. There were two people in the Westeros that Dany could not see through. The first one was Stannis. Everyone said that he was resilient, upright, fair, responsible, and adhered to his duties as a minister and a ruler. After a few days of contact, Dany found that the guy was indeed stubborn, inflexible, and determined. He had a bottom line compared to most of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. More importantly, Erlu had fallen to such a state, but many nobles were still loyal to him. The nobles of Stormlands, the nobles of Riverbend, and the vassals of Dragonstone Island. The most classic example was Davos, the Onion Knight. The Onion Knight could be said to be the last knight with true chivalry after Aerys. During Robert's reign, among the rotten Westeros knights, the Onion Knight was the only shining point. Loyal, fearless, trustworthy, sincere, wise, loyal, dedicated, then the Onion Knight was completely loyal to Stannis. This did not mean that Erlu was like the Onion Knight and had chivalry. But at the very least, Erlu had some qualities that made him charismatic. But Erlu killed his brother, and Erlu sacrificed Lalo. Facing the Dragon Queen, who rode alone to the wall, the shadow in his heart began to stir. Actually, just killing his brother alone would never be enough to clear his name. Erlu seemed to have a split personality, which Dany could not figure out. The other man was shrouded in a layer of mist, a half-man. It was Varys, the eight-clawed spider. Dany did not know what he wanted or what he wanted. According to the plot of the last season of Game of Thrones, Varys wanted peace. He always stood on the side of the Westeros and maintained the stability of the Seven Kingdoms by himself. When the Mad King went mad, he betrayed him and joined Robert, who brought peace to the Seven Kingdoms. When Robert declined, he joined Lannister. When he saw that Joffrey and Cersei were even crazier than the Mad King, he joined Dany and Lys. Then, when he saw Dany Rhys burning the Westeros nobles who were unwilling to surrender with their dragon flames, he discovered that she had also awakened the mad blood and was unfit to ascend the Iron Throne and become the king of the Seven Kingdoms. After that, he planned to work with Snowball to get rid of the queen and help Snowball ascend to the throne. In the end, he died. As a traitor to Dany, Rhys died under the dragon flames. Varys' death became another example of Dany Lilith's brutality. At the same time, the dead Varys was almost whitewashed as a saint in journey to power. In his eyes, there was no king, only the interests of the people. Whoever was good to the people, whoever could make the Seven Kingdoms better, he would support that person. In fact, Varys became the vanguard of weakening the monarchy, denying the divine right of kings, and advocating democracy and equality. What the fuck? According to Dany's thoughts, the plot of Journey to Power was too different from the real world. The plot could not be trusted, but the character's personality should not have changed and could be used as a reference. Then, could Varys' personality be used as a reference in Journey to Power? Unfortunately, she could not do it. Firstly, Varys was a foreigner. He was a Lys who grew up in the free cities. Why would he care about the life and death of the Westeros? Could it be that the Westeros were the center of the world, the lighthouse of civilization? In terms of technological level, cultural development, historical background, and political system, the Westeros were not as good as Volantis or Braavos. What center of civilization? That did not make sense. Secondly, Varys had once instigated the relationship between Rhaegar and Aerys, causing Aerys to be suspicious of the crown prince. At that time, there were indeed nobles who secretly discussed launching the Great Council, planning to let the increasingly crazy Aerys retire early, but Rhaegar refused. Varys' instigation forced the wise and powerful Prince Rhaegar to stay away from the court, unable to participate in the politics of the King's Landing. The country was falling apart day by day, and Targaryen's rule was in danger. Finally, when it came to dealing with Viserys and Dany Lys, Varys did not act like a loyal Targaryen minister at all. A truly loyal minister would be like Sir William Darry, raising the princess and the prince well, giving them a peaceful and prosperous life, teaching them etiquette, reason, knowledge, and martial skills, instead of raising them half-dead like wild dogs. While sending messages to Robert to arrange for assassins to assassinate the siblings, he secretly arranged for people to rescue them before the assassins arrived. Back and forth like this, unsurprisingly, the once gentle second brother went crazy, and the once lively and lovely little princess became autistic. Well, Dany's second brother, Viserys, was once a sensible and refined young man who cared for his sister and was well-educated and reasonable. The former instructor of the Red Keep, Sir William Darry, raised the prince so well that he was almost a second Rhaegar. But no matter how good a person was, being hunted from the age of 13 until the age of 23 would awaken the family's mad blood. Finally, looking at the Westeros now, were they better than the time of Aerys? Obviously not. Ethics collapsed, the economy withered, the government was paralyzed, and the people had no way to make a living. The Westeros today were a few hundred streets worse than the time of the Mad King. It was still the same old saying, no matter how mad the Mad King was, he would not torture the country or the people. He was also very diligent and thrifty. The national treasury was abundant, and every family had surplus food. You have warned me many times that Varys cannot be trusted, Dany said. Old Ymont nodded and sighed. Although I was at the Great Wall, I have been paying attention to the King's Landing. If not for Varys's slanderous words in front of your father, the Spring of Error would not have happened. Then do you think little Griffin is Aegon? Dany asked again. Ymont hesitated at first, then his expression became certain. There's at least an 80% chance that Aegon is real, and he is even the legendary child of prophecy. Old master, are you not acclimatized? Your brain? No. Astapor's climate is warm, not much different from the old town. It is very suitable for an old man like me to retire. Yamant shook his head and told her about how Liga had written to him and told him that Aegon was born on an alien planet. If the prophecy is true, then there must be someone of Liga's bloodline who survived. I'm guessing that he is Aegon. The old scholar concluded solemnly. Danny looked at him strangely. The old man had guessed correctly. Liga did have a posthumous child, and his bloodline was indeed the child of prophecy. But he was not Little Griffin, but Jon Snow from the Great Wall. Old master, let me ask you something. Danny thought for a while and decided to give a little spoiler in case the old man really poured his heart out to the unknown Little Griffin. You really think Liga kidnapped Lyanna? She asked. That counts as abduction. Old Yamant's expression changed, and he said hesitantly, with Liga's character, I did not believe that he would do that, but this is the truth, and everyone knows it. Danny shook her head and said, Liga is handsome, noble, melancholy, gentle, and powerful in martial arts. He can play the piano, sing, recite poems, and paint. There is no girl in the Seven Kingdoms who does not love him. Lyanna is a little girl from the north who has never seen the world. How can she resist the temptation of a man of the highest quality? If Liga is really interested in a woman, why would he need to snatch her? My second brother Viserys, at his craziest, would only use his good looks and those flowery words that no one would believe to trick a woman's body. Forcing a woman is too low class. How can Liga do something like that? Could it be that they are in love with each other? Yamant said in a low voice. Let me ask you again, how long has Liga and Lyanna been together? Danny said, almost a year has passed since he abducted Lyanna and appeared in front of the world again. After Yamant finished speaking, he was stunned, and a complicated expression of shock and absurdity gradually appeared on his face. After a long while, he said in a dry voice, Are you saying that they might have an illegitimate child? Danny shrugged and said with an indifferent smile, A man and a woman alone together for a year. They can't just look at the stars and the moon every day, can they? Actually, I am very puzzled as to why no one in the Seven Kingdoms has ever suspected the illegitimate child. Could it be that you have all been brainwashed by the three-eyed crow? Old Yamant came to a sudden realization. This is really possible. If the illegitimate child is the child of prophecy, the three-eyed crow might have really sealed off the news about him to protect the identity of the child of prophecy. When Danny saw the old man's expression that said, It's not that we are too stupid, it's all the three-eyed crow's fault for distorting our minds. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Let alone the three-eyed crow. Even if 10 true gods worked together, they would not be able to influence the minds of millions of Westeros, she said in annoyance. Then why didn't we think about the illegitimate child? It can't be that we are all idiots, right? Old Yamant retorted. We are all idiots. Danny wanted to say this. The old man's expression turned grave, and he said in a deep voice, The more I think about it, the more I feel that something is amiss. There are too many loopholes. There should have been 3 white knights by Liga's side, White Bull Jiro Hyder, Dawn Divine Sword Arthur Dayne, and Helen Castle Sir Oswyr Hone. But when he appeared at King's Landing, he was alone, and he left the white knights in Dorne's blissful tower to look after them. His expression changed drastically, and he spat out a name in disbelief, Lyanna. Liga asked the 3 white knights to look after Lyanna, but why? In Eid Stark, he brought people to Blissful Tower to look for his sister, but he only brought back Lyanna's corpse. All the white knights died in battle, and Eid kept silent about the battle. How did Lyanna die? Yamant slowly closed his eyes, and after thinking for a while, he slowly opened them again. A look of disbelief flashed across his blue eyes, and his lips trembled as he said, Jon Snow. When I'd returned from Dorne, other than Lyanna's corpse, he also brought back an illegitimate child. Lyanna died in childbirth, and the child is Liga's. 7 levels of hell. The old man held his head and moaned softly, No wonder I feel an inexplicable sense of closeness to John. No wonder John's birth mother has always been a mystery, and Stark never mentioned that woman, and did not even mention her name to John. This is not normal. It is not logical. Why didn't we suspect it before? A handsome man and an adult woman have been together for a year. Both of them are healthy, and both of them desire each other. What can they do? What can they do? Giving birth to an illegitimate child is a matter of course. Why didn't anyone think of it before? Three-eyed crow, blind in River One. It's all him. He's the one who's controlling everything in the dark. Old Yemont said through gritted teeth. Old Yemont's reaction shocked Dany greatly. She did not expect that the old man would instantly discover the truth with just a few hints, and she did not even give any more hints. It was completely based on the old man's wisdom and experience. Could it be that the old man's IQ soared after he left the Westeros? Dany, did you already know about Jon's identity? Old Yemont suddenly raised his head and stared at Dany. Chapter 425. Dany, did you already know about it? Yemont's eyes lit up, and he looked at Dany. Know what? I don't know anything. Dany had to deny it, of course. She still remembered how she taught Jon how to become a shadow binding soldier. And every time they went on an adventure, she would let Jon take the lead, and he would be accompanied by the dragon faction's most loyal minister, Sir Elisa. She also dug many holes in the Great Wall. Night Watchers couldn't participate in the Seven Kingdoms politics, and she also praised the Night Watchers' glory to the point that they would be crushed if they fell. She also reinforced the belief that if one wore black clothes, he would be a Night Watcher forever. The Night Watchers' power couldn't be used for private purposes, and they couldn't fight for power for some people or some kings. She also destroyed the Child of Prophecy's sanctity and cut off the Child of Prophecy's ability to summon heroes, unless it was to defend the Great Wall and fight against the deviant ghosts. There were many more holes, and Dany would look for every opportunity to dig holes. There were so many holes that she couldn't remember them all. This was why she couldn't admit that she already knew about Jon's identity. Since I entered Dorne, the three-eyed crow controlled my thoughts and twisted my will. So what could I possibly know? I almost couldn't come back, and it was you who kept reminding me to leave the Great Wall. Did you forget? I even neglected the most basic safety, and I was rash. It was the three-eyed crow who controlled me. At that time, I didn't even have the most basic rationality, and I couldn't control what I said or did. How could I deduce Jon's identity with the rich experience and profound wisdom you accumulated over 100 years? Dany's words were reasonable, and her voice was filled with grievances. When Yemont heard this, he felt guilty. Dany's thoughts were controlled by the three-eyed crow, and even an old man like him had his vision obstructed by a layer of fog for more than 10 years. If he hadn't left the Westeros and escaped the three-eyed crow's range of control, he wouldn't have been able to deduce Jon's identity. Everything was the three-eyed crow's fault. That damned blind in River One. As expected, illegitimate children were naturally despicable. Oh, that might not be the case. Jon Snow is also an illegitimate child. Except for his love for Stark, he was a good young man. At the same time, at the Great Wall of the Northern Region, Commander Tower, Jon Snow, the new commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers, shuddered and withdrew from the crow spirit state. Achoo, achoo. Jon blew his nose and murmured, I can't sneak out in the middle of the night to fool around with Jacqueline anymore. Now that I'm the commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers, I should lead by example. I can't. Well, Mole Village has prospered a lot lately, and a lot of prostitutes and peasant women who couldn't get along in Hearthstone and Carho have come to Mole Village to make a living. The queen kept her word and gave the night watchman silver deer every month. The money was all spent in the Mole Village. Moreover, the queen had said that a man's normal physiological behavior was not a big mistake. After all, the long night is coming, and the men of the Night Watchers are going to fight for their lives. A little mistake is not a mistake. After murmuring like this, Jon felt at ease again. At most, he would reduce the frequency of his dates with Jacqueline. Jon sat behind the desk and said to the empty chair opposite him, Lord Mormont, Please help me tell Jacqueline that I won't be going to the top of the Great Wall to meet her tonight. I have a cold. John, you've been led astray. John, you've grown up. You're a man now. John blushed and said helplessly, I don't want to either. It's Jacqueline. She said that if I don't go to her, she'll come and steal from me in the middle of the night. Liar, liar. Think about it. You really want her. I saw it and heard it. You still want Vane. No, I don't want Vane, John quickly denied. Think about it. You used my body to peek at her bathing and watch her do herself. You want to go stop it. John's face was as red as Monkey's, but he quickly changed the topic. Corn, Lord Mormont, do you want corn? Corn. There was no one in the office of the commander's tower, except for John. But someone responded to him. In the identity of the former commander-in-chief, Dio Mormont, he responded to him. Flap, flap, flap. A big black crow flew up from the back of the chair and flapped its wings around John, calling John corn, corn. If any night watcher walked into this stone room, they would be able to recognize the big black crow at a glance. It was the pet crow that Commander Mormont had domesticated for many years. It could speak human language, understand human language, and communicate with people. It was a very smart crow. Everyone knew that Elder Bear was inseparable from the crow. He would take it with him wherever he went. Elder Bear also put the crow on his shoulder when he led 300 rangers on an expedition to the frontier. In Castle Castle, when Elder Bear was killed by the night watchers who violated the guests' rights, the crow was on the roof beam. Then, the crow followed Sam and Gilly all the way to the wall. When it saw Black Hand send Sam into the stone cave, it flew to the Long Night Keep, found Sam again, and returned to Dark Castle with him. The crow also saw the Dragon Queen, but the Dragon Queen's attention was never on a normal crow. After that, the crow stayed in the crow's nest until the Dragon Queen left. Stannis and the Red-Robed Woman moved out of the commander's tower and went to the king's tower where the queen used to live. The crow then returned to its old home. Until now, when the new commander moved in, John immediately opened the drawer and took out a handful of golden corn. He handed it to the red-eyed crow and said, Lord Mormont, after you send a message to Jedred, please go to the haunted forest again and see if you can find Tormund, the giant's nemesis. Tell him that Targaryen is a man of his word. The Dragon Queen was a woman of her words. As soon as she left the wall, she started to fulfill her promise. At this time, the Queen's White Knight, Sir Jarrow Dane, was leading a fleet from Braavos. 80 ships, tens of thousands of tons of supplies, enough for 100,000 barbarians to eat for a few years. John said a lot. He was not worried that the crow would not remember, because he knew that this was not a normal crow. In the depths of the crow's soul, there was the figure of Jarrow Mormont. He also found it by accident, although the legendary demigod Tam's secret manual that the Dragon Queen gave him was a bit of a cheat. The meditation technique of Tam's master was very authentic. Just like the complete reality chi cultivation technique in The Legend of the Condor Heroes, compared to the Nine manual, Nanyang manual, and Xiantian technique, there was a huge gap. But no one could deny that the complete reality chi cultivation technique was an authentic Taoist and was most suitable for Foundation establishment. It was the same for Tam's meditation technique. Compared to the Great Wizard's inheritance and the Green Prophet's inheritance, its level was a bit low, but there were no side effects. It was the purest shadow binding meditation technique. Otherwise, Tam would not have become a big shot in Volantis at such a young age. Yes, Tam's role was similar to Mayu. In Kuei, she was one of the 5 unique. The Great Wizard, the Green Prophet, Melisandre were similar to Dugu Qiubai, Shuju. The Nanyang Manual was written by Shuju and Huang Shang, the author of the Nine Manual. After John practiced the meditation technique of Tam's master, he improved at lightning speed. How could it not be? He was the child of prophecy, and there was no doubt about his talent. After mastering the technique of White Spirit Wolf, John began to look for a second animal companion. It would be best if it was a flying eagle. Perhaps it could fly to Winterfell, visit his hometown, visit his father in the tomb. He thought. He had not found the eagle, but he saw Mormont's raven. It could talk and fly. This big black crow was not inferior to the goshawk. Then his soul entered the raven, and he was shocked to find old Mormont's figure in the depths of his soul. Old Bear was also a shapeshifter. John was shocked at first, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was reasonable. Mormont and Stark were both from the Northern Territory. They had pure ancestral blood and had believed in the old gods for thousands of years. Why couldn't he be a shapeshifter? Thinking about it this way, the close relationship between Old Bear and the big black crow was understandable. The raven was his animal companion after all. As for the reason why Old Bear hid his shapeshifter identity, John could also understand. If White Spirit was not too conspicuous, and if the savages knew that he was a wolf spirit, he would also want to hide his shapeshifter identity. In fact, he had never publicly admitted that he was a wolf spirit. He was a shadow-binding knight, so it was not a lie. Unlike the six forms Velimir who suppressed Oriel's soul in the goshawk, John did not destroy Old Bear's will. Instead, he kept narrating Old Bear's life through mental waves, showing his thoughts to Old Bear. Old Bear's dissipating humanity actually stabilized, and the dissipation speed became extremely slow. Perhaps one day in the future, Big Bear could see his father again. Father Crow. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. John came back to his senses and shouted, "Who is it?" "It's me." It was Sam's voice. "Come in." John waved his hand, and the big black crow cawed and flew out of the window. "John, why have you been staying in the command tower recently instead of going down to practice martial arts with the Night Watchers?" "Galen wanted to come up to you several times, but because of your identity as the commander, I stopped him." Sam looked at his little friend worriedly and said sincerely, "I don't think you're putting on airs now that you've become the commander-in-chief." John's pale face turned even paler. "Sorry, I'm a little busy. Sir Geraldane's fleet will arrive at the EC in about half a month. There's a lot of supplies. No. Are you hiding something from me?" Fat Sam interrupted him, looked at him carefully for a while, and said in surprise, "Your face is so pale. Are you sick? Do you want to find Dr. Perez, Dan?" "My face." John's heart sank. He rubbed his cheeks, and his expression was uncertain. "I'm a little afraid of light. The sun stings my face, so I don't want to go downstairs during the day," he said in a low voice. "Afraid of light? Why?" Sam was puzzled. "It seems to be binding." John's eyes flashed, and he changed his words. "There's a problem with my magic cultivation. Why did the Shadow Binder wear a mask? To be mysterious? The Shadow Children of Yaxia were not just for show. Yaxia in the far east had been in the shadows for thousands of years, and it had almost never seen the sun. Without the sun, there was no way to grow food. In fact, the Yaxia residents not only bought food from the sea, but also brought in fresh water from the outside. The water in Yaxia was black, and it shone with a light green phosphorescence. It had powerful magic radiation, and it was a curse to ordinary people. A shadow binder born in such an environment would definitely have an allergic reaction to the normal world. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.